Chapter 2408. All of this happened in a flash, and everyone was dazzled. Before the red-robed woman and the others could react, Jiang Zhouzi was already severely injured. The group of people from Immaculate Island were all inexplicably shocked, their faces filled with fear. "Senior?" The red-robed woman muttered suspiciously. She had just heard Jiang Zhouzi call the girl senior. Sir Jiang Zhouzi is a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Someone he calls senior. Could it be that this person is a peak Emperor Realm Master? After figuring this out, the red-robed woman's body trembled. She no longer had the arrogance and disdain she had before. "You're quite decisive." Bing Yun looked indifferently at Jiang Zhouzi, who had cut off one of his arms. She had no intention of killing him. It was unknown whether it was because she was kind or because she was injured and couldn't kill him. However, Jiang Zhouzi was indeed a decisive person. If he hadn't cut off one of his arms at the critical moment, he would have definitely died here. Although he looked miserable now, he had at least kept his life. "Senior." This Jiang had eyes but failed to see. "Please forgive me and spare my life, Master." Jiang Zhouzi endured the piercing pain and begged for mercy. The lives of the Immaculate Island people were now in the hands of this girl. If she didn't let them go, they would definitely die. Compared to their lives, what was a mere pride? It wasn't shameful to beg for mercy from a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Bing Yun looked at Jiang Zhouzi indifferently. Her expression was indifferent. Jiang Zhouzi felt a little suffocated. He didn't know what kind of fate awaited him and the others. After a while, Bing Yun opened her mouth and waved her hand. He waved his hand and said, "Scram." Jiang Zhouzi was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life." After that, he shouted to the Immaculate Island people, "Let's go." The Immaculate Island people didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly followed him and left the sea territory. They were all using all their strength, afraid that Bing Yun would go back on her words. Yang Kai had no intention of stopping him. He could see that. It was not suitable for Bing Yun to continue attacking now. After all, the other party still had the Emperor realm. If they really forced the other party into a dead end, it might not be a good thing. Anyway, they did not suffer any losses this time. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After the people from Immaculate Island left, Bing Yun looked around and sighed. "I didn't expect to return to the Northern Territory directly." "Senior. Is this really the Northern Territory?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Bing Yun nodded and said, "Yes, this is the Ice Sea in the Northern Territory. Immaculate Island is a force in the Ice Sea, and it's not bad. The Seeking Passion sect is also in the Northern Territory. It's one of the top sects in the Northern Territory." Bing Yun was the founder of Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. He had lived in this place for who knows how many years. Therefore, he knew the forces and terrain of this place like the back of his hand. While speaking, she turned to look at Fan Xian and the others and asked, "Do you want to go and see the sect?" Fan Xian and the others nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Although they were accepted as disciples by Bing Yun, they had never been to Ice Heart Valley. They had been looking forward to the sect their honored master had founded for a long time. Now that they had suddenly come to the Northern Territory, they naturally wanted to take a look. "Then let's go. I haven't been back in a long time." Bing Yun smiled and continued, "I wonder how those little girl are doing now." The little girl she was talking about. They were probably the first batch of disciples she accepted after she founded Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai guessed that they were all masters in the Emperor realm. Only Bing Yun could call them little girl. "Senior, your injuries." Yang Kai looked at her worriedly. "I still need to recuperate. As long as I don't fight, I'll be fine," Bing Yun replied. Although she had severely injured Jiang Zhouzi with one move just now, she actually didn't use much of her strength. The reason why she was able to do so with just one move was because Jiang Zhouzi had underestimated her and also because of the difference in cultivation. Bing Yun, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, could easily deal with a first-order Emperor Realm Master like Jiang Zhouzi. Even if she was injured, it was just a casual move. Since Fan Xian and the others wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley to take a look, Yang Kai naturally had to follow. He thought that if Su Yan came to the star boundary in the future, she might be able to join Ice Heart Valley again. After all, her secret art and physique were of the same origin as Ice Heart Valley's. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to settle Lu Xianyun in Ice Heart Valley. Lu Xianyun and he had some brother and sister feelings, and they had gone through thick and thin together during this time. They had supported each other, but he had his own things to do, so he couldn't take Lu Xianyun with him all the time. Ice Heart Valley was definitely the best place for Lu Xianyun. Ice Heart Valley only accepted female disciples, and Lu Xianyun had a first-order Dao Source realm cultivation. She also came from a lower star territory, so her aptitude and tenacity were top-notch. Although her current cultivation wasn't high, that was because Lu Xianyun hadn't been able to obtain good cultivation resources. If she was nurtured by a sect, Lu Xianyun's future achievements would definitely not be bad. Any cultivator who came from a lower star territory would have a good future. Yang Kai believed that Bing Yun wouldn't refuse her. However, Yang Kai couldn't find an opportunity to ask Bing Yun for help yet. As for Ling Yin-chin and the others, Yang Kai didn't know what they were planning to do. Thinking of this, Yang Kai turned to look at Ling Yin-chin and asked, "Big sister Ling, where are you going?" Ling Yin-chin pondered for a moment before saying, "I want to go to the Eastern Territory." Eastern Territory? Yang Kai raised his brow, not knowing why she wanted to go to the Eastern Territory. Bing Yun said from the side, "You are Yang Kai's friend, and your cultivation is not bad. If you want to join my Ice Heart Valley, this queen can accept you." The strength of a cultivator from the third-order Dao Source realm was not bad. If she had the opportunity, she might be able to advance to the Emperor realm. Such a cultivator would be welcomed by any sect. Bing Yun said this because she was giving face to Yang Kai. She knew that Ling Yin-chin had just escaped from the solitary void-sealed world and had nowhere to go for the time being. Ling Yin-chin smiled and said, "This junior appreciates senior's kindness. It's just that. Junior's husband was born in the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley. Junior wants to send his ashes back. This was his last wish." Speaking of her deceased husband, Ling Yin-chin's expression dimmed a lot. She seemed to have fallen into some kind of memory. Her eyes were slightly red. Bing Yun praised, "You are an infatuated woman. The journey to the Eastern Territory will be difficult, so you must be careful. After your husband's ashes are taken care of, if you still have the heart to come to my Ice Heart Valley, just come." Ling Yin-chin said gratefully, "Many thanks for senior's kindness." With Bing Yun's words, if Ling Yin-chin had nowhere to go in the future, she could come to the Northern Territory and join Ice Heart Valley. It could be considered a backup plan. "Let's go back to the mainland first," Bing Yun looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded and summoned the ship. He then boarded the ship with a group of people and headed towards the mainland under Bing Yun's guidance. The ice sea was not like the solitary void sea. The journey was safe and did not encounter any danger. Bing Yun had been healing in the ship's cabin and did not come out. Yang Kai told Lu Xianyun about his plans and told her that he wanted her to stay in Ice Heart Valley. Lu Xianyun didn't hesitate too much and immediately agreed. She knew it was impossible for her to follow Yang Kai. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. If she followed Yang Kai, she would only be a burden. Rather than that, it was better to join Ice Heart Valley and stay in the sect to cultivate. After getting Lu Xianyun's agreement, only then did Kai Yang find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Bing Yun. Bing Yun naturally did not refuse. He agreed without hesitation. She was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley. Accepting someone into the sect was a simple matter. There was no need to ask for the permission of others. In less than 5 days, the group saw the existence of land. After Yang Kai summoned everyone to the deck, he glanced at Bing Yun and laughed dryly. "Senior, wouldn't it be better for you to change your appearance?" A few days ago, even someone like Jiang Zhouzi was inevitably tempted by Bing Yun. Yang Kai was afraid that Bing Yun would cause trouble because of her beauty when she returned to the mainland. Fan Xian and the others heard this and pursed their lips and snickered. Although these female disciples were also beautiful, they were not inferior to Bing Yun's beauty. But when compared to Bing Yun, he immediately paled in comparison. Bing Yun's pure and flawless appearance was something that no other woman could compare to. It was extremely easy for men to develop protective and possessive feelings towards her. It's because there are so many shameless men who covet beautiful women in this world that we women are so troublesome. Bing Yun snorted unhappily. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "Senior, why are you looking at me when you say this? I'm innocent." "Humph." Frozen Cloud lightly snorted, but didn't refute. She clearly knew that her beauty would always attract unnecessary trouble. Yang Kai took out something from his space ring and handed it to Bing Yun. "I have a mask here that suits Senior. If Senior doesn't mind, please take it. This mask is well made." "Where did you get it?" Bing Yun glanced at the mask that was as thin as a cicada's wing and praised it. "This should be refined by Sangda," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. When Sangda took him out to sea that day, he was wearing this mask. If Yang Kai did not have a preconceived notion, he would not have been able to recognize him. After Sangda was killed by Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi, this mask naturally became his spoils of war. Bing Yun's jade-like hand that had reached out suddenly retracted. She said with a look of disgust, "Was it made by that thing? He used it, right?" "He did use it." Yang Kai nodded. Bing Yun glared at Yang Kai and said, "Then don't take it." She didn't know what this brat was thinking. He actually gave her something that an old man had used before. Moreover, it was going to be stuck on her face. Which woman wouldn't dislike it? While speaking, Bing Yun made a hand sign and her face suddenly squirmed slightly. After a while, her face suddenly swelled up. Although she still looked beautiful, she did not have the stunning feeling she had before. Senior has done this many times. Yang Kai saw Bing Yun change her appearance so skillfully and immediately knew that she definitely knew how to do this. Bing Yun said, "Otherwise, how do you think I used to travel the star boundary alone?" Chapter 2409. In the wilderness, Yang Kai and the others were riding a ship, flying at high speed. Only he, Lu Xianyun, and a few disciples from Ice Heart Valley were on the ship. Ling Yin Qin had already separated from everyone when she returned to the mainland. According to her, she was going to take her husband's ashes back to Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory and bury them in the place where he was born. Jiao Yi and the others naturally followed Ling Yin Qin. As for Yang Kai and the others, they were going to Ice Heart Valley. Fan Xian and her junior sisters had been longing to visit the sect for a long time, so now that they were in the Northern Territory, they naturally wanted to visit the sect. Ice Heart Valley was not close to the frozen sea, so even if the ship flew very fast, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to arrive. Fortunately, Bing Yun was the owner of this place and knew the terrain of the Northern Territory like the back of her hand. With her guidance, Yang Kai did not have to worry about getting lost. After flying for 3 to 5 days, Yang Kai, who was meditating and resting in the cabin, suddenly heard a commotion on the deck. He was shocked and did not know what was going on, so he hurried to the deck. At this moment, Fan Xian and the others were standing on the deck, looking in the same direction. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. "Brother Yang." Fan Xian saw Yang Kai coming and quickly pointed in the direction. "There are people fighting over there, and many of them are besieging a woman. How shameless! Yang Kai heard this and quickly released his divine sense. Sure enough, he found a group of people besieging a woman a dozen kilometers away. The woman's cultivation was not bad, at least in the third-order Dao source realm, and her source qi was extremely dense. The grade of the artifact in her hand was also very high. So, even if she was alone, it would not be easy to take her down. There were also 2 third-order Dao source realm cultivators among the group of people who were besieging her, but it was unknown what they were afraid of. They didn't attack the woman directly, but instead continued to besiege her. From the looks of it, they wanted to consume her strength. He would capture her alive when she was exhausted. Yang Kai only glanced at her and knew that this woman must be an elite disciple from a large sect. Her strength was not much worse than Xia Sheng, Wu Chang, and the others he knew. In a life-or-death battle, they were definitely on par. The top sects in the Southern Territory had nurtured rising stars like Xia Sheng and Wu Chang, so the Northern Territory naturally wouldn't be too inferior. This woman was the best example. Yang Kai guessed that the group of people besieging the woman must have recognized her, which was why they were afraid and didn't dare to kill her. He only wanted to capture the other party alive. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai said indifferently, walking in the star boundary, this kind of thing happens every day. Who cares about it? Although it wasn't right for a group of people to bully a woman, this kind of thing was common in the star boundary, so Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to pay attention to it. Furthermore, he felt that with that woman's strength, if she really wanted to escape, this group of people might not be able to stop her. She was besieged right now because she hadn't hardened her heart yet. But Brother Yang. Fan Xian looked at Yang Kai anxiously. That woman is using Ice Heart Valley's secret techniques and secret arts. She may be one of Ice Heart Valley's senior sister. Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked with some surprise, are you sure? Fan Xian hurriedly said, of course, we have been cultivating the secret arts and secret techniques our honored master taught us, so we can't be wrong. This senior sister is in trouble now, so we can't just sit back and watch. Yang Kai carefully observed the woman again. He found that she was using ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques, and the power of the artifact in her hand was also extremely cold. It seemed that Fan Xian was right, this woman was indeed from Ice Heart Valley. However, Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, and few people dared to provoke its disciples when they roamed the Northern Territory. How could this woman have encountered such trouble? What kind of people were besieging her? Brother. Lu Xianyun also looked at Yang Kai with a pleading look on her face. She was now a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, so seeing her senior sister being besieged by so many people, she naturally couldn't bear to watch, but her cultivation was too low, so she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai and ask him to help this woman. Good, since she is from Ice Heart Valley, we naturally can't just sit back and watch. Yang Kai nodded and formed a seal with his hand, causing the ship to immediately change direction and fly towards the battlefield. The distance of 12 kilometers was covered in just a few breaths with the ship's speed. The two sides who were fighting down below noticed that someone was approaching and wore different expressions. The woman frowned, seemingly a little worried, and the cultivator who was besieging her also wore a displeased expression, but both sides stopped fighting and looked towards the ship. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai discovered that this Ice Heart Valley female disciple was extremely beautiful. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were like smoke, and her pair of beautiful eyes sparkled. Perhaps it was because she had just been fighting, but at this moment, her breathing was slightly rapid and her jade cheeks were rosy. Her skin was also extremely fair, white and flawless, almost as if it was covered in snow. Her aura was somewhat similar to Bing Yun's. Both of them were extremely pure, and the little bit of sweat that seeped out of her delicate nose made her look even more beautiful. Sure enough, this woman is from Ice Heart Valley. Feeling that her aura was somewhat similar to Bing Yun's, Yang Kai immediately became certain. Standing on the deck, he nodded slightly to her. The woman frowned. Although she could sense Yang Kai's goodwill, she didn't know why he was willing to help her. After all, the people besieging her weren't easy to deal with. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of them. A middle-aged man from the Third Order Dao Source realm waved his hand impatiently and shouted at Yang Kai, "Seeking Passion Sect is here to handle some matters, get lost." Seeking Passion Sect? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. A few days ago, when they had just returned to the Northern Territory, they encountered a group of people from Immaculate Island. They said that they were catching blue infant beasts to prepare a congratulatory gift for the Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master's big day. Yang Kai didn't expect that this group of people would actually be from Seeking Passion Sect. Bing Yun had said that Seeking Passion Sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. When she left, its strength was on par with Ice Heart Valley, so its disciples were used to acting arrogantly in the Northern Territory. At this moment, Yang Kai knew that Bing Yun was telling the truth. These people from Seeking Passion Sect didn't even ask about their origins before acting so aggressively. Obviously, they didn't put them in their eyes. Perhaps in their opinion, as long as they mentioned the Seeking Passion Sect's name, everyone else should obediently scram. Originally, Yang Kai didn't have much of a good or bad impression of this Seeking Passion Sect, but after hearing the tone of this person's voice, coupled with the fact that they had ganged up on this female disciple from Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai's impression of this Seeking Passion Sect suddenly soured. Is the Seeking Passion Sect so great? Fan Xian was enraged by her senior sister's misfortune. 5 or 6 men bullying a woman. How shameless, she retorted angrily. Bitch, you court death. The middle-aged man was furious when he heard this and glared at Fan Xian with murderous intent. As he spoke, he sent out a strand of pure spiritual energy towards Fan Xian. Obviously, he was angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. In the Northern Territory, not many people dared to provoke the Seeking Passion Sect's disciples. He didn't know where the people on this ship came from, but they actually dared to meddle in other people's business. They were truly reckless. On this ship, only Yang Kai, a Third Order Dao Source Realm disciple, could enter his eyes. The rest of the people on this ship had varying cultivations, so he took it for granted that this group of people didn't have a great background and should be disciples from some mid-level force. As soon as the spiritual energy was released, a stifling feeling hit Fan Xian in the face. Fan Xian's pretty face paled, and even her breathing became slightly hurried. She felt as if a sharp sword was stabbing towards her, but she couldn't avoid it. She was so scared that her heart sank to the bottom, and her hands and feet turned cold. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly pulled her behind him, and at the same time, his spiritual energy burst out to meet the middle-aged man's attack. The collision was silent, but Yang Kai didn't move at all. On the other hand, the arrogant middle-aged man's body swayed and he was forced to take a few steps back. His face paled slightly, and he coughed up blood. With just this one attack, his soul was injured. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between his spiritual energy and Yang Kai's. Deacon Dong. The Seeking Passion Sect's disciples turned pale with fright and hurriedly surrounded the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man seemed to be seriously injured, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. He just waved his hand slightly, then hurriedly took out some pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Boy, how dare you sneak attack Dong Shan? Die! The other disciple from the Third Order Dao Source Realm was furious, and as he shouted, he suddenly summoned a machete with a ghost head in his hand. Leaping forward like an eagle spreading its wings, he arrived above Yang Kai and viciously chopped down. He thought that Dong Shan's injury was due to a moment of carelessness, so relying on his slightly superior strength to Dong Shan's, he planned to kill Yang Kai directly to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. The power of this machete shattered the sky. Even though Fan Xian, Lu Xianyun, and the others were standing behind Yang Kai, their pretty faces paled as they felt the aura of death wash over them. Standing on the deck, Kai Yang didn't move to evade. Only when the machete was about to chop down did he suddenly launch an attack. Both of his fists fiercely punched out, and in a split second, an endless stream of fist shadows completely filled the space in front of him. The machete wave that shrouded the surrounding area suddenly collapsed like a broken mirror, unable to withstand a single blow. What? The seeking passion sex cultivator's complexion changed drastically as he sensed the terrifying power coming from the front. He quickly turned his saber around to protect himself while pushing his source chi and retreating backwards with a tap of his foot. But it was already too late. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk after a few muffled noises, the cultivator was sent flying backwards and landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Deacon Chao Yang. The remaining seeking passion sex cultivator turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed to Chao Yang's side to check his injuries. Chapter 24:10. Chao Yang forced himself to stand up and looked at Yang Kai with fear and disbelief. By now, he knew that Dong Shan's injury wasn't caused by Yang Kai's sneak attack. Even if they fought fair and square, Dong Shan definitely wouldn't be this young man's opponent. When did such a monstrous young man appear in the Northern Territory? Which sect is he from? We're both cultivators in the Third Order Dao Source realm, but I can't even withstand a single blow from him. If such a person cultivates to the Emperor realm, how strong will he be? The names and appearances of the rising stars of the various sects flashed through his mind one by one, but none of them matched Yang Kai. Friend, where are you from? Please leave your name. My seeking passion sect will definitely pay you a visit in the future. Knowing that he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, Chao Yang had no choice but to bring up his sect's name. This way, Yang Kai wouldn't attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. If this guy really wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. Fan Xin coldly snorted and said, "What happened to your imposing manner when you bullied me with numbers?" Several grown men bullying a woman. The seeking passion sect is really powerful. Her sarcastic words made the seeking passion sex group feel a little embarrassed, each of them wearing ugly expressions. But now that their strength was inferior to hers, and their two strongest cultivators were seriously injured, they didn't have the capital to act tough. They could only feel their faces burning, and their hearts were filled with resentment. There's no harm in telling you, we're. Before Fan Xin could finish, Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted her. He still stood on the deck and didn't move from the beginning to the end. He looked down and said indifferently, "We're just travelers passing by." Passing by. Chao Yang gritted his bloody teeth, knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to reveal his identity. Since he was weaker, he couldn't use force. He just stared fiercely at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to remember his appearance. He cupped his fists and shouted, "Friend, this Chao has learned a lot. Since you're here today, we'll retreat. I hope you'll take care of yourselves." After saying this, he waved his hand. He waved his hand and quickly left with the seeking passion sex people. Fan Xin gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. But seeing that Yang Kai wasn't going to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, she couldn't say anything. After the group of people left, Yang Kai said lightly, "Seeking Passion sect is a top sect in the Northern Territory. With your current status, it's not appropriate for you to have a falling out with them. If he really killed that group of people, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect would likely go to war. Once these two top sects started fighting, the entire Northern Territory would be swept into the flames of war." However, what Yang Kai could not understand was why the Seeking Passion sect's people would make things difficult for this Ice Heart Valley disciple. "Many thanks to this brother for your help. May I ask for your esteemed name? Ziyu will definitely repay you in the future." The woman cupped her fists towards Yang Kai and asked gratefully. This time, if it wasn't for Yang Kai's help, she would have been able to escape. She would have consumed a lot of energy. She had mastered a forbidden technique. Once she used it, Chao Yang and the others definitely wouldn't be able to stop her. But after using this forbidden technique, she wouldn't be able to use her strength for 3 months. At that time, she wouldn't be able to escape the Northern Territory. Senior sister, we're all family. There's no need to be polite. Fan Xian looked at the girl named Ziyu with a smile, her face full of friendliness. Family? Ziyu frowned. She didn't understand what Fan Xian meant. Fan Xian smiled. She pointed to the women on the ship and said, "We're all from Ice Heart Valley. Senior sister, from the secret technique and secret art you just used, you should also be from Ice Heart Valley, right? So, we're all family." They had just returned to the Northern Territory a few days ago, but they had actually met a senior sister from the same sect here. Moreover, her strength was quite good. Fan Xian was naturally happy and didn't plan to hide it, directly telling Ziyu who they were. However, she never expected that Ziyu's beautiful face would actually change when she heard these words, and dense vigilance arose in the depths of her beautiful eyes. At the same time, she imperceptibly took a few steps back and bit her red lips as she said, "All of you have come to capture me?" Fan Xian was stunned and asked, "Senior sister, what are you talking about?" Ziyu said, "Since we're all senior sister from the same sect, I won't take action against you. Go back and tell my honored master that Ziyu has implicated her. Ziyu is unfilial. When Ziyu's cultivation reaches a certain level, she will definitely return to Ice Heart Valley to fulfill her filial duties." After saying this, her tender body flickered and turned into a streak of light that shot off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Leaving behind Kai Yang and the others, they all looked at each other in confusion. "Senior sister, what is she doing?" Fan Xian frowned. She and the others had saved Ziyu's life, but Ziyu didn't thank them. Instead, when she heard that they were also from Ice Heart Valley, Ziyu became so vigilant and uneasy. She even said a bunch of inexplicable words. It was really confusing. "I'm afraid something has happened to Ice Heart Valley," Yang Kai quickly said. Fan Xian was startled and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "Brother Yang, how do you know?" Yang Kai explained, "Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect are two of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any conflicts between them. But just now, a group of Seeking Passion sect disciples besieged Ziyu. This is very unusual. Coupled with what Ziyu said before she left. Fan Xian's expression changed as she vaguely understood. Why was Ziyu besieged by Seeking Passion sect disciples? Why did she become so vigilant after hearing that they were also disciples of Ice Heart Valley? Something big must have happened to Ice Heart Valley. "Brother Yang, let's hurry to the sect," Fan Xian said anxiously. Fan Xian said anxiously. She didn't know what had happened to Ice Heart Valley, but she wanted to hurry over and take a look. Because of Bing Yun, Fan Xian still had feelings for this sect she had never visited before, so she naturally didn't want anything to happen to it. Yang Kai nodded and glanced into the cabin again. He was sure that Bing Yun had noticed what was happening outside, but he didn't understand why she didn't care at all. Shaking his head, Yang Kai regained control of the ship and flew towards Ice Heart Valley. Fan Xian kept urging him, so Yang Kai could only speed up the ship. 5 days later, a huge city appeared in front of them. That's Ice Moon City. It's only an hour away from Ice Heart Valley. Let's enter the city first. Bing Yun's voice suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and controlled the ship to land outside the city gate. After a short while, he led the group of women through the city gate and entered Ice Moon City. As soon as he stepped into the city, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and shouted, "Senior, why are there so many cultivators from the Emperor realm in this city?" After entering the city, he felt the auras of 7 or 8 cultivators from the Emperor realm. This was obviously abnormal. Bing Yun, who had concealed her cultivation and was hiding in the crowd, shook her head slightly and said, I don't know. Ice Moon City is a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. It's impossible for so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm to appear here. Perhaps something big happened here, but let's not meddle in it for now. I still need a few days to fully recover. Last time, Bingyun rashly attacked Jiang Zhouzi before she recovered, which caused her to need more time to heal. Otherwise, she would have already recovered. The next few days were critical for her recovery, so she didn't want any more accidents to happen. Then let's find a place to stay first. When Senior recovers, we'll go to Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai suggested. Bingyun naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, the group found an inn in the city to stay. Although Fan Xian was worried about her sect and wanted to see it as soon as possible, her honored master was currently recuperating, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only hide in the inn with her junior sisters and wait quietly. Yang Kai didn't plan to go out either. Now that his cultivation had reached the third order Dao Source realm, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. Naturally, he cultivated harder and harder, wanting to see the mysteries of the Emperor realm as soon as possible. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his room, suddenly opened his eyes with a suspicious look. He then stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out. A moment later, he came to the door of another room. Before he could knock, Bingyun's voice came from inside, "Come in." Hearing this, Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. After turning a corner, he saw Bingyun meditating and asked, "Senior, have you recovered from your injuries?" Bingyun shook her head, "I still need 2 to 3 days." Yang Kai was stunned, "Then why did Senior call me over?" He came over because he heard Bingyun's call. He thought that Bingyun had recovered, but he didn't expect that to be the case. Bingyun frowned slightly and didn't answer directly. Instead, she pointed to the front and said, "Sit down, I'll tell you slowly." Yang Kai sat down in front of her obediently. Bingyun pondered for a moment and said, "When I came to the star boundary from the Hangluo star field, I was only a third-order origin king. You should know that this kind of cultivation can run amok in the territory of the star boundary, but it's nothing in the star boundary." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. People like Chiyu, Aio, and the others were all overlords when they were in the Hangluo star field. With a stomp of their feet, the entire territory of the star boundary would tremble. But after coming to the star boundary, it was difficult for them to even find cultivation resources. The number 1 master at that time, Wu Dao, had already fallen. Bingyun continued, "Once, I was in danger and almost lost my life, but a master saved my life. That master even sacrificed his Yuan Qi to pull me back from the gates of hell. Later, under his careful care, I slowly recovered. He taught me a lot of things. If I, Bingyun, ever since I started cultivating, if there is a master, that person is the only one. Unfortunately, he only taught me for half a year before he went to travel the world." Yang Kai praised, "That master must be an open-minded person who doesn't ask for anything in return." Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "That's right. He didn't have any ulterior motives for saving me. With my strength at that time, I was just an ant in front of him. However, he was willing to exhaust his vitality for an ant like me. It was also thanks to his teachings for half a year that my cultivation in the star boundary was able to progress smoothly." Chapter 24:11. Although he didn't know why Bingyun suddenly brought up the past, Yang Kai felt that she must have her own deep meaning, so he didn't interrupt her and listened quietly. "Later, I succeeded in my cultivation and founded Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory. I took in some disciples, and Ice Heart Valley gradually grew to its current scale. However, I never forgot the kindness of saving my life. 3,000 years ago, I left Ice Heart Valley and swore that I would find him even if I had to search the entire star boundary to repay his kindness. At the very least, I had to thank him in person." Bingyun smiled slightly, as cultivators, we should repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring, not to mention the kindness of saving my life. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to investigate further before I accidentally fell into the solitary void-sealed world. I stayed there for 3,000 years until I met you and was able to escape." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai realized that Bing Yun was the flowing time great emperor who had been trapped in the solitary void-sealed world for 3,000 years. After understanding this, Yang Kai was shocked. Bing Yun couldn't improve her cultivation in the solitary void-sealed world. In other words, she was already a third-order emperor realm master 3,000 years ago. If she hadn't fallen into the solitary void-sealed world, she might have been able to peek into the level of the great emperors in these 3,000 years. Finding that great master is my lifelong wish, so no matter where he is, I will continue to search until I find him," Bing Yun said with a determined look. Yang Kai heard this and said, "Then Ice Heart Valley." Bing Yun smiled faintly, "Although Ice Heart Valley was founded by me, it is impossible for me to protect it forever. If the disciples have the ability to help it continue to grow, that would be for the best, but if the disciples are incompetent, then I'll leave it to you. If the disciples are incapable, they can only let it weaken. In this world, there is no sect that can last forever, and no family that can last forever. It's just like the cycle of life and death." Yang Kai agreed, Senior's words make sense. Bing Yun continued, "Back then, when I left Ice Heart Valley, I was still somewhat worried, so before I left something behind in the sect. That is an artifact I refined using my secret technique. I told my disciples that if the sect was facing a great disaster and they were unable to deal with it, they could send me a message through that artifact. I would try my best to rush back as soon as possible." While speaking, Bing Yun faintly took out a jade token from his space ring and presented it in his palm. "Just now, I felt the fluctuations of that artifact." Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it. He discovered that the jade tablet was flickering with a faint brilliance, flickering in and out, like a firefly. His expression changed as he asked, "Ice Heart Valley is in danger of being wiped out?" Bing Yun shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, but it's extremely abnormal for so many people from the Emperor realm to suddenly appear in Ice Moon City. It might be related to the sect's calamity this time. What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Bing Yun had said so much. Taking out this jade token, it was obvious that she wanted him to help. Bing Yun said, "I still need to continue recuperating for 2 to 3 days, so I can't leave here. I'd like you to go to Ice Heart Valley and see what's happening there." Yang Kai didn't even think about it and nodded, "This is no problem. Since Senior has asked, I will go. However, your sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. It won't be easy to enter, right? If I accidentally trigger some kind of barrier or spirit array, with this junior's current strength. If I really trigger some kind of barrier or spirit array, Yang Kai would definitely be treated like a rat on the street, and everyone would want to beat him up. Even if Ice Heart Valley lost Bing Yun, the Emperor realm wouldn't be too small. At that time, it would be difficult for him to fight against so many and he might not be able to escape. You don't have to worry about this. Take this token, and no barrier or spirit array will be able to stop you." While speaking, Bing Yun took out another token. This token was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of the most beautiful jade in the world. There wasn't the slightest flaw. On the token, there was a large Yun character engraved on it. It should be Bing Yun's name. Yang Kai reached out and took it. Bing Yun also gave the other glowing jade token to Yang Kai and said, "Take this with you. You can use it to sense the location of the artifact I left behind. When I left back then, I placed the artifact in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. It should still be there now. I will remember." Yang Kai nodded seriously and stuffed the 2 jade tokens into his space ring. "Take this too." Bing Yun suddenly handed over a round bead solemnly. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he whispered, "Emperor Authority Bead. He was all too familiar with this round bead. It was clearly an Emperor Authority bead. Previously, he had obtained an Emperor Authority bead from the Flowing Time Great Emperor in the Four Seasons realm. In the end, he had used it in Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. With one move, he had used the principles of time to defeat the Third Order Emperor Realm Corpse Puppet. He had even used the principles of time to advance to the level of the Third Order Dao Source realm. The Emperor Authority bead sealed the all-out attack of a master from the Emperor realm. Moreover, ordinary masters from the Emperor realm couldn't condense it. Only masters from the Second Order Emperor realm and above could condense it after spending a lot of time and energy. This kind of thing was usually given to juniors by the masters from the Emperor realm as a life-saving tool. Every master from the Emperor realm wouldn't condense too many of them. The limit was 3 Emperor realm beads in their lifetime. If they condensed too many, it would affect their foundation. Yang Kai didn't expect Bing Yun to be so generous, directly giving him an Emperor Authority bead to protect himself. Bing Yun said, "This is something I condensed when I just advanced to the Third Order Emperor realm. It contains one of my secret techniques, so use it with caution." Yang Kai happily received it and solemnly stored it away. He stood up and said, "There's no time to lose. Then, this junior will set off now. You must be very careful. If someone really finds you, just take out my token. Those little girls won't dare to touch you," Bing Yun warned. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "With senior's words, I'm relieved." After saying so, he turned and left. There were no male disciples in Ice Heart Valley. The rule set by Bing Yun was that the valley only accepted female disciples. This rule was exactly the same as Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star. When Yang Kai went to Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star back then, he didn't find any trace of a man. The sect was filled with women, and any man who came to Ice Heart Valley would probably be dazzled by the sight of so many beauties. Originally, Yang Kai shouldn't be the one to inquire about this matter. However, among Bing Yun's disciples, the strongest, Fan Xian, was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Compared to Yang Kai, her real strength was worlds apart. Therefore, Bing Yun had no choice but to ask Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai was also well aware of this. Moreover, not only did Bing Yun give him the token, but she also gave him an Emperor Authority bead. It was clear how much importance she attached to this matter. With this double protection, Yang Kai felt that even if he sneaked into Ice Heart Valley to investigate the situation, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Ice Moon City wasn't too far away from Ice Heart Valley. If he flew directly, he could reach it in an hour. After all, Ice Moon City was a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. If it was too far away from the sect, it would lose its significance. Yang Kai didn't say goodbye to the others. He left Ice Moon City alone and flew slowly in the direction of Ice Heart Valley. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that Yang Kai arrived at the edge of Ice Heart Valley. The entire Ice Heart Valley was located in a huge mountain valley surrounded by mountains. The terrain was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the environment was beautiful and the world energy was rich. It was obvious that Bing Yun had put a lot of thought into choosing the location of Ice Heart Valley's headquarters. There must be an excellent earth vein here. Otherwise, the world energy here wouldn't be so rich. The only way to enter Ice Heart Valley was through the 1,000-meter-long valley corridor, which was guarded by the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley on both sides and at the end, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't enter through the valley entrance openly. The main reason he came here was to find the disciple who contacted Bing Yun and ask her what was going on in Ice Heart Valley. He wandered around the periphery of Ice Heart Valley to investigate before heading straight in a certain direction. After a while, Yang Kai stopped and scanned the front with his divine sense. In front of him, there was an invisible barrier blocking the way. It was obviously Ice Heart Valley's protective and alert spirit array. Once an outsider touched it, the entire Ice Heart Valley would be on alert. At that time, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Yang Kai didn't act rashly. Instead, he hid in the dark and waited for about an hour. After confirming that there were no Ice Heart Valley disciples around, he took out the token Bing Yun gave him and shook it slightly at the barrier. A beam of profound light shot out from the token, and in the next moment, a crack silently appeared in the barrier. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and entered it. Using his space force, he hid in the shadows like a ghost. At the same time, he used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. Being able to break into Ice Heart Valley so easily, it seemed that the token Bing Yun gave him could indeed allow him to ignore all the barriers and spirit arrays in the valley. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a lot more relieved after this success. Taking out another jade token, Yang Kai sensed the location of the artifact and quietly walked in that direction. The deeper he went, the more auras he sensed from the cultivator. These cultivators were obviously Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Ice Heart Valley could become one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, so it must have many disciples. However, the disciples Yang Kai encountered weren't very strong. The most powerful one was only a Dao Source Realm cultivator. With his strength and concealment secret technique, he didn't need to worry about being discovered. Half an hour later, Yang Kai bypassed a building and was about to go deeper when he suddenly stopped and a strange expression appeared on his face. Because he heard the voice of a man here. The voice came from one of the buildings next to them. Moreover, there seemed to be more than one person. It was obvious that two men were communicating. How could there be a man in Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai was stunned. This was an all-female sect, and men were generally not allowed to enter. Could it be that some Ice Heart Valley disciple couldn't bear the loneliness and secretly raised a wild man here? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. If this was true, then Ice Heart Valley's reputation would be completely ruined. Chapter 24:12. Ice Heart Valley was a huge sect with tens of thousands of disciples, so it was impossible for someone to secretly keep a man here without being discovered. What's more, Ice Heart Valley did not forbid marriage. If a disciple fell in love with another man, they could marry, but they would no longer be part of Ice Heart Valley after marriage. When it came to love, Frozen Cloud didn't set too rigid a rule. She knew that everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was normal for disciples to meet a man they liked when they were out adventuring. This rule could be considered very open-minded. However, Yang Kai was still a little surprised to meet a man here, because it was impossible for him to live in Ice Heart Valley unless his identity was extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued and he wanted to secretly investigate what the two men were doing here, but when one of them inadvertently revealed a trace of power, Yang Kai immediately did not dare to act rashly. Because that person was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. He had fought against First-Order Emperor Realm cultivators before, and even killed a few, but he had never fought against a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master before, so he did not know how powerful a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master was. He had another mission to complete this time, so he naturally could not complicate matters at this time. So, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before hurriedly fleeing into the distance. Who? A loud shout came from the loft, followed by a figure shooting out. Yang Kai was shocked, knowing that he had underestimated the vigilance of this Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. He had just passed by, but he was discovered. At this critical moment, he did not dare to hesitate. He quickly teleported away. He disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, a heroic figure appeared where he had been hiding. With a gloomy face, he released his divine sense to search around, but found nothing. The other young man immediately chased after him and stood beside the middle-aged man, frowning. "Marshal Uncle Yao, what happened?" The middle-aged man said, "Someone was here just now." The young man was surprised. "Who?" The middle-aged man shook his head, "I don't know. But this person left very quickly, and there is still a trace of residual space force fluctuations here." Space force? The young man was shocked and blurted out, what Martial Uncle means is that someone from Ice Heart Valley is proficient in the Tao of space. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. As far as I know, no one in Ice Heart Valley is proficient in this strange secret art. The residual space fluctuations here may be the result of some kind of transmission spirit array arranged here in advance. Hearing his explanation, the young man couldn't help but relax. I thought Ice Heart Valley had some kind of genius who cultivated the Tao of space, but it turns out it was just a transmission array. I wonder what kind of person would be so bored. The middle-aged man said, you should know that many people in Ice Heart Valley oppose this marriage, right? Especially the acting sect master. She might have been the one who arranged all this. The young man smiled and said, so what if it's her? It would be the big day in 2 days. When the time comes, I will bring Ziyu back to the sect. From now on, she has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Ziyu is the #1 disciple of Ice Heart Valley's younger generation. She is famous in the entire Northern Territory. Whether it is her cultivation or aptitude, she is not inferior to you. She is a good match for you. Hearing the name Ziyu, a touch of affection appeared on the young man's face and he said softly, of course. If not for this, how could she take a fancy to her? The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the young man, reminding him, my seeking passion sect seeking passion supreme art requires one to enter the Tao of love. The deeper one's feelings are, the faster one's cultivation will be. But you should know that if she doesn't fall in love with you, you will suffer a huge backlash when you reach the grand accomplishment stage. Are you sure you can subdue her? Will she be loyal to you until death? Your father was almost annihilated because of this. Fortunately, your mother was moved by his feelings at the last moment. Martial Uncle doesn't want anything to happen to you. You are the future of Seeking Passion sect. The young man said confidently, Martial Uncle, rest assured. As long as Ziyu returns to the sect with me, I will definitely conquer her body and mind. She has learned the Tao of servitude from my father. It's good that you have such confidence. Go back and rest first. It will be an auspicious day in 2 days. Sect Master will also come over at that time. You need to rest well. When the young man heard this, he was surprised. Father will come in person. Isn't this giving too much face to Ice Heart Valley? The middle-aged man smiled and said, although Ice Heart Valley doesn't live up to its name now, it was still one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. When Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder was still alive, it had always been on par with my Seeking Passion sect. There is no harm in giving them some face. What's more, this is a happy occasion for you. How could Sect Master miss it? That's great, the young man said in surprise. Yang Kai shuttled through the various barriers and spirit arrays of Ice Heart Valley. With the token given to him by Bing Yun, he didn't have to worry about triggering anything. He went all the way inside, avoiding all kinds of hidden dangers. About an hour later, he suddenly arrived at an extremely cold place. The entire Ice Heart Valley was a bone-chilling environment because the disciples of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attributes secret arts and secret techniques, so cultivating in such an environment would yield twice the results with half the effort. However, this place was so cold that even someone as strong as Yang Kai had to circulate his source chi to feel better. Unlike the situation outside, after entering this place, Yang Kai could no longer feel the aura of a living person. This should be Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Every sect had its own restricted area. Many of these restricted areas were places where the tablets of their ancestors were placed. Some were also places for cultivation that only a few members of the sect could set foot in. Ice Heart Valley's restricted area was a place for its outstanding disciples to cultivate and also a place for solitary confinement. If a disciple made any mistakes, they might be imprisoned here. The cold here was so severe that even Ice Heart Valley's disciples couldn't withstand it for too long. In front of him was an ice-covered corridor. Yang Kai held the token in his hand and broke through the barriers. The further in he went, the clearer the ice principles lingering around him became. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He knew that this place was extremely important to Ice Heart Valley. If Ice Heart Valley's disciples cultivated here, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, the premise was that they could withstand the invasion of the ice principles, otherwise, they would be frozen into ice sculptures. On both sides of the ice corridor were white mirror-like walls with many lifelike figures engraved on them. Yang Kai observed them for a while and found that these figures actually came to life right in front of his eyes. Each of them was graceful, as if they were demonstrating some extremely powerful secret technique. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dazzled. Unfortunately, he didn't cultivate an ice attribute's secret art, so even if there was such an opportunity in front of him, it wouldn't be of much use to him. He couldn't see any mysteries from these figures at all, only feeling that they were quite strange. Yang Kai sighed slightly, knowing that this wasn't an opportunity for him, so he no longer hesitated and walked straight to the end of the ice corridor. After a short while, he arrived at the end, and his field of vision suddenly opened up. As far as the eye could see, there was actually an ice lake in front of him, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. The ground here was also frozen, and the omnipresent ice laws seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Yang Kai shivered for no reason and pushed a trace of his source chi to resist the pervasive cold. Because of the ice principles of this restricted area, the entire world was filled with white fog, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. However, when Yang Kai looked around, he vaguely saw a small island-like place in the middle of the ice lake. On this island, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Is this the Ice Heart Valley disciple who used a secret technique to summon Bingyun? This thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind and he quietly released his divine sense to investigate. He found that the other party's cultivation was the same as his, at the level of the third-order Tao Source realm. However, what puzzled him was that for some reason, he felt that this woman's aura was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the island. Yang Kai's heart shook. He felt that something was calling out to him, and that something was on the island in the middle of the ice lake. This discovery puzzled him, as he didn't know what was calling out to him. Honored Master. On the island, a pleasant voice suddenly called out in Yang Kai's direction, Honored Master, is that you? Have you come to see you? Listening to her tone, it seemed that she had mistaken him for someone else. However, after hearing this voice, Yang Kai suddenly understood why this woman's aura was somewhat familiar. He also knew who this person was. He had seen her a few days ago, and although they hadn't had much contact, Yang Kai still remembered her aura and voice. He coughed lightly and tried to make his voice sound polite so as not to frighten the other party, Sister Ziyu. On the small island, the owner of the voice was indeed frightened. She shouted, Who are you? Why are you here? This was Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Without the permission of the sect's elders, even she couldn't enter this place. However, a man had suddenly appeared here. How could she not be shocked? A thought flashed through Ziyu's mind and she coldly snorted, Are you from Seeking Passion sect? Did Feng Shi call you here? Her tone was full of great hostility and rejection. Yang Kai didn't know how that guy named Feng Shi had offended her. Yang Kai stood in place and said, Sister Ziyu misunderstood. I don't know Feng Shi, nor am I from Seeking Passion sect. I came here because of Sister Ziyu's summoning message. Summoning message? Ziyu was stunned when she heard this, but she immediately cried out, How do you know? That's the message I sent to summon my sect's ancestral founder. Chapter 24:13. On the small island in the ice lake, Ziyu was shocked to the extreme. While being imprisoned here, she had used the method her master had taught her to communicate with the artifact left behind by the ancestral founder. She wanted to call the ancestral founder, who had been missing for thousands of years, to seek justice for her. This was because her master had told her that if there was anyone in this world who could save her, it would be the ancestral founder. However, her master had also said that ever since the ancestral founder left Ice Heart Valley 3,000 years ago, there had been no news of her. In the past 3,000 years, Ice Heart Valley had suffered several disasters. During those disasters, her master had tried to communicate with the artifact using the method left behind by the ancestral founder, but she had never received a response. Many of the sect's elders believed that the ancestral founder had fallen somewhere in the star boundary. Otherwise, why hadn't she returned? Even her master herself wasn't sure whether the ancestral founder was still alive or not. Ziyu had no choice but to communicate with the artifact and send a message to the ancestral founder. It was just her last effort. She didn't expect that someone would really receive her message and come here. What was even more unexpected was that the person who had come was a man. Wasn't the artifact left behind by the ancestral founder? Wasn't the ancestral founder a woman? What was the situation with this man? Ziyu was confused and couldn't figure it out. Just as she was puzzled and trying to guess Yang Kai's identity, Yang Kai's voice sounded again, "Sister Ziyu, can I go over and talk? I'm afraid that communicating like this will alarm others." Ziyu suppressed the shock in her heart and said lightly, "If you can withstand the cold here, come over." Yang Kai smiled slightly. His figure leapt and rushed towards the center of the ice lake. The next moment, he stood on the small island and looked over. A familiar face immediately appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, it's her. Yang Kai also felt strange. He had met this woman named Ziyu a few days ago. At that time, she was besieged by seeking passion sex people. After he saved her, she didn't thank him. Instead, after hearing Fan Xian and the others introduce her, she fled vigilantly. However, for some unknown reason, she was once again imprisoned in this forbidden area. "It's you." When Violet Rain saw Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she seemed to realize that her voice was a little too loud, so she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she asked, "How could it be you?" She naturally remembered Yang Kai. After all, the two of them had just met a few days ago, and Yang Kai had even saved her. However, what she could not figure out was that this man, who she had only met once, was able to enter Ice Heart Valley's restricted area without anyone noticing. "Miss Ziyu, there's no need to be afraid. I have no ill intentions towards you." Yang Kai saw her alert expression and hurriedly took a step back. "I'm here because someone asked me to." "Entrusted by someone? Who?" Violet Rain asked cautiously. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Look at this." While they were talking, he stretched out his hand and tossed a token to Ziyu. It was the piece that Bing Yun gave him. Ziyu caught it suspiciously and gave Yang Kai a puzzled look before carefully examining the token. In the next moment, Ziyu's tender body suddenly shook as her beautiful eyes widened with a strange light. With a look of disbelief, she excitedly said, This is Ancestral Founder's aura." Although she did not recognize what this token was, the remnant aura on it could not be faked. This aura was exactly the same as the aura of the artifact left here by the Ancestral Founder. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai in shock. She seemed to be both happy and nervous as she asked, "Could it be that the person who asked you to come here is, Shu?" Yang Kai raised a finger and put it to his lips. He had a mysterious look on his face that could only be understood but not explained. Ziyu, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She clenched the token tightly and choked out, I knew it. Ancestral Founder is safe and sound. Master, you can finally rest assured." She didn't know why she suddenly changed the topic to her master. She also didn't know who her master was. While speaking, she directly took out a communication bead and was about to pour her divine sense into it. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Ziyu said, Master has always been concerned about Ancestral Founder's safety. If she knows that Ancestral Founder is safe and sound, she will definitely be happy. Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he said, "Don't tell your master about this for now." "Why?" Yang Kai said, "It's not convenient for Senior Bing Yun to show up right now. She will come here in a few days. At that time, your master will know about this." Hearing Yang Kai's words, Ziyu couldn't help but stop. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, "I was too excited. By the way, how should I address brother?" Yang Kai said, "Call me Yang Kai." "So it's Brother Yang." Ziyu revealed a smile and her entire body seemed to have completely relaxed. This smile almost caused the heavens and earth to lose their color. Yang Kai was slightly startled by this, but he quickly recovered. Ziyu saw the change in his expression and secretly praised him in her heart. There were very few men who could not be moved by her beauty after seeing her. There were countless men who only looked at her with naked eyes. Yang Kai, however, was only stunned for a moment. To be able to remain unmoved by her beauty, he was obviously an extremely self-disciplined man. "Ziyu was rude last time and didn't thank Brother Yang for saving my life. I hope Brother Yang won't take offense," Ziyu said with some embarrassment. After learning that Yang Kai was someone sent by the Ancestral Founder, she felt that the man in front of her was very close, so she didn't feel the slightest psychological burden when calling him brother, as if the two were really brother and sister. Although there were no male disciples in Ice Heart Valley, and she had never had a brother or junior brother, Yang Kai gave her an extremely reliable feeling. "It's fine, Sister Ziyu should be in trouble," Yang Kai smiled faintly. Ziyu nodded sadly and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Yang, you can see that I have been in some trouble recently. Did something happen to Ice Heart Valley? If Ziyu doesn't mind, you can tell me about it." Yang Kai asked. He had come here to find the Ice Heart Valley disciple who had sent the message to Bing Yun, as well as to ask what had happened to Ice Heart Valley. "Brother Yang, just call me junior sister," Ziyu said softly. She had seen Yang Kai take action last time. He had casually knocked Seeking Passion Sect's Chao Yang to the ground. She knew that she couldn't do the same, so even if their cultivation was the same, Ziyu felt that she was inferior to Yang Kai. "Although it's called an accident, it's actually because of me," Ziyu said with a trace of guilt on her face. As Ziyu spoke, a thick look of guilt appeared on her face. After a short pause, she raised her head and asked, "Senior Brother Yang, do you know about the Seeking Passion sect?" Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't know much about Seeking Passion sect, he at least knew that this sect was quite powerful in the Northern Territory and had many masters. In terms of status, it was equivalent to sects like Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Seeking Passion sect has a secret art called the Seeking Passion Supreme Art, Ziyu said faintly. This secret art is very strange. A large part of the reason why Seeking Passion sect can dominate the Northern Territory for so many years is because of this secret art. It is said that this secret art was created by a master on the level of the Great Emperors. That Great Emperors called this secret art Seeking Passion. Cultivating this secret art requires one to be in love. The deeper one is in love, the faster one can cultivate. Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this and asked, "Doesn't this mean that everyone in Seeking Passion sect is infatuated with love?" Ziyu sneered and said, "Infatuated with love? Brother Yang's words are too flattering." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Isn't it said that one needs to be in love? How can one cultivate this Seeking Passion Supreme Art without being in love?" Ziyu nodded and said, "It is true that one needs to be in love. When cultivating, one needs to be in love and experience unforgettable love. However, the elite disciples of Seeking Passion sect begin to come into contact with the Seeking Passion Supreme Art from a young age. They search for the woman they love and fall in love with her. Because of this secret art, very few women can resist the tenderness and sweetness of Seeking Passion sect's disciples. They often fall deeply in love with them and are unable to extricate themselves. This secret art is so strange. Yang Kai was shocked. If it was only him who needed to be in love, then it would be fine. However, this seeking passion supreme art could even affect the person he fell in love with. This was too strange. This was simply a supreme weapon for picking up girls. With the seeking passion supreme art, which woman in the world could resist its charm? Because cultivating the seeking passion supreme art not only requires one to fall in love, but also the person they fall in love with. If the woman is not moved, then the seeking passion sex disciple will suffer a backlash. The deeper one falls in love, the stronger the backlash. As Ziyu spoke, a thick look of disdain appeared in her beautiful eyes. If the seeking passion sex disciple can be faithful to one woman, then it's fine. At the very least, the two of them can fly together and live happily ever after. However, the key is that after the seeking passion sex disciples cultivate this secret art, their progress will be extremely fast. Very few women can keep up with their cultivation speed. Often, in just a few years, the gap in strength between them will become bigger and bigger. Once the gap in cultivation is too big, the woman they fall in love with will be useless to the seeking passion sex disciples. They will need to find a woman with the same cultivation as them to fall in love with. This cycle will repeat, and their cultivation will rise steadily. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a face full of envy, "Doesn't this mean that every seeking passion sex disciple has 3 wives and 4 concubines? Moreover, these wives and concubines are deeply attached to them and will never leave them?" Ziyu glanced at Yang Kai and said angrily, "Brother Yang, why do you have such an envious look on your face?" Yang Kai wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, no, of course not. This secret art is simply devoid of conscience. It makes one's hair stand on end. I hate this secret art from the bottom of my heart." He didn't know whether Ziyu believed him or not, but she didn't continue to pester him on this matter. She continued, "Among the seeking passion sex elite disciples who cultivate the seeking passion supreme art, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is considered a small number. Some of them have captured the hearts of dozens or hundreds of women along the way, but those women are still dead set on them. I really don't know if they are fools or not." Speaking up to here, Ziyu clenched her teeth with a look of resentment on her face. Chapter 24:14. Between heaven and earth, love is the most difficult thing to understand, Yang Kai said leisurely with a look of deep understanding. Ziyu pursed her lips and smiled, "Brother Yang, are you thinking of someone?" Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "Junior sister Yu, please continue." When Ziyu heard Yang Kai call her junior sister Yu, she felt very happy and continued, "Generally speaking, women who are targeted by seeking passion sex disciples will never be able to stand out. Due to the influence of the seeking passion supreme art, no woman will have the heart to cultivate. Instead, they will devote all their attention to the seeking passion sex disciples and treat them as their own world. This is also the fundamental reason why the gap between the two sides' cultivations is growing." Yang Kai nodded and agreed, compared to men, women are more likely to fall in love and be unable to extricate themselves. He paused for a moment and looked at Ziyu thoughtfully, "Junior sister Yu, are you telling me this because a seeking passion sex disciple has taken a fancy to you?" Hearing this, Ziyu's expression turned gloomy and she sighed, "Brother Yang is right. The one who has his eyes on me is seeking passion sex young sect master, Feng Shi." Feng Shi. Yang Kai raised his brow as he remembered this name. When he came here just now, Ziyu had mentioned Feng Shi and asked Yang Kai if he was sent by Feng Shi. At that time, Yang Kai denied it, but now he knew that Feng Shi was actually seeking passion sex young sect master. My Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect are both great sects in the Northern Territory. Our disciples will occasionally meet each other. Feng Shi and I have heard of each other before, but we have never met. A few years ago, we met him during a life experience, and since then, we've never met. After that, he has been pestering me. He is extremely annoying. I have refused him several times, but it has no effect. Yang Kai sneered, this person is really thick-skinned. Ziyu said, logically speaking, Feng Shi and I can be considered a match. I even have the intention of climbing up his social ladder. Although Ice Heart Valley is still one of the top sects in the Northern Territory on the surface, everyone knows that this title is somewhat undeserved. Our true strength is no longer comparable to Seeking Passion sect. Feng Shi couldn't do anything to me. So, he shamelessly asked the Seeking Passion sect to put pressure on the sect. At the same time, he promised a lot of benefits. Some of the sect's higher-ups agreed to this marriage, and Feng Shi and I were to get married in 2 days. Did Ice Heart Valley's elders compromise? Yang Kai's face sank. Violet Rain said dejectedly, it's not their fault. After all, their strength is inferior. In the past 6 months, some of the businesses of the sect have been suppressed. Many of the senior sisters and junior sisters have been injured or even died when they went out to train. In order to ensure the safety of the sect, they had no choice but to agree. Kai Yang saw the helpless expression on her face. He couldn't help but feel some sympathy in his heart. After a moment of indifference, he said, where's your master? What position does your master hold in Ice Heart Valley? Did she agree? Ziyu smiled bitterly, Master has been in charge of Ice Heart Valley since the disappearance of Ancestral Founder, so she is the acting Valley Master. Master treats me as her own, so she naturally won't agree to this. I was able to escape last time. It was also Master's arrangement. However, Master is also unable to support the situation on her own. She is not as capable as she would like. Since you escaped, why were you captured again? When Yang Kai heard that the acting Valley Master didn't agree to this marriage and even helped her escape from Ice Heart Valley, he felt that Ice Heart Valley's elders were not hopeless. Ziyu said sadly, Seeking Passion sect's vice sect master, Yao Zhua, personally took action. He is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. I couldn't resist him at all. Yao Zhua. Yang Kai secretly remembered this name. He guessed that Ziyu must have met this Yao Zhua after they separated a few days ago. Then, she was captured and imprisoned in Ice Heart Valley's forbidden area. By the way, he and Feng Shi are now guests in Ice Heart Valley. Brother Yang, were you discovered when you came here? Ziyu suddenly asked worriedly. Yang Kai suddenly understood and said, so those two are Yao Zhua and Feng Shi. He did encounter 2 men on the way here, one of whom was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He had been wondering why there were men in Ice Heart Valley, but it turned out that they were the Seeking Passion sect's Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master. It seemed that Ziyu's escape last time had made them more vigilant. After all, the wedding was in 2 days. If they didn't see the bride by then, it would be a mistake. In order to prevent Ziyu from escaping again, Yao Zhua and Feng Shi even personally guarded Ice Heart Valley. After understanding all this, Yang Kai said, when I came here, I sensed their location, but they didn't discover me. Junior sister you can rest assured. Ziyu was shocked when she heard this. Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as hers, but he was able to detect Yao Zhua without being discovered. How did he do it? Recalling how Yang Kai injured Chao Yang a few days ago, Ziyu immediately understood that Yang Kai was definitely not a simple Dao Source Realm cultivator. Now that Master is powerless, only Ancestral Founder can save me. Ziyu looked at Yang Kai anxiously and begged, Brother Yang, quickly tell Ancestral Founder about the situation here and ask her to save me from this abyss of suffering. Once she was brought back to the Seeking Passion sect by Yao Zhua, Ziyu would truly become Feng Shi's exclusive property in the future. Once the Seeking Passion Supreme technique was used, there were very few women in the world who could resist it. Feng Shi had captured the hearts of countless women throughout his cultivation journey. Ziyu didn't want to become one of them. She still had a bright future and a vast sky ahead of her. How could she be willing to become another man's cultivation tool and never make any progress in her cultivation? Don't worry, Senior Bing Yun won't sit idly by. This time, I was ordered by her to come and check. She is now in Ice Moon City. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hearing this, Ziyu cried tears of joy and kept repeating, "That's great, that's great." Ancestral Founder was in Ice Moon City, so she would definitely be able to save her. Suddenly, Ziyu remembered something. A few days ago, when she met Yang Kai, she met a few women who claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Valley. At that time, she thought that the elders of the sect had sent people to capture her, so she hurriedly fled. Now that she thought about it carefully, she had never seen those disciples of Ice Heart Valley before. Their faces were extremely unfamiliar, and their cultivations were uneven. Those women were obviously not her companions who grew up with her. Could they be disciples of the Ancestral Founder? Was that why they claimed to be disciples of Ice Heart Valley? If they were on that ship, didn't that mean that the Ancestral Founder was also on that ship? Thinking of this, Ziyu was annoyed. She was so close to the Ancestral Founder but missed the opportunity to recognize her. Later, she was captured by Yao Zhua and brought back here. Her cleverness had backfired on her, and she was filled with regret. If she had been with the Ancestral Founder at that time, she wouldn't have had so many troubles. Brother Yang, you should hurry back to Ice Moon City. If you stay here for too long, you might be discovered. Ziyu quickly put away her thoughts and tried to persuade him. Aren't you coming with me? Yang Kai asked. Ziyu smiled bitterly. This is the Ice Lake restricted area, and there are countless spirit berets outside. How can I leave? Yang Kai chuckled. How do you think I came in? Ziyu was stunned. She suddenly looked at the command token in her hand and said, "Could it be?" Yang Kai nodded. "This is the token given by Senior Bing Yun. It can be used to break all the spirit arrays in this valley. Since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. You will come with me to Ice Moon City and personally explain everything to Senior Bing Yun. Brother Yang, you can take me with you." Ziyu was pleasantly surprised. Of course, Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but wait a moment. What's wrong? Ziyu asked, puzzled. Then she watched as Yang Kai walked around her and went straight to the center of the island. At the center of the island, there was an altar-like existence, and above this altar was a water-blue bead that was exuding a chill. This bead was about the size of a longan fruit and seemed to be the source of the chill here. The closer Yang Kai got to it, the more he could feel the terrifying energy contained inside. Seeing this, Ziyu explained, "This is an artifact left behind by the Ancestral Founder. We don't know what it is called, nor do we know where the Ancestral Founder obtained it. However, the Ancestral Founder stimulated some of the energy inside it and formed this Ice Lake restricted area. When disciples cultivate here, they can more clearly perceive the ice concept and principle. Master said that the origin of this bead might be extraordinary, but even the Ancestral Founder wasn't clear about the specific use of this bead." As she explained, she watched Yang Kai's movements, wondering why he was so interested in this bead. She even saw Yang Kai tremble with excitement, as if he had discovered something incredible. "Brother Yang, you can't get any closer, otherwise you won't be able to bear it," Ziyu said worriedly. Ziyu reminded him worriedly, but as soon as she said those words, she realized she was being silly. If Yang Kai really couldn't bear it, he wouldn't have moved forward, but he was still moving forward, which meant he could withstand the chill of this ice bead. Ziyu was secretly shocked because even though she cultivated an ice attribute's secret art, she couldn't get too close to this ice bead, but Yang Kai seemed to be even more powerful than she was. Could this brother Yang be a disciple personally taught by the Ancestral Founder? Otherwise, how could he be so amazing? But why would the Ancestral Founder accept a man as a disciple? While Ziyu was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already arrived 1 meter away from the altar. At this point, he couldn't move any further and could only feel the chill all over his body. No matter how he urged his source chi, he couldn't resist the bone-chilling cold. Frost even appeared on his hair and clothes. However, not only was he not frightened, but his eyes were also shining brightly as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Immediately after, he flipped his hand and a fiery red bead appeared in his palm. Ziyu couldn't help but become absent-minded as she watched this scene. This was because the bead Yang Kai took out was basically the same as the ice bead on the altar, except for a different color. Moreover, the instant Yang Kai took out the fiery red bead, the ice bead on the altar actually began to tremble. At the same time, the fiery red bead in Yang Kai's hand also began to emit a buzzing sound, as if the two were resonating with each other. Bead of Winter. Yang Kai suddenly cried out in surprise, his excitement reaching its peak. Bead of Winter. Chapter 24:15. Bead of Winter. What is this Bead of Winter? Ziyu looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. From Yang Kai's tone and demeanor, it was clear that he recognized this bead and even knew its specific function. Moreover, the fiery red bead in his hand should have some kind of deep connection with this Bead of Winter, otherwise, it wouldn't have produced such a resonance. I'll explain it to you later. Yang Kai gulped. The huge shock was so great that he almost couldn't control himself. How could he have the leisure to explain it to Ziyu? He never expected that he would encounter the Bead of Winter in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. Back in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai obtained 3 beads, the Bead of Spring, Bead of Summer, and Bead of Autumn. Each bead contained a completely different energy attribute. Yang Kai secretly guessed that there should be an ice attribute Bead of Winter as well. Only then would he be able to gather the Four Seasons power and display the flowing time Great Emperor's reincarnation. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see the Bead of Winter at that time, nor did he know where to find it, so he could only put this matter aside. He had kept the spring, summer, and autumn beads in his space ring all this time and had not used them for a long time. But today, he actually encountered the missing Bead of Winter here. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. He had only come here under Bing Yun's instructions to see which disciple was contacting her through an artifact, but he never expected to encounter such a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai couldn't be more surprised. With the Bead of Winter here, in other words, he had gathered the 4 seasons and could display the flowing time Great Emperor's reincarnation power. He didn't know what kind of benefits this would bring him. But, how could there be a Bead of Winter in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area? Yang Kai thought about it for a while. He could only guess that Bing Yun had also gone to the Four Seasons realm when she was in the Dao Source realm. Perhaps she obtained the Bead of Winter from the Four Seasons realm and brought it to the Northern Territory. After establishing Ice Heart Valley, she left the Bead of Winter here and used the power of the Bead of Winter to transform it into ice force to form this ice lake restricted area. If that was the case, wouldn't this restricted area be ruined if he took the Bead of Winter away? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but hesitate. He felt that if he told Bing Yun the truth, Bing Yun would not be stingy and gave him the Bead of Winter. Of course, it was of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. But if it fell into his hands, it was extremely likely that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor. That was the lifetime effort of an emperor and the foundation of his attainment in the martial Tao, and it was undoubtedly much more precious than this forbidden area. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, wondering if he should take the Bead of Winter now, the Bead of Winter suddenly shot out a white pillar of light that soared into the sky. Not good. Ziyu's expression changed. Brother Yang, quickly put away your bead. Zi's expression changed as she shouted. Yang Kai also realized that something was wrong. This Bead of Winter seemed to have been refined by Bing Yun, so it could erupt with some power. Unlike the other 3 beads in his hand, it was useless. Now, it suddenly erupted with a beam of light. Obviously, it was affected by the Bead of Summer. As soon as this beam of light appeared, the entire Ice Heart Valley would be alarmed. This was Ice Heart Valley's restricted area. It would not be long before Ice Heart Valley's masters came to investigate the situation. So, before Ziyu's voice fell, he hurriedly stuffed the bead of summer into his space ring and reached out to grab the bead of winter. Since he had already been exposed, there was no need to hesitate. He might as well grab the bead of winter. At worst, he could wait until he returned to Ice Moon City to explain to Bing Yun and ask her to give him the bead of winter. His big hand stretched forward, and the omnipresent cold directly froze his hand into a dark purple color. The back of his hand was covered in frost. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had lost all feeling in his hand. He panicked and hurriedly pushed his source chi to resist. After grabbing the bead of winter with great difficulty, Yang Kai hurriedly threw it into his space ring. Only then did he feel a little better. In the next moment, he grabbed the dumbfounded Ziyu and shouted, "Let's go." Ziyu said absent-mindedly, "Brother Yang, why are you stealing our Ice Heart Valley's treasure?" She still did not understand what was going on. If Yang Kai had not taken out the ancestral founder's token and made his intentions clear, Ziyu would have already attacked him. Stealing a treasure from Ice Heart Valley's restricted area in front of an elite disciple like her was simply the act of a bandit. Senior Bing Yun told me to take this bead away. She has a great use for it. Yang Kai could not explain clearly, so he could only make up a random excuse. Oh, Ziyu did not doubt him and did not ask any more questions. Yang Kai pulled Ziyu with one hand and held the token given by Bing Yun with the other. Soon, he broke through the barrier of the restricted area and rushed out. At this moment, the entire Ice Heart Valley was in an uproar. Countless Ice Heart Valley disciples who were resting and meditating were alarmed by the commotion in the restricted area. They rushed out of their houses, stood in place, and watched in a daze. Others rushed towards the restricted area to investigate the situation. Strong and weak auras rose and fell one after another in Ice Heart Valley, causing Yang Kai to be secretly shocked. Ice Heart Valley was indeed worthy of being one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Even without Bing Yun, there were still many masters in the valley. There were more than a dozen first and second-order Emperor Realm masters. Such a force was not much inferior to Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. All that was missing was a master on par with Wen Zishan. From this, one could see how strong Ice Heart Valley's heritage was. But even such a sect couldn't withstand the pressure exerted by Seeking Passion's sect and had no choice but to betroth its best disciple to Feng Shi. Comparing the two, the comprehensive strength of Seeking Passion's sect was definitely stronger than that of Ice Heart Valley. The chaos in the valley also made it easier for Yang Kai to escape with Ziyu. He carefully avoided the locations of the Emperor Realm and was not discovered by anyone along the way. Ziyu also felt a sense of nervousness that she had never felt before. The last time she escaped from Ice Heart Valley with the help of her master, she was not as excited as this. At that time, she only wanted to leave the Northern Territory and never be found by Seeking Passion sect. But now, there was a man who was escaping with her. It felt as if she was going to elope with this brother Yang Kai. If someone were to see this, she would not be able to clear her name no matter how hard she tried. Once she became nervous, Ziyu's heart began to beat wildly. Who's sneaking around? Suddenly, a shout came from the side, followed by a flash of light. An unparalleled sword intent descended from the sky and directly enveloped her and Yang Kai. Ziyu's face changed drastically. She realized that her emotions had fluctuated just now, which led to them being discovered. For a moment, she felt extremely guilty. Right at this moment, she suddenly felt a gentle force pushing her from the side, directly pushing her out of the range of the sword intent. Immediately after, Yang Kai's sword was like a cloud, fiercely clashing with the person who had come. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the newcomer let out a soft cry, as if surprised by something. Immediately after, the newcomer retreated, not intending to kill. Yang Kai took the opportunity to take a few breaths, his face turning slightly pale. His body shook as he forced back the icy sword intent that enveloped him. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the newcomer was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Otherwise, he would not have been able to resist. During this time, he had fought with many First-Order Emperor Realm Masters and accumulated a lot of valuable experience. So, even if he suffered a loss in this battle, it was not a big deal. The newcomer frowned and looked at Ziyu, calling out in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed. Since this person called Ziyu like this, it meant that she was one of Ziyu's elders. Moreover, she should like Ziyu very much, otherwise, she would not use such an intimate name. Since she liked Ziyu, she should not make things difficult for her. It was only now that Yang Kai had the time to take a good look at the newcomer. This was a woman dressed like a young woman. She had a petite figure and held 2 cherry blossom swords in her hands. Her face was pretty, and her clothes tightly hugged her curvaceous figure. She was very pleasing to the eye. Perhaps because of her petite figure, her appearance was not much different from that of a young girl. However, any cultivator who had cultivated to the Emperor realm could not be judged by their appearance. This young woman was at least several thousand years old. 7th Martial Ant. Ziyu looked at the young woman and called out in a low voice, her face full of pleading. "You were actually able to escape from the forbidden area. Did he save you?" The young woman who was called 7th Martial Ant by Ziyu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, her beautiful eyes sizing him up as if she wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Her beautiful eyes were clear and flawless, untainted by even a speck of dust. When Yang Kai looked into her eyes, he felt as if the darkness and evil hidden in his heart were melting away. This caused his heart to tremble as he realized that this young woman should have cultivated some mysterious secret art. "Yes, this is Brother Yang Kai." Ziyu quickly nodded and introduced, "Brother Yang, this is my 7th Martial Ant, Zhang Suning. She is very good to me." She deliberately added this last sentence because she was afraid that Yang Kai and this 7th Martial Ant would have a falling out. "So it is Senior Zhang Sun." Yang Kai greets Senior. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. Zhang Suning snorted and said, "No wonder you didn't agree to this marriage. It turns out that you already have someone in mind." Zhang Sunying's thoughts were very simple. If Yang Kai and Ziyu were not in love, why would this man take such a great risk to enter Ice Heart Valley to save Ziyu? For a man to be willing to go to such an extent for a woman, the only explanation was that he had fallen in love with her. Only love was enough to make a man do so much for a woman. Ziyu's pretty face turned red as she waved her hand and said, "7th Martial Ant, you misunderstand. Brother Yang was sent by the ancestral founder." Zhang Sunying's tender body suddenly trembled, but she quickly calmed down and sighed, "Don't lie to me. Master hasn't contacted me for 3,000 years. You should go, I didn't see you." Chapter 24:16. Although Ziyu wanted to explain things to Zhang Suning, she knew that now was not the time to be long-winded. She could only make up her mind to explain things to Zhang Suning later. She said gratefully, "Thank you, 7th Martial Uncle." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed to Yang Kai's side and grabbed his hand, saying anxiously, "Let's get out of here. We can't get away." Yang Kai suddenly smiled bitterly and looked at Zhang Suning helplessly. Zhang Suning obviously noticed something too. She frowned slightly and her pretty face turned gloomy. Intercepting Yang Kai and Ziyu here before was just her instinctive reaction. After all, she was an elder of Ice Heart Valley, so she couldn't just ignore them when she noticed someone sneaking around the valley. However, this interception in the fight just now had obviously alarmed many people, causing Yang Kai and Ziyu to lose the best opportunity to escape. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have appeared to intercept them. Asterisk schwa 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 schwa, asterisk a series of soft sounds rang out. Then, a large number of masters from the Emperor realm suddenly appeared around Yang Kai and the others. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, and some from the Emperor realm were rushing over. They should be here in a few breaths. There were no third-order masters among these people from the Emperor realm. There were only 2 second-order masters, and the rest were all first-order masters. For a moment, Yang Kai was surrounded by beautiful women, a dazzling sight to behold. This was truly a place where beauties were as plentiful as clouds. All kinds of different fragrances faintly assaulted him from all directions, causing him to involuntarily feel as if he had fallen into a land of warmth and tenderness. However, Yang Kai wasn't happy at all. On the contrary, his expression was solemn. He was surrounded by so many people from the Emperor realm. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even though he was proficient in the Tao of space, he wasn't confident that he could escape safely. Ziyu, you've got guts. You actually dared to escape from the forbidden area with a man and steal its treasures. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about how to escape from here, one of the second-order Emperor realm masters suddenly shouted, "Hurry up and run." This woman was dressed like a beautiful woman. She was wearing a light blue dress, but her expression was extremely cold. There was an inexplicable trace of hostility lingering on her body, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, it was unknown what secret technique she had cultivated. She stood there, but her entire body was filled with sword intent. She was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness and emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Ziyu panicked. She quickly waved her hands. "No, Great Elder, you've misunderstood." "Misunderstand?" The beautiful woman snorted coldly, "Am I blind? You were the only one in the forbidden area, but the treasure is gone now. Do you dare to say that you didn't take it?" Ziyu turned her head to look at Kai Yang. It was hard to say, "Yang." He could only remain silent. The Elder to Heart Emperor Realm Master sneered and turned to the other second-order Emperor Realm Master. Ziyu broke the sect's rules and didn't repent during her confinement. She even stole the treasures of the forbidden area. "Senior sister, please convict her." Hearing this, the second-order Emperor Realm Master sighed and looked at Ziyu with a complicated gaze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. Her heart ached for Ziyu. After a long time, she said, That ice bead was left behind by your ancestral founder. Why did you take it?" Obviously, she also believed that Ziyu stole the ice bead. After all, it was still in the forbidden area, but now it was gone. Ziyu opened her mouth and said, "Master, I didn't take it." She only said that she didn't steal the treasure, but she didn't intend to expose Yang Kai. Obviously, she didn't want to implicate Yang Kai. Then how did it disappear? Ziyu's master asked softly. Compared to the imposing second-order Emperor Realm Master just now, she was undoubtedly much gentler and more considerate, even speaking in a soft and gentle voice. Yang Kai suddenly asked in a low voice, "Junior sister Yu, how should I address these two?" Ziyu heard this and replied subconsciously, "One is my master, and Roa Yun, and the other is Ice Heart Valley's great elder, Sun Yun Xiu. She is also my second martial aunt. My master is ranked first among the senior sisters." When Yang Kai heard this, he understood that the woman with the gentle temperament was Ziyu's master, the acting valley master of Ice Heart Valley, and Roa Yun. The other woman with the sword intent and imposing aura was Sun Yun Xiu. The two of them had a senior sister relationship with Zhang Suning, whom Yang Kai had met before. Bing Yun has accepted a group of good disciples. All of them have grown to the level of the Emperor realm. I wonder if it's because of the environment here or because of her guidance. However, now was obviously not the time to think about this. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors. Who do you think you are? How dare you barge into Ice Heart Valley at night and kidnap my disciple?" Sun Yun Xiu shouted with a cold expression. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, "I'm afraid Elder Sun has misunderstood. I didn't kidnap junior sister Yu. I was asked to take her away from here. Sun Yunxiu's tone was so unfriendly that Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of her. Moreover, judging from her attitude, she didn't seem to like Ziyu very much. Presumably, she was one of the people who submitted under the pressure of seeking passion sect. Boy, you dare talk back. Sun Yunxiu's face turned cold. At that moment, two figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed nearby. Immediately after, one of them looked at Ziyu and exclaimed, "Little sister Yu, what are you doing?" He wore a pained expression as he looked at Ziyu with disappointment, but when he turned to Yang Kai, his eyes were overflowing with hatred and murderous intent. The two people who came were both men. One of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had a dignified expression. The one who spoke was from the third-order Dao Source Realm, handsome and extraordinary. The identities of these two were obvious. Currently, the only men who were guests in Ice Heart Valley were seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master Yao Zhua and Young Sect Master Feng Shi. The two of them were obviously disturbed by the commotion here, but as soon as they landed, Feng Shi discovered that Ziyu was actually holding Yang Kai's hand. Furthermore, she was holding his hand of her own accord. This discovery made Feng Shi's face sink. He felt as if he had been cuckolded and deeply insulted. His blood boiled, as if it would explode at any moment. None of the women Feng Shi had taken a fancy to had treated him like this. Any woman who had her body and mind captured was like a slave. His words were absolute orders, and no one dared to disobey them. But when it came to Ziyu, she didn't even try to hide her feelings. If that was all there was to it, it would be fine, but at this moment, this cheap slut was actually so intimate with a strange man. Wasn't this clearly infuriating him? If such a thing were to spread out, how could he establish himself in the Northern Territory in the future? He was afraid that everyone would stare at his head when they saw him. Seeing Feng Shi's gaze fall on her hand, Ziyu instantly realized that something was wrong. Previously, she was prepared to pull Yang Kai away from here, so she didn't have too many scruples. But before she could do anything, her martial uncles had already rushed over and surrounded her and Yang Kai, making it impossible for them to advance or retreat. In her nervousness, Ziyu forgot to let go of Yang Kai's hand. Now that she had reacted, she could clearly feel the warmth and breadth of Yang Kai's hand. She couldn't help blushing and instinctively wanted to let go. However, she seemed to have thought of something, and the moment she was about to let go, she tightly grasped his hand again. This time, she used more strength than before and interlocked her fingers with Yang Kai's. Yang Kai glanced at her in astonishment, and a strange feeling lingered in his heart. Ziyu's face was slightly red, and her soft body snuggled up to Yang Kai's arm. She looked at Feng Shi provocatively and said, "Young Sect Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. Younger sister Yu isn't someone you can call. Besides, I'm free to do whatever I want. You have no right to interfere." Hearing this, Feng Shi's already ugly face turned ashen. His eyes spat fire as he glared at Yang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you're courting death. How dare you touch my woman?" Yang Kai sneered. He naturally knew why Ziyu was being so intimate with him. Obviously, she was doing it on purpose for Feng Shi to see. Yang Kai actually didn't have much disgust with her approach. Ziyu couldn't control her future and destiny, so she could only resist like this, hoping to make Feng Shi dispel his original thoughts. However, she didn't expect that it would instead arouse Feng Shi's anger and killing intent. "Who's your woman? Shameless." Ziyu didn't intend to give Feng Shi any face. Seeing him threaten Yang Kai like this, she immediately scolded him. Feng Shi was so angry that his face turned pale. He couldn't scold Ziyu, so he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. He glared at him fiercely and said, "Brat, is this all you've got? You can only let your woman stand up for you?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Young Sect Master, a melon picked by force isn't sweet. Why do you have to do this? Junior sister, you and I have long since fallen in love with each other and have secretly pledged our lives to each other. Why don't you tell me who is stealing whose woman? This young master won't lower himself to your level, but you're a thief, crying thief. What kind of logic is this? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The group of Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor Realm all stared at Yang Kai and Ziyu with their mouths agape. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ziyu was also slightly dazed. She didn't expect Yang Kai to say such words in front of so many people. What did he mean by secretly pledging their lives to each other? Wasn't this just ruining her innocence? In an instant, her face flushed red, as if it was on fire. It was as if she had really done something with Yang Kai and was ashamed to see him. Seeing her face change, the disciples from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley all had strange expressions. 7th Marshal Aunt Zhang Suning looked at Yang Kai with a look of approval, as if saying that he had done a good job. This was the first time she had met Yang Kai, so she didn't have any good feelings towards him. However, Yang Kai's bold words made her feel that Ziyu had found the right person. If he wasn't sincere, how could he be so presumptuous in front of so many people from the Emperor Realm? On the other side, Fengshi's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. He didn't feel good at all. He never expected that the woman he had taken a fancy to, the woman he had even used the power of the sect to obtain, had already become someone else's plaything. He felt as if he had eaten a dead fly, making him feel sick and uncomfortable. He looked at Ziyu with eyes full of disgust. Chapter 24:17. Don't be fooled by them. Ziyu hasn't lost her primordial Yin. She is still a virgin. Yao Zhua suddenly whispered in Fengshi's ear. Hearing this, Fengshi's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. He swept his gaze over Ziyu and confirmed that Yao Zhua was right. Ziyu hadn't lost her primordial Yin and was still a virgin. But even so, he couldn't let it go because at this moment, Ziyu's 5 fingers were still clasped in Yang Kai's palm, not letting go for a long time. This scene was a great insult to any man, let alone the seeking passion sect's young sect master. The woman the young sect master of the sect, who entered the Tao of Love, had taken a fancy to was actually so close to another man. This was no longer Fengshi's personal problem. If word of this spread, it would be a great blow to the sect's reputation. Boy, who are you? How dare you oppose my seeking passion sect? Are you not afraid of death? Yao Zhua looked at Yang Kai coldly, murderous intent surging in his heart. He knew that if today's matter wasn't handled properly, not only would the sect's reputation be damaged, but Fengshi would also likely develop a heart demon. The best way to deal with this was naturally to have Fengshi kill Yang Kai, but this was Ice Heart Valley after all. Before things were clear, he couldn't overstep his authority. The group of people from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley also looked at Yang Kai curiously. They also wanted to know who Yang Kai was. Such a man suddenly appeared in the valley and was so close to Ziyu. Even Ziyu's master, Ice Heart Valley's acting valley master and Ruo Yun couldn't understand the situation. She had never heard Ziyu mention this man in front of her. I just came to take junior sister you away. How am I an enemy of your seeking passion sect? Senior's words are too casual, aren't they? You should speak with a conscience, Yang Kai coldly snorted. He then continued, and this is Ice Heart Valley. What does it have to do with your seeking passion sect? How dare you call her junior sister you? Fengshi was furious. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly said, what does it have to do with you? Why are you barking? Fengshi's anger surged as he glared at Yao Zhuodao, Martial Uncle, I'm going to kill him. Since he was born. He had never suffered such a grievance before. The woman he fancied had taken the initiative to hold this man's hand and tarnished his reputation. This man was actually so arrogant. If he didn't kill him, how could he vent the hatred in his heart? Yang Kai sneered, you want to kill me? There are many people who want to kill me, but they are all dead. Arrogant brat. Yao Zhua's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with rage, and the aura of the Emperor Realm swept towards Yang Kai. Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor Realm were also surprised. Yang Kai, a person from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, dared to spout such nonsense in front of them. They were also very shocked. They didn't know if Yang Kai had cultivated too much or if he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The ignorant had nothing to fear. Yang Kai stood in place and let out a muffled snort. He seemed to be a little suffocated by Yao Zhua's aura. Sniffing his nose, he said, "I'm sorry. I was young and didn't know how to speak." Hearing this, all the women frowned. They thought that Yang Kai also knew fear. Previously, he was so arrogant that they thought he really had a lofty character. But after being suppressed by Yao Zhua's aura, he immediately withered away. From the looks of it, this little brat wasn't someone who could be trusted. If Kai Yang was really unyielding to the end, then perhaps he would be seen in a new light. But he had compromised so quickly. Obviously, he was a guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. A few faint sighs came from the crowd, as if they were feeling sorry for Ziyu. They didn't know if Ziyu had been trapped by love and hadn't seen his true face. Compared to Feng Shi, this person was simply worlds apart. At the very least, Feng Shi was seeking Passion Sect's young sect master. His status wasn't something an ordinary person could compare with. If Ziyu married him, even if her cultivation couldn't advance in the future, she wouldn't suffer much in this lifetime. She could live a stable life and might even be happy in the future. But if she really followed a person like Yang Kai, her future would be full of troubles. Yang Kai looked at Yao Zhua and Feng Shi indifferently and sneered, "My words aren't very pleasant to hear. If I have offended you in any way just now, come and bite me." As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. The group from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley all widened their beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if they were doubting what they had just heard. As for Feng Shi and Yao Zhua, their faces sank as their anger soared to the heavens. Yao Zhua turned his head and looked at Sun Yun Xiu, shouting in a low voice, "Great Elder, if she kills him, no one will have any objections, right?" He didn't consult Acting Valley Master and Ruo Yun and directly asked Sun Yun Xiu. Obviously, he knew that Ruo Yun had a weak personality and it was useless to ask her at this time. The reason why he asked Feng Shi to take action was for his own sake. Yang Kai and Ziyu's actions had already caused a heart demon to form in Feng Shi's heart. Only by killing Yang Kai with his own hands would this heart demon be eliminated and not affect his future cultivation. Seeking Passion Sect. Seeking Passion Supreme Art required one to enter the Tao through emotions. When cultivating it, one needed to show their true feelings and make their target fall in love. Hearing Yao Zhua's question, Sun Yun Xiu's pretty face sank and she coldly snorted, "This is my Ice Heart Valley's business. Vice Sect Master and Young Sect Master don't need to intervene." Her cold words caused Kai Yang to be extremely surprised. He had guessed that Sun Yun Xiu should be a member of the Seeking Passion Sect and should be the backbone of the Seeking Passion Sect who agreed to let Ziyu marry into the Seeking Passion Sect. Normally, such a person would only kneel down and lick the Seeking Passion Sect's boots, but in reality, Sun Yun Xiu didn't give Yao Zhua any face. What was going on? Although Sun Yun Xiu didn't give Yao Zhua any face, she didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai either. She felt that this series of troubles was caused by Yang Kai, so when she turned her head, murderous intent lingered on her face. Just as she was about to say something, Ruo Yun suddenly said, "Young man, you just said that you were ordered to take you away. Who ordered you to do so?" She didn't have any deep meaning in asking this question, but she knew Sun Yun Xiu's character. She knew that if she didn't interrupt, her second junior sister would definitely attack Yang Kai. With her second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, if she really wanted to kill him, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't be able to resist. It didn't matter who ordered Yang Kai to elope with Ziyu, or if he really liked her, and Ruoyun wanted to see this happen. Ziyu was her disciple, and she had been teaching her cultivation since she was a child. If she had any other choice, how could she agree to this marriage and secretly release Ziyu? Unfortunately, fate made fools of people, and Ziyu was captured in the end. Yang Kai still respected and Ruoyun. This woman was Ziyu's master and the acting valley master of Ice Heart Valley, but she seemed to be extremely gentle and weak. Such a person wasn't suitable to be in charge of a sect. A true leader needed to be impartial, ruthless, and tough. And Ruoyun undoubtedly didn't meet these requirements. This was perhaps the biggest reason why Ice Heart Valley was bullied by the Seeking Passion sect without being able to resist. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, reporting to Seniorin, "This junior is here on Senior Bing Yun's orders to take junior sister Yu away from here." "What? Boy, what did you just say?" The group of Ice Heart Valley members from the Emperor Realm all became excited and cried out in alarm. More than a dozen pairs of beautiful eyes instantly fixed on Yang Kai and trembled slightly. Sun Yun Xiu's tender body flickered and appeared in front of Yang Kai. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder, gritted her teeth, and said in a trembling voice, "Boy, repeat what you just said. You're hurting me." Yang Kai glanced at his shoulder and said coldly. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't seem to be in pain at all. Sun Yun Xiu looked angry, as if she was about to explode, but she thought of something and forcibly suppressed her anger. Taking a deep breath, she let go of Yang Kai and took a few steps back, looking at Yang Kai expectantly and nervously. The other members of the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley were the same. Yang Kai looked around and said loudly, "I am here on Senior Bing Yun's orders to take junior sister Yu away from here." "Master." And Ruoyun finally confirmed that she hadn't heard wrong. Yang Kai really did say the words Bing Yun. These two sacred words had been lingering in her heart for 3,000 years. For the past 3,000 years, she had never stopped recalling the scene of her master teaching her cultivation. At that time, she was carefree, leaning against her master, and only needed to cultivate in peace. But time flew by, and Ice Heart Valley was still Ice Heart Valley, but there was no news of her master. Not only did the outside world speculate that her master had fallen, but even many of the senior sisters in the sect silently accepted this fact. But at this moment, she actually heard news of her master from Yang Kai. And Ruoyun felt the blood in her chest churn as she asked bitterly, "Master, how is she now?" Pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai, full of expectation. Obviously, they all wanted to know the answer. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Senior Bing Yun knows that you want to push the sect's most outstanding disciple into a fire pit, so she is in a bad mood." Hearing this, all the women's expressions turned gloomy as guilt filled their faces. They could no longer meet Yang Kai's gaze and quickly averted their eyes. "Impossible, impossible." Sun Yun Xiu suddenly screamed like crazy, her eyes red as she stared at Yang Kai as if she wanted to eat him alive. She approached him step by step and gritted her teeth, "If Master is really still alive, why didn't she come to talk to us in person? Why did she send a man like you to Ice Heart Valley? Boy, how dare you lie? Do you really think this queen can't kill you?" Second martial aunt, it's true. Brother Yang was really sent by martial ancestor. Ziyu saw her fierce look and quickly stood in front of Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, Fengshi's heart was broken. Chapter 24:18. Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. Sun Yun Xiu waved her hand and swept Ziyu to the side. Fortunately, although she was very emotional, she knew her limits and didn't intend to hurt Ziyu. In the next moment, Sun Yun Xiu appeared in front of Yang Kai again. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's clothes, lifting him up effortlessly. She raised her head slightly and said sternly, "You dare to use Master to tease us? I'll kill you now." She was shouting fiercely, but there wasn't the slightest murderous intent in her eyes. On the contrary, her aura was even weaker than before. She was putting on a brave front. She didn't want to kill Yang Kai. She clearly wanted to use her superior cultivation to force Yang Kai to tell the truth. Yang Kai saw through her worries at a glance and didn't resist. He let her lift him and sneered, "Do it. Why aren't you doing it?" Sun Yun Xiu gritted her teeth, but she didn't show any signs of wanting to kill him. She just stared stubbornly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped her face, shouting, "Open your dog eyes and see what this is." Sun Yun Xiu was caught off guard and was actually slapped hard across the face by Kai Yang, causing her to stumble backwards. All the women turned pale with fright and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Among all her senior and junior sisters, Sun Yun Xiu's temper was the most fiery and cold. She was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so she was qualified to be Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder. But now, she was slapped by a third-order Dao Source Realm Junior in front of so many people, and by a man at that. How was this going to end? Everyone seemed to be able to foresee Yang Kai's miserable end at Sun Yun Xiu's hands. And Ruo Yun's expression changed. She was thinking quickly about how to appease her second junior sister. She had to spare Yang Kai's life. Regardless of why Yang Kai was so bold as to attack a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and Ruo Yun couldn't allow him to be killed just because he had come to save Ziyu from the Sea of Bitterness. But to everyone's surprise, Sun Yun Xiu didn't fly into a rage after being slapped. Instead, she touched her cheek in astonishment. Then, there was something in her hand. It was a token that many people found familiar, a token that hadn't appeared for 3,000 years. Ancestral Master's Order. Sun Yun Xiu stared blankly at the token in her hand. Looking at the huge, Yun character, tears instantly blurred her vision. What? And Ruo Yun's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly rushed over. Big senior sister, the Ancestral Master's token, this is the Ancestral Master's token. Sun Yun Xiu cried like a pear blossom in the rain, but a smile appeared on her face. She held the token in her hand and handed it to Ruo Yun. He shouted as if he was presenting a treasure. As for being slapped by Yang Kai, she seemed to have forgotten about it in the blink of an eye. At this moment, she no longer had the majesty of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. She was clearly a little girl who had seen something she had been looking forward to for a long time. And Ruo Yun's tender body trembled violently as she took the token from Sun Yun Xiu's hand, feeling the familiar aura and smell on it. For a moment, she couldn't help herself. Her eyes turned red. The other Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor Realm also gathered around and stared at the token in a daze. They were all breathing heavily, as if they had seen the most incredible thing. On the other side, Yao Zhuo immediately realized that something was wrong when he heard the words Ancestral Master's token. The reason why Seeking Passion sect could suppress Ice Heart Valley was because Ice Heart Valley's Ancestral Master had been missing for 3,000 years. A top master like Bing Yun should have been known no matter where she went. But in fact, Bing Yun had been missing for 3,000 years. Many people thought that she had encountered some danger and had fallen long ago. Without Bing Yun, Ice Heart Valley was like a toothless tiger that Seeking Passion sect could bully at will. But now, Ice Heart Valley's Ancestral Master's token suddenly appeared. Did this mean that Bing Yun hadn't fallen and had been living in seclusion somewhere? If this was the case, then Ice Heart Valley's strength was comparable to Seeking Passion sect's. Whether Feng Shi and Ziyu's wedding could still be held as scheduled was up for debate. The news of the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master's big celebration 2 days later had already spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. Invitations had been sent out, and many masters had gathered in Ice Moon City, waiting to enter Ice Heart Valley in 2 days to congratulate them. If the celebration couldn't be held on time, the Seeking Passion sect would lose all face this time. The culprit of all this was undoubtedly this young man who had suddenly appeared. If he hadn't taken out the Ancestral Master's token, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Thinking so, Yao Zhuo couldn't care less about letting Feng Shi kill Yang Kai to get rid of his heart demon. The sooner he killed Yang Kai, the better. Then, he would let Feng Shi and Ziyu cook the rice tonight. At that time, even if Bing Yun really came back, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Thinking so, he shouted, "This little brat is spouting nonsense. Where did he find this token? How dare he pass it off as the ancestral master's token? Everyone, don't be fooled by him. If your noble sex ancestral master was still alive, she would definitely come in person. Why would she send a Dao Source Realm brat?" As soon as he said this, all the Ice Heart Valley girls calmed down. When they saw the long-lost ancestral master's token, everyone was so excited that they lost their minds. But now, after listening to Yao Zhuo's words, they felt that it made sense. If Bing Yun was still alive, why didn't she come in person? Ice Heart Valley was founded by her, and among the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm here, 6 or 7 of them were her legacy disciples. Why couldn't she come in person? As long as she showed up here in person, there was no need for the ancestral master's token. But Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, came here with the ancestral master's token and claimed that he was ordered by Bing Yun to take Ziyu away. How could he convince others with just the ancestral master's token? Perhaps this token was picked up by Kai Yang from somewhere. And Ruo Yun's face turned slightly pale as she looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, tell me the truth. Who gave you this token? Or where did you pick it up?" When she asked these questions, her expression was extremely uneasy, afraid that Yang Kai would give her an answer she didn't want to hear. Although there had been no news of her master for 3,000 years, there were no definite clues about her death. If this token was really picked up by Yang Kai, then her master must have fallen. She couldn't accept this result. As the acting Valley Master, she had been in charge of Ice Heart Valley for 3,000 years. Although she didn't have any great achievements, she also didn't make any big mistakes. Her only mistake was that she couldn't protect her disciple. The only thing that kept her going until now was that she believed that one day, her master would return. She hoped that when the time came, she could hand over the complete Ice Heart Valley to her master. She didn't ask for praise, just peace of mind because she had done her best to protect the foundation her master had built. If she received news from Yang Kai that her master had fallen, she would definitely collapse. "If you dare to lie, I will definitely make you beg for death." Sun Yun Xiu wasn't as good-tempered as an Ruo Yun. As soon as she opened her mouth, she glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, unwilling to miss the slightest change in his expression. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "If I say that Senior Bing Yun gave this to me personally, would you believe me?" And Ruo Yun immediately relaxed and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I believe. I believe." Sun Yun Xiu also seemed to have lost all her strength, her face filled with relief, her gaze towards Yang Kai not as fierce as before. Everyone else also had their clothes soaked in sweat, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. Although they couldn't be sure whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, at least everyone had some hope. "You women are too naive. This little brat is clearly fooling you. Wait for this king to make him spill the truth." Yao Zhuo shouted as he suddenly pushed his emperor pressure and raised his hand to press down on Yang Kai. Looking at his murderous aura, it was clear he wasn't trying to force Yang Kai to spill the truth. He was clearly trying to kill him. "Old dog, you dare to bully the weak and bully the weak? Shameless." Yang Kai's bones creaked and his eyes narrowed as he shouted out. As he spoke, he tried to break through the void to avoid this blow. But the emperor pressure of a second-order Emperor Realm Master was unexpectedly fierce. The dense pressure directly sealed the space around him, causing him to stiffen as if he was in a quagmire whirlpool. He couldn't break free, and even after using all his strength, he was only able to move a little bit. There was no way for him to escape. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. At this moment, the group of people from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley were still in a state of shock. No one expected that a master like Yao Zhuo would suddenly attack Yang Kai. By the time Ruo Yun and Sun Yun Xiu noticed and tried to rescue them, it was already too late. They could only watch as the palm slapped towards Yang Kai. "Stop!" Ruo Yun shouted as she flicked her sleeve, sending a long white ribbon flying towards Yao Zhuo. "If you dare hurt him, I'll make sure you die without a burial." Sun Yun Xiu was even more direct. She raised the long sword in her hand, and her body was wrapped in sword light as she slashed towards Yao Zhuo. In the next moment, the rest of the people from the Emperor realm acted together, using their secret techniques and summoning their artifacts to attack Yao Zhuo. In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic. Icy principles and concepts spread out, making it seem as if the entire world had been frozen. Facing so many people from the Emperor realm, Yao Zhuo didn't show any intention of stopping. Instead, his moves became even more ferocious, as if he wanted to take Yang Kai's life. Yang Kai could clearly see that the people from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley couldn't save him. Before they could, Yao Zhuo would hit him, and even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and a bead suddenly appeared in his hand. He poured his source qi into it, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's strength was almost completely absorbed by this bead. His face paled as he threw the bead at Yao Zhuo and shouted, "I'll kill you. Old bastard, take this." Chapter 24:19. You dare to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks. Yao Zhuo sneered as he grabbed the bead in his hand and gripped it hard, his face full of mockery and ridicule. But in the next moment, his face changed drastically as an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted from his palm. This power was so strong that even a second-order Emperor realm master like him couldn't keep his guard up. Emperor Authority Bead. Yao Zhuo was someone who had seen the world and immediately understood that the bead that Yang Kai threw out wasn't an ordinary bead, but an Emperor Authority bead. A bone-chilling cold suddenly enveloped Yao Zhuo, causing him to shiver all over and his hands and feet to turn cold. Immediately after, a violent energy fluctuation appeared and a beautiful phantom suddenly appeared in front of Yao Zhuo. The moment this phantom appeared, all the masters of Ice Heart Valley were dumbfounded. Pairs of beautiful eyes stared at the phantom as their tender bodies trembled violently. Master. Ruo Yun's attack had already lost all strength. She could only stare blankly at the figure and face that she had missed for 3,000 years. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress her excitement. Sun Yun Xiu, Zhang Suning, and the others all reacted the same way, their Emperor realm auras collapsing as they descended from the sky and stared at the illusory figure, calling out, "Honored Master," one after another. Bing Yun. Yao Zhuo looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he stared at the phantom with a pale face. He had dealt with Bing Yun in the past, so he naturally recognized that this was Bing Yun's phantom at a glance. This meant that the Emperor Authority bead was condensed by Bing Yun. A low moan suddenly sounded. Although the voice was soft, it spread throughout Ice Heart Valley. Everyone's mind was shaken. Ice Snow Pear Blossom Sword. Accompanied by a low chant, a pure white sword made of pure energy suddenly appeared in the phantom's hand. The long sword trembled and shot towards Yao Zhuo's vitals like a dragon. Yao Zhuo turned pale with fright and let out a low roar. A halberd had already appeared in his hand. As he brandished it, he activated all of his strength to defend himself. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the Emperor's might collided and filled the air. The Emperor's will sputtered in the void as the worldly precepts shattered. In less than 10 breaths of time, Yao Zhuo suddenly retreated, gasping for breath. Bing Yun's phantom also retracted her sword and stood there. She turned her head as if she had a mind of her own and looked at Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, and the others. Then, she suddenly collapsed and turned into specks of light before disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. He had used the epitome monarch bead once before. However, when he used the flowing time Great Emperor's Emperor Authority bead, his aura was magnificent. The power of the four seasons permeated the air, allowing him to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao under the principles of time, allowing him to break through to the third-order Tao source realm. Compared to the last time, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Even though Bing Yun's sword aura was impressive, her sword intent was sky-piercing, and her divine ability was also extraordinary. No matter how one looked at it, it was still incomparable to the flowing time Emperor's monarch authority bead. Moreover, it only lasted for 10 breaths of time before disappearing. Was this the difference between ordinary people in the Emperor realm and great emperors? However, when they condensed the Emperor authority bead, both of them were third-order Emperor realm masters. Logically speaking, the power of their beads should be about the same. Yan Kai looked around. Even though Yao Zhuo was in a sorry state, he didn't show any signs of injury. What was going on? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Yao Zhuo's face suddenly paled and he let out a muffled groan. Then, pear-shaped ice flowers appeared all over his body. The pear flowers were as white as snow and decorated Yao Zhuo's shoulders, waist, arms, and between his legs. It looked as if Yao Zhuo had picked many pear flowers and inserted them into his body. It was very lifelike. When these pear flowers appeared, Yao Zhuo felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body trembled violently and his lips turned purple from the cold. Martial uncle. Feng Shi turned pale with fright and shouted in panic. Yao Zhuo was so cold that he couldn't say a word. His entire body was surrounded by ice principles. After a long while, he suddenly let out a roar and used his Emperor Qi to shatter the ice flowers covering his body, restoring him to his normal state. However, his aura had already fallen to rock bottom and he looked extremely weak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Feng Shi hurried forward to support him. Valley Master and Elder Son, is this how your Ice Heart Valley treats its guests? Yao Zhuo forced himself to stay awake and gritted his teeth as he asked An Ruoyun and Sun Yunxiu. An Ruoyun frowned and said coldly, if you really are a guest, my Ice Heart Valley will not neglect you. In other words, Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi were not guests of Ice Heart Valley. When Yao Zhuo heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Gritting his teeth, he said, in 2 days, Shi and your noble sect's disciple Ziyu will be married. Our 2 families will also be married. Valley Masterin, how can you be so unreasonable? Ziyu is this queen's disciple. Without this queen's permission, she will not marry anyone. An Ruoyun coldly snorted. Yao Zhuo was stunned. He had never seen such a strong side of An Ruoyun. In his impression, this woman was docile and could even be described as weak, but today, it was as if she had become a completely different person. Yao Zhuo naturally knew why she had such a change. Obviously, it was because of Bing Yun's news. He sneered in his heart, secretly feeling shame for this woman to take such a strong attitude just because she had a backer. He sneered and said, this matter was personally agreed to by your noble sect's great elder. We are also the great sects of Guangzhou Northern Territory. How can Valley Masterin deny it? If word of this spreads, I'm afraid all the great forces will laugh at your Ice Heart Valley for going back on your word. Sun Yunxiu took a step forward and said coldly, I did agree before, but I am now going back on my word. The marriage between Ziyu and young sect master is cancelled. This queen will bear all the responsibility. Yao Zhuo was stunned. He felt his brain buzzing. His finger pointed at Sun Yunxiu and trembled. He couldn't say anything for a long time. Obviously, he was very angry. He didn't expect that Sun Yunxiu would go back on her words. Ice Heart Valley didn't care about the loss of reputation, but Seeking Passion sect couldn't. If they couldn't get married in 2 days, they would become a laughingstock in the entire Northern Territory. Hearing this, Feng Shi's expression turned angry and he shouted, elder son, you can't go back on your word like this. A man's words carry enormous weight, how can you break your promise like this? Sun Yun-shio looked at him with a strange expression and said lightly, how can you tell that this queen is a real man? This queen is a woman. Feng Shi was speechless. Just now, he had been so angry that he didn't choose his words carefully. As soon as he said them, he knew they were wrong, but he couldn't take them back. He could only grit his teeth and say, all right, this young master understands everyone's attitude. 2 days later, my father will come in person. I hope that everyone's explanation will satisfy him. Saying so, she shot a resentful glare towards Yang Kai before helping Yao Zhua out of the room. Since things had turned out this way, he and Yao Zhua didn't have the face to continue staying in Ice Heart Valley as guests, so they could only leave. When the Ice Heart Valley girls heard that Seeking Passion sect master would come in person in 2 days, their faces changed. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of this sect master. Yang Kai's face was cold as he looked at Feng Shi and Yao Zhua, murderous intent surging in his heart. If he hadn't used the Emperor Authority bead given to him by Bing Yun at the critical moment, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he didn't die. He had wasted an Emperor Authority bead just like that. How could he be willing to let these two leave safely? They had to pay a price, right? So, before the two could turn around, Yang Kai shouted, you want to leave? You're too naive. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. The Ice Heart Valley girls didn't seem to realize how audacious Yang Kai was until this moment. Today's matter had reached this point, and it was best to end it like this. But Yang Kai didn't seem to want to let this matter go. How could he, a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, dare to challenge a second-order Emperor Realm Master like this? Could it be that he had more than one Emperor Authority bead? But even if he did, he couldn't summon it in his current state. Yao Zhua and Feng Shi didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, so they stopped in their tracks when they heard this. Feng Shi's eyes were spewing fire as he looked like he wanted to skin Yang Kai alive. Yao Zhua coldly snorted and said, today, we lost. Boy, what else do you want? Yang Kai sneered and said, Vice Sect Master, why are you being so aggressive? Do you want to eat me alive? Just now, Vice Sect Master shamelessly bullied the weak and attacked this young master. This young master was scared half to death. Even now, my soul still hasn't returned to its original place. I don't know where it's drifting to. In the future, I'm afraid that my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls won't be able to complete. Vice Sect Master caused such an indelible wound to this young master. Don't you have anything to say? Walla. All the girls from Ice Heart Valley fainted as they looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions. What scared him half to death? What soul not returning? What indelible wounds? All of this was clearly nonsense. When Yao Zhua attacked Yang Kai before, Yang Kai didn't even need to face him head-on. All he did was summon an Emperor Authority bead to resolve the crisis, so how could he have suffered any kind of injury? This little brat was lying with his eyes wide open. He didn't even know how to blush. The girls also learned something new and secretly thought that a person's face could be so thick. Feng Shi angrily said, I can clearly see that you are fine. How could you have suffered any injuries? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, young sect master, don't lie with your eyes wide open. This young master is now dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Can't you see it? Or is young sect master's eyes on his ass? You. Feng Shi had never seen such a shameless person before. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. The girls from Ice Heart Valley also blushed, secretly feeling that Yang Kai's words were a disgrace to their culture. Yao Zhua pondered for a while before coming to his senses, boy, are you trying to extort me? Yang Kai said, Vice Sect Master, there is no need to speak so harshly. A life for a life, and a debt must be repaid. This is a matter of course. You have damaged this young master's foundation, ending this young master's martial Dao path. This young master won't lower himself to your level. Taking out something as compensation is acceptable, right? Aren't you trying to extort me? Yao Zhuo was furious. Yang Kai frowned, rubbed his chin, and pondered for a moment before sighing, "Fine, I am trying to extort you. Vice Sect Master, what do you want? Bite me." Chapter 24:20. Little brat, you're really courting death. Yao Zhuo was furious, his blood boiling. He was seriously injured, but he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai, a third-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator, was blatantly extorting him. How could he tolerate this? Yao Zhuo was so angry that he couldn't wait to go up and slap Yang Kai. He didn't believe that Yang Kai still had another Emperor Authority bead. Emperor Authority beads were too rare, and ordinary people would be lucky to have one. How could they have a second one? You still dare to threaten this young master? Do you believe I won't make you die here? Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless. You. Yao Zhuo sneered, his face full of sarcasm and mockery. Yang Kai turned to look at Sun Yunxiu and stretched out his hand, "Give me back my token." Sun Yunxiu didn't know what he wanted, but this token was indeed brought by Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai had used Bing Yun's Emperor Authority bead before, so it was obvious that Yang Kai had a deep relationship with her master. Therefore, Sun Yunxiu didn't hesitate and quickly returned the Ancestral Founder's token to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised the token high, looked around, and shouted, "Ice Heart Valley's sect rules, seeing the Ancestral Founder's token is the same as seeing the Ancestral Founder herself." And Ruo Yun, Sun Yunxiu, and the others were all stunned when they heard this, but they soon reacted. There was indeed such a rule in the valley, so they quickly knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Disciples greet Ancestral Founder." Yang Kai looked at Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi coldly and shouted, "This young master orders you in the name of Senior Bing Yun, kill these two." *Z, Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi's faces changed drastically. They turned pale with fright. They both retreated a few steps, extremely vigilant. A trivial Yang Kai was indeed nothing in their eyes, but Ice Heart Valley was different. There were more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm here, and two of them were second-order emperors. Yao Zhuo was seriously injured, so he was no match for them. Once the women obeyed, then this day next year would really be his death anniversary. The Ice Heart Valley girls were also dumbfounded when they heard this, but soon, Sun Yunxiu flew out and stood behind Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi, blocking their way. When the other women saw this, although they felt it was inappropriate, they still spread out and surrounded the two Seeking Passion sect cultivators while summoning their artifacts. He looked like he was ready to attack at any moment. Yao Zhuo's face turned pale in an instant. Feng Shi's body trembled as he nervously swallowed his saliva. As the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master, he had been pampered since he was a child. When had he ever encountered such a life-and-death situation? Only then did he know what fear was. Yang Kai laughed strangely at the side. He continued to play with the Ancestral Master's token with an expression of a villain intoxicated by success. This young master. And Ruo Yun looked at Yang Kai and said softly, "Do you really want to kill him?" She didn't want to kill Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi here, after all, their status was extraordinary. If they really died at the hands of Ice Heart Valley, Seeking Passion sect would definitely not let them off. When the two great sects went to war, the entire northern territory would be plunged into misery and suffering. Even if her master returned, the sect would suffer heavy casualties. As the acting valley master, it was impossible for her not to consider this. She was afraid that Yang Kai would really order them to kill Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi to vent his anger. If that were the case, she would rather defy the Ancestral Master's token than take action. She believed that even if her master knew, he wouldn't blame her. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Then let's see if these two know what's good for them." And Ruo Yun heard this and felt relieved. This young man isn't a simple-minded guy. He ordered us to do this because he wanted to get some benefits from Yao Zhuo. Otherwise, he would have urged us to take action long ago. Why would he say something like this? As long as no one dies, everything is fine. Thinking so, and Ruo Yun didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she was curious about how much trouble Yang Kai could cause. Valley Master and elder son, as masters of the Emperor realm, are you willing to be ordered around by a little brat of unknown origin? You are people of status. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you don't go? Yao Zhuo couldn't get through to Yang Kai, so he could only turn his attention to Ruo Yun and Sun Yun Xiu, hoping that the two of them would care about their status and not act so recklessly. Sun Yun Xiu said indifferently, with the ancestral master's token here, we can't do anything about it. If Vice Sect Master has any objections, you can go and reason with my honored master. Yao Zhuo was speechless. Bing Yun's Emperor Authority bead almost took his life. If he really saw her in person, how could he dare to reason with her? Yao Zhuo's mood was extremely complicated. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such shame and humiliation. He was threatened by a young man whose cultivation was far inferior to his own. But now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. After a moment of silence, he could only swallow his anger and ask in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Vice Sect Master, don't be so nervous. Everything in this world can be discussed. Just give me some compensation and this young master can pretend that nothing happened." "What do you want?" Yao Zhuo asked. Yang Kai raised a finger and said indifferently, "This young master only wants one thing." "Let's hear it." Yao Zhuo couldn't help but relax when he heard that Yang Kai only wanted one thing. If that was the case, then this matter was indeed negotiable. "Hand over your space ring and scram." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the space ring on Yao Zhuo's hand. "What?" Yao Zhuo's eyes immediately spat fire as he said resolutely, "Impossible." Previously, when Yang Kai said that he only wanted one thing, Yao Zhuo thought that Yang Kai just wanted to regain some face. But now, it seemed that Yang Kai wasn't trying to regain face at all. He was clearly looting a burning house. Yang Kai was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he had a lot of good things in his space ring. He had come here to prepare for Feng Shi and Ziyu's wedding in 2 days, so the betrothal gifts were all in the space ring. If Seeking Passion Sect was a big sect, then naturally, they wouldn't be stingy with their young sect master's wedding. The amount of betrothal gifts was enough to match the income of a medium-sized sect for 10 years, not to mention the countless precious treasures. Yang Kai's face sank as he said coldly, "Kill him. Kill the young one first. Don't kill him with a single strike. Slowly cut off his limbs and cripple his dantian. I want him to taste all the torture in the world before he dies." As soon as his voice fell, Sun Yun Xiu's long sword shook and slashed at Feng Shi. Feng Shi was so scared that his face turned pale. His whole body trembled as he shouted, "No." Sun Yun Xiu didn't move at all. This woman had an extremely hot temper. Previously, she didn't care about Yang Kai, and now, as soon as she heard Yang Kai's order, she really attacked. "Wait." Yang Kai raised his hand again. Sun Yun Xiu's long sword immediately came to a halt, stopping right above Feng Shi's arm. A cold sensation spread through his body and Feng Shi collapsed to the ground. Turning his head, he saw a line of blood appear on his arm. If Yang Kai had shouted a little slower just now, his arm would have been cut off. Yang Kai looked at Feng Shi with a smile and said with a harmless look on his face, "Young sect master seems to have something to say." "Yes, yes, yes." Feng Shi heard this and nodded repeatedly. "Then say it. No one is blocking your mouth." Feng Shi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he turned his head to Yao Zhuo and said, "Martial uncle, just give him the ring. Why lower yourself to his level? Bullshit. Yao Zhuo shouted angrily, my seeking passion sex people would rather live standing than die kneeling. What's the difference between wanting this king's ring and slapping this king's face? Sheik, don't be afraid. This boy is just trying to scare you. He won't dare to take your life. If he really dares to do so, when Sect Master arrives in 2 days, he will definitely flatten Ice Heart Valley. Take my life. Feng Shi murmured, his face turning pale as a strong fear surged in his heart. He had always been the one killing others. When had he ever been the one being killed? For a moment, he no longer cared about his image and shouted, no, I don't want to die. If I die, what's the point of Father and Master flattening Ice Heart Valley? If I die, what will happen to the 69 wives of the sect? Martial uncle, hurry up and give him the ring. I am the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect. In the future, I will be in charge of Seeking Passion sect and become the overlord of the Northern Territory. How can I die in such a place? You. Yao Zhuo didn't expect Feng Shi to be so spineless. He was scared out of his wits just by being threatened. Yao Zhuo didn't know Feng Shi was such a timid person. Feng Shi was already injured, so at this moment, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was disappointed that Feng Shi didn't live up to his expectations. The Ice Heart Valley women also seemed to be meeting Feng Shi for the first time as they all showed looks of disdain. Although it was a matter of life and death, Feng Shi's behavior was really despicable. Which cultivator didn't have their head on their belt? They had already seen through life and death. However, Feng Shi was undoubtedly too protected, so he lost his composure in the face of danger. As the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect, he had lost all face for Seeking Passion sect. The disdainful gazes made Feng Shi feel even more ashamed, but compared to his own life, what was face? He kept begging Yao Zhuo to take off his space ring. 69 wives, young sect master really has good luck with women. How enviable. Yang Kai said coldly, but there wasn't the slightest envy in his eyes. Instead, there was only thick mockery, young sect master, rest assured. If you die here, I will take good care of your 69 wives. This young master's physical strength is very good, so he won't leave them to guard an empty room. An Ruo Yun's face turned red as she spat, this young master doesn't know what to say. Ziyu also glared at Yang Kai with a strange expression, the whites of her eyes rolling back. Upon hearing that Yang Kai had set his sights on his 69 wives, Feng Shi's eyes turned red. He stretched out his hand towards Yao Zhuo and tore off his space ring. Yao Zhuo didn't know if he was disheartened by Feng Shi's performance, but he didn't resist and let Feng Shi easily take off his space ring. Chapter 24-21. Feng Shi threw the ring to Yang Kai and looked at him anxiously, I'll give you the ring. Can you let us go now? Yang Kai caught it and sneered, looking at Feng Shi with eyes full of ridicule. Feng Shi's heart skipped a beat. This person won't go back on his word, right? Following his gaze, Feng Shi looked at the ring on his hand. Gritting his teeth, he took off his space ring and threw it to Yang Kai, I'll give this to you too. Let me go. Young sect master is so kind. How can I accept this? Yang Kai quickly took his space ring and stuffed it into his pocket without even looking at it. Then, he changed the topic and coldly snorted, this young master said before that as long as you have your vice sect master's space ring, I'll let you go. But now, young sect master is forcing a second ring on me for no reason. Aren't you trying to frame this young master for being unrighteous? Ah! Feng Shi's jaw dropped. He never thought that Yang Kai would say such shameless words. The expressions of the Ice Heart Valley girls were also extremely strange. They looked at Yang Kai with complicated gazes. Today, this young man's performance had really refreshed their understanding of moral bottom line. Before meeting Yang Kai, they had never thought that there would be someone so shameless in this world. It was unknown if Feng Shi was suddenly enlightened, but when he saw Yang Kai's unfriendly expression, he quickly said, "Brother, you misunderstand. My space ring is just a gift from this Feng. It's not part of the previous conditions. Brother, you have a dignified appearance and are extraordinary. In the future, you will definitely become a great person. This Feng just wants to make friends with you." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Young sect master is so generous. This is a good friend." "Good." The corner of Feng Shi's mouth twitched as he smiled awkwardly. "Then, can we go now?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Does young sect master still want to stay for breakfast?" "No, no, no." Hearing this, Feng Shi felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly stood up, dragged Yao Zhuo up, and staggered out of Ice Heart Valley. Ever since Feng Shi forcibly took away his space ring, Yao Zhuo seemed to have lost his soul, his eyes completely blank. He seemed to feel despair at Feng Shi's performance. At this moment, he didn't resist at all as he was dragged away. After a short while, Yao Zhuo and Feng Shi disappeared. Only now did the women from Ice Heart Valley involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. When Yang Kai had ordered them to kill the two Seeking Passion sect disciples with the ancestral founder's token, they had all been secretly worried that the situation would turn sour. Fortunately, although Yang Kai had robbed the two space rings in the end, he had still managed to rob them. However, this matter was not irreversible. At the very least, Feng Shi and Yao Zhuo's lives were not in danger. "Young master, where is my master now?" And Ruoyun finally had the time to ask about the matter she was concerned about. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. "Seniorin, don't worry. Senior Bing Yun is safe now. It's just that it's not convenient for her to see you these few days." "Not convenient?" Sun Yun Xiu heard this. Sun Yun Xiu frowned. She anxiously asked, "Why is it not convenient?" Yang Kai glanced at her coldly and said, "It's not convenient, it's not convenient. There's no reason." Sun Yun Xiu choked. If it were up to her, she would have already exploded. However, Yang Kai was sent by her master, and he had the ancestral founder's token. She could only swallow her anger. Zhang Suning asked, "Then when can we see master?" Yang Kai thought for a while and said, "About 2 to 3 days. Just wait." After a pause, he turned to look at Sun Yun Xiu and sneered. Xiao Qian smiled coldly and said, "I hope that after the first elder meets Senior Bingyun, you can clearly explain Ziyu's marriage." Sun Yun Xiu's face darkened, but she still said in a deep voice, "If master wants to punish me, I will take responsibility. It has nothing to do with the other sisters." Yang Kai sneered. Sun Yun Xiu's performance just now was not bad. Even if she was slapped by him, she didn't hold a grudge. However, she still needed to be punished for agreeing to marry Ziyu to Feng Shi. She had pushed her best disciple into the fire pit that was the Seeking Passion sect. As the great elder, this was the end of her. However, this was her sect's internal affair, so even if Yang Kai was indignant, he couldn't say anything. And Ruoyun, on the other hand, thought of something and looked at Yang Kai with a worried expression. "Little young master kept saying that it's not convenient for master. He also said that it would only take 2 to 3 days. Could it be? Master is injured? Is she healing right now?" Hearing what she said, all the women's faces changed. When Bing Yun left Ice Heart Valley, she was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. After 3,000 years, Bing Yun's strength must have become even more powerful. Even in the entire star boundary, she was definitely a top existence, so how could such a master be injured? How many people in the world could injure her? Yang Kai glanced at Ruoyun in surprise, somewhat surprised by her intelligence. He hadn't said anything yet and Ruoyun was able to guess this. Obviously, she was quite clever. Everyone here was a high-level member of Ice Heart Valley, and many of them were Bing Yun's legacy disciples, so Yang Kai didn't hide it anymore and nodded seriously, Senior and is right. Senior Bing Yun is indeed injured. In an instant, all the women from Ice Heart Valley turned pale. Yang Kai quickly said, but rest assured, Senior Bing Yun's injuries are not serious. She is currently healing in Ice Moon City. She will be back to normal in 2 to 3 days. Master is in Ice Moon City. And Ruo Yun exclaimed. Zhang Suning also said excitedly, can you take us to see Master? Yang Kai frowned and said, Senior Bing Yun is healing. It's not good for you to disturb her now, is it? And Ruo Yun said, we won't disturb Master. We just want to be closer to her. Little young Master, we beg you. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but at this moment, she was like a child who had been guarding her home for countless years and heard the news of her parents' return. She was excited and expectant. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai with pleading looks on their faces. Yang Kai couldn't stand being stared at by so many beautiful eyes and could only say, okay, I will take you to see Senior Bing Yun. Many thanks. All the women's expressions relaxed, and they were wild with joy. Immediately, An Ruo Yun ordered the disciples to activate all the barriers and spirit arrays of Ice Heart Valley and asked them to protect the sect. Then, she flew to Ice Moon City with Yang Kai. There were more than a dozen people, but only Yang Kai was a man. It was a grand scene. Except for Yang Kai and Ziyu, everyone else was from the Emperor Realm. When such a powerful force walked, it was natural that they would attract attention. When they arrived at the gate of Ice Moon City, the cultivator guarding the city was about to step forward and ask, but when he saw the people from the Emperor Realm behind Yang Kai, he immediately retreated in shock, not even daring to breathe. Ice Moon City was the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Many of the shops in the city were run by Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Therefore, when An Ruo Yun and the others entered the city, many Ice Heart Valley disciples flew out from the shops on both sides of the street and bowed respectfully. It didn't take long for everyone in Ice Moon City to know that the higher-ups of Ice Heart Valley had come out in full force. No one knew what they were doing in the city. The puppet city lords supported by Ice Heart Valley even ran over to greet them, sweating profusely. He was trembling in fear, thinking that he had done something wrong that caused the higher-ups of Ice Heart Valley to come and punish him. However, An Ruo Yun and the others only greeted him and then ignored him. This made the puppet city master feel both sad and relieved. This who greets Valley Master and Great Elder Son, and the other elders. Congratulations to Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect for the marriage. It is truly a joyous occasion. A person suddenly flew over from the side and landed in front of Ice Heart Valley's group, cupping his fists with a smile. This person was a middle-aged man with a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. He seemed to be a powerful figure from one of the Northern Territories sects. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that he had come here to congratulate Ice Heart Valley on the big day. He must have heard that An Ruo Yun and the others had come to Ice Moon City, so he took the initiative to greet them. An Ruo Yun paused for a moment, but before she could answer, one Emperor Realm Master after another suddenly rushed out from all directions, all of them congratulating her just like this man surnamed Hu. An Ruo Yun undoubtedly recognized these people and exchanged a few simple greetings with them. The man surnamed Hu, who was the first to appear, waited for her to finish her greetings before asking suspiciously, Valley Masterin, how come you have the leisure to come to Ice Moon City? Although Ice Moon City was Ice Heart Valley's property and was also a transit point for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world, the higher-ups of Ice Heart Valley generally wouldn't appear here, let alone more than a dozen of them. Everyone faintly felt that something was not quite right. For no reason, they had the illusion that a storm was brewing, as if something big was about to happen. We have some matters to attend to, so please help yourselves. Sun Yin Xiu replied with a cold face. In addition, the marriage between my Ice Heart Valley's disciple Ziyu and Seeking Passion sect's young sect master Feng Shi is annulled from today onwards. You don't need to stay here any longer, you may return to where you came from. Junior Sister Sun's words are a bit too direct. Please forgive her for making all of you come all the way here. It is Ice Heart Valley's hospitality that has been lacking. And Ruoyun smiled gently before leading everyone into the city. The group of people from the Emperor realm were left dumbfounded. After a while, when Ruoyun and the others disappeared, someone wiped the sweat on his forehead and swallowed his saliva. Brother Hu Yuan, did I hear wrongly? Didn't Valley Master and an elder son just say that the marriage is annulled? I heard it too. This is bad, this is bad. What are those women from Ice Heart Valley doing? The man named Hu Yuan also broke out in cold sweat and was extremely nervous. Someone said, I don't know if this marriage is Ice Heart Valley's unilateral decision or if they have reached a consensus with Seeking Passion sect. If it's unilateral decision, everyone's expression sank as they suddenly realized that something was wrong. If it was Ice Heart Valley's unilateral decision, Seeking Passion sect would definitely not let it go. Seeking Passion sect's disciples cultivate the Seeking Passion supreme art and enter the Tao through love. They won't easily give up on a woman they fancy, not to mention that this matter is related to Seeking Passion sect's young sect master Feng Shi. In my humble opinion, Seeking Passion sect won't give up on this marriage. Chapter 24-22. Since Seeking Passion sect won't give up so easily, doesn't that mean Ice Heart Valley is going back on their word? I heard that Seeking Passion sect's vice sect master and young sect master are both in Ice Heart Valley, but why aren't they here yet? A storm is brewing. I'm afraid the Northern Territory is about to change. Brother Zhou, you must be joking. Although Ice Heart Valley is strong, how can it compete with Seeking Passion sect? The entire Northern Territory knows that Ice Heart Valley no longer lives up to its reputation as a top sect. If Seeking Passion sect really wants to hold them accountable, Ice Heart Valley won't be able to resist. I heard that Seeking Passion sect's sect master, Master Feng Xian, will personally come to Ice Heart Valley on the day of the celebration. It should be tomorrow. If he knows that Ice Heart Valley has refused the marriage. The 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm were all talking at once, but none of them understood the situation. They only knew one thing, Ice Heart Valley was in big trouble this time. They didn't know where this group of women got the courage to break off the marriage at this juncture. Wasn't this the same as slapping Seeking Passion sect's face in front of the entire Northern Territory? How could Feng Xian give up? Brother Hu Yuan, should we go and persuade Valley Master and the others? I remember that your wife is from Ice Heart Valley. If something happens to Ice Heart Valley, your fusion sect can't stay out of it. Hearing this, Hu Yuan's expression changed slightly. After pondering for a while, he hurriedly flew in the direction and Ruo Yun and the others left. It seemed that he wanted to persuade them. The other people from the Emperor realm looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Although they had only come to congratulate Ice Heart Valley, now that things had developed to this point, they also wanted to know what had happened to Ice Heart Valley that had given them the courage to break the engagement with Seeking Passion sect. After a while, a group of people arrived in front of an inn in Ice Moon City. In front of the inn, Ruo Yun and the others stood quietly. The more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm looked solemn and silent. They just looked in a certain direction with pious and excited expressions. There was no one in a radius of 1,000 meters. All the irrelevant people had retreated far away and were looking in this direction. Hu Yuan flew over and hurriedly stepped forward. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ruo Yun suddenly kneel down. Following her actions, all of Ice Heart Valley's members from the Emperor realm knelt on the ground. Hu Yuan's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He stood rooted to the ground and stared blankly. He wondered what Ruo Yun and the others were up to. The other experts who had arrived one after another were also dumbfounded. The shock in the depths of their hearts couldn't be any greater. Who? Brother Hu, what's going on? Someone moved closer to Hu Yuan and asked in a low voice. Hu Yuan was also confused. He kept shaking his head when he heard this. I don't know. When I came here. They're just like that. Who exactly is staying in that inn? How could Valley Master and an elder son be so courteous? Among the people from Ice Heart Valley, Ruo Yun and Sun Yun Xiu were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters. Except for a disciple from the third-order Dao Source Realm, the others were all first-order emperors. Such a force was terrifying. However, they were kneeling on the street in front of the inn in broad daylight. They didn't feel the slightest burden in their hearts. Instead, they acted as if it was only natural. Ruo Yun was the acting Valley Master of Ice Heart Valley. Sun Yun Xiu was the Great Elder of Ice Heart Valley. Every word and action of the two represented the face of Ice Heart Valley. At this moment, they were kneeling here without saying a word. It meant that there was someone in this inn who could make them submit. Hu Yuan's face changed. He seemed to have thought of something and whispered, could it be? He didn't finish his words, but his face was filled with excitement. Brother Hu, what do you mean? Someone didn't understand and asked anxiously. One of them said thoughtfully, in this world, even if the 10 great emperors came here in person, they wouldn't be able to make Valley Master and the others bow so courteously. There is only one person who can make them do this willingly. Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Senior Bing Yun. Someone exclaimed. Could it be that Senior Bing Yun is staying in this inn? Didn't Senior Bing Yun fall a long time ago? There hasn't been any news of her for 3,000 years. No news of her doesn't mean that she has fallen. Maybe Senior Bing Yun has been living in seclusion, or maybe she has been trapped somewhere. Senior Bing Yun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master when she disappeared. How could someone with her cultivation die so easily? Bing Yun was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, and even though she had been missing for 3,000 years, her name still resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. After suddenly guessing that Bing Yun was living in that inn, everyone couldn't help but have different expressions. Among this group of people, some were close to Ice Heart Valley, while others were close to Seeking Passion sect. Naturally, they had different feelings at this moment. At this juncture, Senior Bing Yun suddenly appeared, and Sect Master Feng Xian will be here tomorrow. If these two masters meet. Someone shuddered as he spoke, not daring to continue. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big deal if Bing Yun and Feng Xian met. Both of them were leaders of top sects in the Northern Territory and had dealt with each other countless times. However, Ruo Yun just said that the arranged marriage between the two sects had been cancelled. Once Feng Xian came, he would definitely seek justice for his son. No wonder Ruo Yun and the others dared to break off the engagement at this time. It turned out that Bing Yun had returned. However, for some reason, Ruo Yun and the others were all kneeling in front of the inn, but Bing Yun was nowhere to be seen. No one dared to release their divine sense casually, so they all stood in place anxiously and waited. For a time, nearly 20 masters from the Emperor realm gathered in front of this small inn. It was a spectacle. Yang Kai stood in front of the inn with a helpless look on his face. He didn't expect that Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor realm would suddenly make such a scene. As a result, they were surrounded by countless people like monkeys. Fan Xian and the others came out of the inn when they heard the news. After glancing at Ruo Yun and the others, they approached Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, Brother Yang, who are they? Why are they kneeling here? Yang Kai's mouth twitched, these are your senior sisters. Senior sisters. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment before she covered her red lips with her small hand and cried out, they are from Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai nodded. Fan Xian hurriedly led her junior sisters forward. She bowed and said, Fan Xian greets senior sisters. You are. And Ruo Yun looked at her in surprise. Junior sister Fan Xian. She is a disciple that honored master accepted in the solitary void sealed world. They are the same, Fan Xian pointed to the women behind her. These women's cultivations were lower than hers. When they saw so many from the Emperor realm kneeling in front of them, they were all at a loss for words. After all, the Emperor realm was like a legend to them. But now, they were actually going to call these people from the Emperor realm sisters. The huge surprise made them dizzy and confused. They didn't know what to do. You are honored master's disciples. And Ruo Yun's eyes lit up. Fan Xian smiled and activated her Xian Qi. Her entire temperament suddenly became extremely cold. Sun Yun Xiu nodded, it is indeed Ice Heart Valley's orthodox secret art. Hearing this, the gazes of the women softened as they looked at Fan Xian and the others. Good, good, good. And Ruo Yun smiled gently, Master has finally accepted new disciples. Thank you for taking care of honored Master all these years. As senior sisters, we thank you. Fan Xian shook her head, it was honored Master who took us in. We couldn't help honored Master much. Senior sisters, why are you kneeling here? Hurry up and get up. Zhang Suning smiled slightly and said, we did something wrong. This is the punishment we deserve. Junior sister, don't mind it. And Ruo Yun said, Junior sister, you just mentioned the solitary void sealed world. Could it be that honored master has been in there all these years? From her tone, it was clear that she didn't know about the existence of the solitary void sealed world. But that wasn't surprising, as no one who had been trapped inside had ever managed to escape. To the entire star boundary, the solitary void sealed world was too unfamiliar. Yes, we were all trapped in the solitary void sealed world. We only managed to escape a few days ago, Fan Xian nodded. Master is injured. Is it also related to the solitary void sealed world? And Ruo Yun asked nervously. Fan Xian said, there was a guy called Qi Ri in the solitary void sealed world. His cultivation was the same as honored master's. Honored master wanted to leave at that time, but Qi Ri didn't allow it, so the two of them fought. A group of Ice Heart Valley disciples from the Emperor realm were kneeling in front of the inn, listening to Fan Xian's story. When they heard about the thrilling experience, they were even more nervous. Yang Kai knew at a glance that they had endless things to say. And Ruo Yun and the others definitely wanted to know how Bing Yun had been all these years and how her body was doing now. So, he went straight back to his room and began to count Feng Shi and Yaozhua's rings. This time, he had no choice but to use an Emperor Authority bead, but he obtained 2 space rings, so it wasn't a loss. Moreover, these 2 people had countless good things in their rings. After counting, Yang Kai found that not only did he not suffer a loss, but he also made a lot of money. The only thing he regretted was that without the Emperor Authority bead, he would have one less trump card in the future. Yaozhua and Feng Shi had so many things in their space rings that it took Yang Kai an entire day to finish counting. Just the source crystals alone amounted to more than 100 million, and there was no lack of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals. If converted to low-rank source crystals, it would be at least 3 billion to 4 billion, and this didn't even include the value of the precious treasures. The wealth of Seeking Passion sect was an eye-opener for him. Yang Kai was already rich, but now that he had obtained such a large amount of wealth, his personal wealth could only be described as terrifying. Thinking back to when he first came to the star boundary, when he and Lu Xianyun were running around worrying about source crystals, those days felt like a lifetime ago. In a good mood, Yang Kai threw some rare minerals into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to devour and refine. Ever since the embodiment used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to refine the Emperor realm, its aura had faintly reached a peak, and it seemed that it was only a step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. Not only the embodiment, but so did Hua Qingxi. Even Lu Yan's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in the sealed world bead. The only one whose cultivation was lacking was Zhang Ruoxi, but she was now at the first-order Dao source realm. With her special constitution, as long as there was enough world energy, her cultivation would catch up sooner or later. Chapter 24-23. Yang Kai had always been concerned about Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. He had a piece of space spirit jade in his hand that resonated with Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. When it resonated with Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline, strange and beautiful scenes would flash across the space spirit jade. Yang Kai had never known what this space spirit jade was used for. Moreover, in the Four Seasons realm, Zhang Ruoxi said that she had encountered the ancient divine spirit, Qiongqi. Not only did the Qiongqi fierce beast not hurt her, it even gave her a pink cloud's phoenix robe. The pink cloud's phoenix robe was an emperor artifact, an extremely high-grade defensive emperor artifact. Yang Kai was particularly concerned about this matter. He vaguely guessed that it was related to Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline, but he could not find an answer. Perhaps when Zhang Ruoxi became stronger, she would be able to figure out what was going on with her bloodline. Time flew by. Yang Kai checked the 2 space rings and went to the small sealed world to distribute some cultivation resources to Hua Qingxi, Lu Yan, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others before returning to the room. Before he could do anything else, a suffocating feeling suddenly descended from the sky and disappeared in a flash. Yang Kai's face changed as he suddenly became alert. That feeling just now was definitely caused by a master using their divine sense to scan him. Although it quickly disappeared, Yang Kai still felt the strength of the other party. It was impossible for a second-order Emperor Realm Master to give him such pressure. Only a third-order Emperor Realm Master could do this. Seeking Passion Sect Master, Feng Xian, is here. This thought immediately flashed through Yang Kai's mind and he hurriedly rushed out of the room. Outside the inn, Ruo Yun and the others also had dignified expressions on their pretty faces. Obviously, they had all noticed something. Not far away, the masters from the Emperor Realm who had come to congratulate them also had solemn expressions. They knew yesterday that Feng Xian would come today. Once he met Bing Yun, it was very likely that there would be a fierce battle, but when it really happened, everyone still felt that the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Hong hong hong, in the distant sky, the sound of explosions continued to ring out, each one getting closer and closer to the last. Following the explosions, a figure rushed over like a ghost. At first, he couldn't see it clearly from afar. But in just 3 breaths, he suddenly descended above Ice Moon City and arrived in front of the inn. In an instant, a domineering pressure spread out. The entire Ice Moon City buzzed incessantly, and space trembled. It was as if even the heavens and the earth were about to submit. Hu Yuan and the others raised their heads and hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, Sect Master Feng." In the sky, a man stood proudly. He raised his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite, everyone." His every move seemed to contain extremely profound mysteries that were in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth. As the power of principle lingered around him, Hu Yuan and the others felt a subtle force lift them up, causing them to feel extremely shocked. He knew that the gap between him and Feng Xian was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai raised his head and looked up. He saw a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar standing in the sky. This middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to Feng Shi, but he had a much more elegant demeanor than Feng Shi. Moreover, this man was extremely handsome, even more heroic and extraordinary than Feng Shi. This was undoubtedly the Seeking Passion Sect Master, Feng Xian. Yang Kai didn't know if he was born like this or if it was due to the Seeking Passion Supreme Art. Coupled with the warm smile on his face, everyone who saw him felt as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Yang Kai, on the other hand, felt extremely uncomfortable. There was no other reason. At this moment, Feng Shi and Yao Zhuo were standing behind Feng Xian, both of them gnashing their teeth and glaring at Yang Kai as if they wanted to eat him alive. The night before yesterday, both of their space rings had been taken away by Yang Kai. At that time, they were outnumbered and had no choice but to compromise. Feng Shi had also lost face for the rest of his life. Now that Feng Xian was here, he naturally had a backer, and his confidence was bolstered. He secretly vowed to wash away his shame and let Yang Kai know the consequences of offending him. Feng Xian just glanced at Yang Kai indifferently and didn't pay any more attention to him. After all, a cultivator from the third order Dao source realm was like an ant in his eyes. His gaze was deep, as if it could penetrate the void, and he stared at a certain spot with a slight smile. Bing Yun, you and I haven't seen each other for 3,000 years. Today, we can finally meet again. This king is very happy. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Whether it was the dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley or the masters from the various sects who came to congratulate them, they all guessed that Bing Yun was staying in the inn. No one dared to release their divine sense at will to investigate. Ruo Yun and the others had been kneeling at the entrance of the inn for a day and a night, but there was still no trace of Bing Yun. Hu Yuan and the others even wondered if Bing Yun was still in the inn. If she was here, why didn't she appear? Instead, why did she ask her disciples to kneel here and let everyone watch? However, Feng Xian's words dispelled everyone's suspicions. Bing Yun was definitely in the inn. Otherwise, Feng Xian wouldn't say such a thing. At this moment, Feng Xian had come to Ice Moon City in person, so Bing Yun had to show up no matter what. If she didn't, it would be rude. But to everyone's surprise, after Feng Xian shouted, there was still no movement in the inn. Even Ruo Yun and the others who were kneeling at the entrance of the inn didn't show any reaction. Hu Yuan and the others waited quietly for a while, feeling the atmosphere gradually become subtle. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads as they felt inexplicably uneasy. Feng Xian's face gradually became gloomy. He could feel that Bing Yun was in the inn, but she didn't respond when he took the initiative to greet her. Wasn't this not giving him face? In front of so many masters from the Northern Territories sects, how could Feng Xian step down? Bing Yun, I haven't seen you for such a long time, yet you've become arrogant. Feng Xian smiled coldly, obviously extremely displeased. On the other side, Ruo Yun frowned and said loudly, Sect Master Feng, my master has an important matter to attend to now, so it is inconvenient for him to reply. Please wait for a moment. Important matter? Feng Xian raised his brow, seemingly thinking of something, nodded slightly and said, Fine, then this king will wait here. At this time, Feng Shi, who had been staring at Yang Kai with hatred, suddenly leaned over to Feng Xian's ear and whispered a few words, then pointed in the direction of Yang Kai. The next moment, Feng Xian's eyes burst with light as his gaze fixed on Yang Kai and he suddenly shouted, That boy over there. This shout seemed to be mixed with a subtle trace of spiritual energy. Yang Kai only felt a buzzing sound in his head as he suddenly felt dizzy. In a panic, he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to resist. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus also began to spin, releasing a seven-colored glow. A gentle force emerged from his knowledge sea, making Yang Kai feel a little better, but blood still oozed out of his mouth and nose. Not only that, but he also felt like he was about to collapse. His legs went soft and he almost knelt on the ground. Fortunately, with the soul-warming lotus as a foundation, Yang Kai managed to hold on and only staggered slightly. After stabilizing his footing, Kai Yang's heart was filled with an evil fire that was about to erupt. This Feng Xian had secretly attacked him without saying a word, and not only had he done it so stealthily that no one noticed, he had even wanted to force him to kneel. It was obvious that he was trying to intimidate him. If he were to kneel on the ground because of Feng Xian's words in front of so many people, everyone would probably laugh at him for being incompetent. This unbearable experience was bound to become a heart demon on his path of the martial Tao. If this heart demon wasn't eliminated, his path of the martial Tao would probably come to an end. This Feng Xian is simply too sinister and despicable. Yang Kai ground his teeth, his stomach filled with monstrous anger. On the other hand, Feng Xian raised his brow and revealed a look of surprise. Yang Kai did not kneel on the ground as he expected, which surprised him a little. Just now, in order to conceal himself, he did not use too much strength, but that was not something a third-order Tao Source realm could withstand. Even a first-order Emperor Realm Master would be shocked by his shout if they were not careful, making a fool of themselves in front of everyone. But this young man only staggered a little, which was really strange. However, Feng Xian did not care too much. With such a huge gap in strength, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to enter his eyes. Just as he was thinking, Yang Kai wiped the blood from his mouth and nose with his hand and sneered, "Very good, the people of Seeking Passion sect are really a bunch of trash who only know how to bully the weak. Vice sect master is like this, and even sect master is like this. This young master has learned something today. What Seeking Passion sect? I think you should change your name to Bullying the Weak sect." Hearing this, Feng Xian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Yang Kai to be so bold. After suffering a loss, he did not show any mercy and dared to mock him in front of his face. Hu Yuan and the others also opened their mouths wide, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Although none of them were aware of what had happened just now, Yang Kai's nose was bleeding in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone guessed that this young man had suffered a big loss because of Feng Xian's shout just now. But even if he had suffered a loss, he should not have made such a big fuss. Could it be that this boy had never died before, so he did not know how to write the word death? And Ruo Yun and the others also reacted belatedly. Seeing Yang Kai's pale face, they immediately asked in shock, "Little young master, are you okay?" Yang Kai sneered. This young master was attacked by a despicable villain. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all severely injured. How could I be okay? This is a big deal. When Ruo Yun heard this, she knew that he must be fine, but he deliberately made it sound so miserable. She could not help but glare at him. Hu Yuan and the others also felt dizzy. If his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all seriously injured, how could he still speak so confidently? They did not know where this boy had come from, but he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ignorant people have nothing to fear. A third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator dared to challenge sect master Feng Xian. Sure enough, he was young and impetuous. It was not easy for this guy to live until now. The originally tense atmosphere suddenly became comical because of his antics. "Boy, don't talk nonsense." Seeing Yang Kai exaggerate like this, Feng Xian was secretly annoyed. His shout was mixed with his spiritual energy, so even if Yang Kai was injured, it would only be his knowledge that was injured. It had nothing to do with his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Chapter 24-24. Yang Kai snorted, "Master Feng Xian, why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say that you sneak attacked me. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience, master?" Feng Xian was suddenly at a loss for words. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he had to act with some dignity. He couldn't act like Yang Kai, it would be too shameful. At the critical moment, Feng Shi jumped out and shouted, "Boy, your mouth is full of nonsense. How dare you insult my Seeking Passion sect? If you kneel down and apologize, I can spare your life." His expression was ferocious, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai. Obviously, he was still holding a grudge over what happened the night before. It was no wonder, he had lived like a prince since childhood, when had he ever suffered such grievances and humiliation? Every time he thought about it, he felt ashamed. He wished he could tear apart Kai Yang's bones and drink his blood, only then would he be able to release the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai looked at him and chuckled, "Isn't this young sect master? Last night, you were scared out of your wits and pissed your pants, but now you're so arrogant. Did you find a backer? Oh, don't stare at me like that. Be careful not to burst your eyeballs. You're talking nonsense. How could there be such a thing?" Feng Shi gritted his teeth and glared at him, his face alternating between red and blue as he denied it. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Last night, young sect master cried and begged me to spare your life. This young master took pity on you and let you go out of kindness. I didn't expect that young sect master would not only refuse to be grateful, but also repay kindness with enmity. What kind of logic is this?" When Hu Yuan and the others heard this, they all looked at Feng Shi with strange expressions. It turns out that there was such a conflict between these two young people. I wonder what happened last night. It actually made the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master cry and beg that young man to spare his life. But something like this happened. No wonder they are so hostile. Feng Shi still wanted to explain, but Feng Xian waved his hand and stopped him. Feng Shi's face turned red with anger, but he didn't dare to disobey his father's order. He could only swallow his grievances and complain with eyes full of blood and tears. Feng Xian looked at Yang Kai and said indifferently, "Young man. It's not a bad thing to be proud and full of vigor, but one must also judge the situation and size up the situation. Blindly flaunting one's superiority is the conduct of a boorish man." Bah! Yang Kai spat on the ground and stood there sloppily. He lazily cupped his fists towards Feng Xian and said, "Master, I will remember your teachings, but, what do you want to say?" Feng Xian frowned and said, "I heard that you stole 2 space rings from my Seeking Passion sect last night." Did he steal 2 space rings from the Seeking Passion sect? Hu Yuan and the others listened. All of them stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, each of them staring at him in awe. Previously, when they saw Yang Kai's audacity, they only thought that this kid was a hothead. But now, it seemed that he was more than a hothead, he was simply a madman. Looking at the entire Northern Territory. Who would dare to steal the Seeking Passion sect space ring? But this kid was good. Not only did he steal 1, but he also stole 2. They didn't know which unlucky bastard lost his space ring, or what precious things were inside that provoked sect master Feng Xian to personally ask about it. This kid was finished. Based on this alone, he probably wouldn't live to see the next day. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he shouted, "Master, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want." What do you mean by steal? That's the act of a bandit. This young master has always been open and aboveboard. I have always been upright and upright. I have never done such a thing. Sir, using the word snatch to describe me is a stain on this young master's noble character. I am very unhappy. He had a serious expression on his face, and his face suddenly darkened, as if he was really angry. Hu Yuan and the others stretched out their hands and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. These Emperor Realm Masters had been roaming the star boundary for thousands of years, but it was only today that they had truly broadened their horizons. They felt that nothing they had seen in their entire lives was as shocking as what they had seen today. This young man who had popped out of nowhere was truly a marvel. Facing a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he didn't show any signs of weakness. Instead, he spoke so eloquently. Yao Zhuo shouted angrily, "Weren't you the one who stole this king and Shi'er's space rings? Boy, don't lie through your teeth." As soon as he said this, Hu Yuan and the others who had just wiped their foreheads started sweating again. It turns out that the 2 unlucky bastards who lost their space rings were the Seeking Passion sect's vice sect master and young sect master. This matter has blown up, and there's no way to clean it up. Originally, they thought that Yang Kai had stolen the rings of the 2 Seeking Passion sect disciples, but that wasn't the case at all. Forget about Feng Shi, who was only from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, but Yao Zhuo was a well-known 2nd Order Emperor Realm Master. How could such a master have his space ring stolen? No matter what the final outcome of this matter was, Seeking Passion sect had lost a lot of face. The vice sect master and young sect master's space rings were both stolen by a young man from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. If this news spread, how could Seeking Passion sect establish itself in the Northern Territory in the future? Hu Yuan could almost foresee that this bizarre matter would be made into a clapper and sung in the streets. Within 10 years, seeking passion sex people would be unable to raise their heads high. So, it was the two space rings. Yang Kai seemed to have woken up from a dream as a look of realization appeared on his face. Then, his face sank and he snorted, "Vice Sect Master, Master, you should speak with a conscience. How could I have stolen those two rings?" One of the rings was a bargaining chip for this young master to make a deal with Vice Sect Master, while the other was given to me by young Sect Master. If this young master didn't accept it, he wouldn't feel at ease, so I reluctantly took it. Now, you want to blame me? Bastard! Yao Zhuo was almost driven mad by Yang Kai. His emperor chi fiercely surged as if he wanted to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. Yang Kai nimbly jumped back and landed in front of Ruo Yun and the others, glaring at him as he said, "What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Try it. Sect Master." Yao Zhuo turned his head and cupped his fists towards Feng Xian, "I want to kill him." Feng Xian said lightly, "You can't kill him." Yang Kai was hiding with Ruo Yun and the others, so Yao Zhuo had no chance to kill Yang Kai. However, as the Seeking Passion sect master, Feng Xian couldn't kill Yang Kai himself here. He suddenly discovered that this young man of unknown origin was giving him a headache. It seemed that he was even more difficult to deal with than Bing Yun. After pondering for a moment, Feng Xian looked at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Little brother, you are a dragon among men. You will definitely become a great talent in the future. Those two rings can be considered a gift from this sect to you." Yang Kai raised his brow and snorted, "Master is very good at making cheap remarks." Feng Xian knew that he couldn't take back the rings now that they were in his hands, so he simply said that they were a gift from Yang Kai. This was simply shameless to the extreme, but it also showed the generosity of the Seeking Passion sect and saved some face. However, there is one thing that this king must take back. I hope little brother can cooperate. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What is it?" When he checked the rings before, he didn't find anything special in them, although there were indeed many treasures inside. "A blood jade qilin," Feng Xian quickly said. "A blood jade qilin?" Yang Kai murmured before sweeping the space ring with his divine sense. Soon, he flipped his palm and took out a red qilin statue. This qilin statue was about 3 inches tall and was carved in a vivid and lifelike manner. However, Yang Kai didn't know what material it was carved from. He had just glanced at it before throwing it into his space ring. Now that Feng Xian mentioned it, he suddenly remembered. "It's this thing." Feng Xian nodded. "This thing, what's so special about it?" Yang Kai asked curiously, wondering why Feng Xian had deliberately taken it back. Feng Xian didn't conceal it and said, "This thing is useless to little brother. It is a symbol of the status of the young sect master's wife and was passed down by our sect's ancestral founder. It is of great significance to the Seeking Passion sect. A symbol of the status of the young sect master's wife." Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced at Ziyu, who was still kneeling there, thinking that Feng Shi was quite considerate of her. He had 69 beautiful concubines, yet he had given this blood jade qilin to Ziyu as a betrothal gift. Obviously, he valued her very much. This was not surprising. Ziyu was the #1 rising star of Ice Heart Valley. Whether it was her background or aptitude, she was a perfect match for Feng Shi. The 69 concubines couldn't compare to her. Yang Kai didn't know whether Feng Xian was telling the truth or not, nor did he know if there were any secrets hidden in this blood jade qilin. While he was pondering, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "Feng Xian is not lying. This blood jade qilin is indeed the status symbol of the young sect master's wife. Only with this blood jade qilin can one be considered the young sect master's wife. The other women are just the young sect master's concubines." The person who transmitted the voice was Ruo Yun. She definitely wouldn't lie, so Yang Kai nodded secretly. Yes, this king must take back this blood jade Qilin. Please give it to this king. Feng Xian said and stretched out his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, Master only wants this thing. The treasures in those 2 rings are so rich that they can rival an entire country. Don't tell me you don't want the rest. Feng Xian said proudly, although those things are precious, they are just a drop in the bucket for my seeking passion sect. This blood jade Qilin cannot be lost. Yang Kai laughed and said, Seeking Passion sect is worthy of being a top sect in the Northern Territory. You are really rich. So many treasures, yet you don't take them seriously. What an eye-opener. Feng Shi coldly snorted and said sarcastically, a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Kai Yang looked at him with a smile, his smile full of meaning. Feng Shi shuddered for no reason as a very bad feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned to look at Feng Xian and said, Master, if you want to take back this blood jade Qilin, it is not impossible to discuss. After all, this thing has great symbolic significance to your noble sect. This young master can't take it away from you. It's good that you understand, Feng Xian said lightly. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, Last night, I told young sect master and vice sect master that everything in this world is negotiable. If master wants to take back this blood jade Qilin, it's fine as long as, you can compensate us with something. While speaking, he quickly rubbed his middle finger and thumb together with a greedy look on his face. Hu Yuan and the others, who were watching from the side, were completely stunned. Chapter 24-25. Feng Shi's face suddenly turned pale and his throat felt tight. The last time Yang Kai said this, he and Yao Zhua had lost their space rings. Now that he said it again, Feng Shi really didn't know what he was going to ask for. Feng Shi suddenly understood why he felt so uneasy before. Feng Xian also looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said lightly, Are you discussing conditions with this master? Yang Kai glanced at him casually and said, Since master wants to take back this blood jade Qilin, you naturally have to pay a price. You're not young anymore, don't you know that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world? Feng Xian suppressed the anger in his heart, his face extremely ugly as he snorted, How much? Laughing heartily, Kai Yang replied, Sir, you are a straightforward person, much better than your son. With your straightforward personality, this young master doesn't need much, just this much is enough. He stretched out a finger and gently waved it in front of his face. Feng Xian nodded lightly, 10 million isn't much. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he burst into laughter, 10 million? Master must be joking, right? This blood jade Qilin is an inheritance of your noble sect's ancestors. Although it's not a treasure, it still has great symbolic significance. In master's eyes, this thing is only worth 10 million. You want 100 million. Feng Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted angrily, Young man, your appetite is too big. Be careful not to burst your belly. 100 million. Yang Kai sneered, Seeking Passion sect is rich and powerful. You have the nerve to take out 100 million. Even if you have the nerve to take it, this young master will be too embarrassed to accept it. You'll lose the face of your Seeking Passion sect. Don't tell me, you want 1 billion. Feng Xian's head buzzed as he almost vomited blood. 1 billion mid-rank source crystals is nothing to the Seeking Passion sect, right? Yang Kai grinned. Mid-rank source crystals. Feng Xian's mouth twitched. He had thought that Yang Kai only wanted 1 billion low-rank source crystals. However, he did not expect it to be mid-rank source crystals. The difference between the two was 100 times greater. Even if it was converted into high-rank source crystals, it would still be 10 million. He immediately became furious, Little beast, so you were just making fun of this king and had no intention of returning it. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. I will let you know that there are people in this world that you cannot afford to offend. Previously, he didn't want to deal with Yang Kai personally, mainly because of his status. After all, with so many people watching, it would be unsightly for a third-order Emperor Realm Master to take action against someone from the third-order Dao Source Realm. But now that Yang Kai was pestering him endlessly, Feng Xian was furious. He couldn't care less. Even if he killed Yang Kai right now, he would still be able to kill Yang Kai. Others probably wouldn't think that he was bullying the weak. After all, this young man's behavior just now was really too abhorrent. Saying so, he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai from afar. In an instant, the world changed color and principles surged. The entire Ice Moon City seemed to be enveloped by the power of this palm strike, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Their hearts felt stifled. Hu Yuan and the others all paled in horror. They all retreated, secretly feeling pity for Yang Kai. This little brat really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, provoking a third-order Emperor Realm Master again and again. He really didn't want to live anymore. Everyone could almost foresee the scene of his corpse falling to the ground. Feng Xian's attack came without warning, and by the time the Ice Heart Valley girls reacted and wanted to help, it was already too late. Yang Kai was also directly suppressed in place by the Emperor pressure, unable to move. His face was pale, but he did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he looked at Feng Xian with a calm expression. His eyes were full of ridicule. Chi, with a soft sound, a snow-white sword wave suddenly shot out from somewhere in the inn, heading straight towards Feng Xian's palm strike with an imposing momentum. Immediately afterward, a huge explosion rang out and a huge shockwave spread in all directions, shaking the buildings within a radius of 1,000 meters. The palm strike disappeared without a trace in an instant, while the sky-piercing sword Chi soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that there was a young girl beside Yang Kai. This young girl didn't look very old, about 17 or 18 years old, but her aura was extremely pure, without the slightest trace of impurity. Feng Xian narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on this young girl. And Ruo Yun and the others also opened their beautiful eyes wide, looking at her in surprise and excitement, trembling as they called out, "Master! Master!" Hu Yuan and the others, who were watching not far away, heard this and immediately knew who this young girl was. This was clearly Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, the third-order Emperor Realm Master who had been missing for 3,000 years, Bing Yun. Disciple greets Master. And Ruo Yun and the others all knelt on the ground. Bing Yun glanced at them indifferently. No one knew what she was thinking, but she didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to them. Instead, she turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai, snorted, and said softly, "You're too bold." She was obviously talking about how Yang Kai kept provoking Feng Xian just now. Bing Yun had lived for tens of thousands of years, but in all these years, she had never seen anyone as bold as Yang Kai. A trivial third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to clamor and bargain with a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Heh heh. Yang Kai replied with a cheeky smile, "Senior is right behind me, what's there to be afraid of?" After a pause, he asked nervously, "Senior, how is your recovery?" Bing Yun said softly, "It's about time." Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. Since Bing Yun said it was about time, then she must have fully recovered. In other words, there was no problem for her to act now. As long as she could act, Feng Xian was nothing to be afraid of. "Bing Yun, what do you mean by this?" Feng Xian looked at Bing Yun coldly and shouted, "If this king remembers correctly, your Ice Heart Valley doesn't accept male disciples, right? Why are you stopping this king from teaching this brat a lesson?" Bing Yun glanced at him and said, "Wait a moment, I'll deal with the matters in the valley first, then I'll come and reason with you." Feng Xian's expression froze, but he couldn't refute her. In the entire Star Territory, there weren't many people who were qualified to speak to him like this, but Bing Yun was definitely one of them. The two had fought countless times, but they were evenly matched every time. Feng Xian was still afraid of Bing Yun, so even if he was annoyed at this moment, he had to give her face. Bing Yun turned around, looked at Ruo Yun and the others, and said indifferently, "Get up, why are you still kneeling?" Ruo Yun and the others lowered their heads, but none of them got up. Bing Yun coldly snorted and said, "This queen has been away for 3,000 years, so my words don't hold any weight. No wonder you dared to marry off your best disciple. When did my Ice Heart Valley fall to the point where we have to act according to others' wishes? You little girl are really something." Listening to her tone, it was obvious that she knew the ins and outs of the matter. Bing Yun must have heard some information when everyone was chatting outside. Ruo Yun's tender body trembled slightly, knowing that her master was really angry. She said in fear, "Disciple and the others have failed master's teachings, please punish us." Sun Yun Xiu hurriedly said, "Master, this matter has nothing to do with the other sisters. I was the one who agreed to the marriage with Seeking Passion sect. If master wants to punish someone, punish me alone. You think I don't dare to punish you?" Bing Yun looked at Sun Yun Xiu coldly. Sun Yun Xiu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but when she was glared at by Bing Yun, she trembled like a mouse in front of a cat. She gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. At that moment, Ziyu said, "Ancestral Founder, please calm down. Great Elder did that for the sake of the sect. Please forgive her, Ancestral Founder." It was really unexpected that she would plead for Sun Yun Xiu. Even Sun Yun Xiu herself didn't seem to have expected this. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became complicated. Bing Yun turned her gaze to Ziyu and softened, saying lightly, "Girl, you're really soft-hearted. You didn't even think about who was the one who pushed you into the fire pit. Even now, you're still speaking for others." Ziyu shook her head and said, "Great Elder really had no other choice. If she didn't do that, the other sisters in the valley would have no way to survive. If Ziyu's happiness could be sacrificed for the safety of the other sisters, Ziyu was willing to do so. But I don't know why, but I just wanted to run away, the farther the better." Ziyu was ignorant. "Ancestral Founder, please don't blame others." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She was obviously very sad. Bing Yun opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He sighed heavily and said, "Don't worry, with me here, no one can do anything to you." Ziyu smiled through her tears and said, "Thank you, Ancestral Founder." Frozen Cloud's words were like a reassuring pill to her, calming her down. She no longer felt as alarmed as before. Bing Yun looked at Sun Yun Xiu again and said, "Your mistake will be judged after I return to the valley. Stand up first." "Thank you, Master." The girls responded in unison and stood up. Bing Yun's gentle gaze swept across their faces one by one. She found that nearly half of these girls from the Emperor realm were disciples she had accepted in the past. Now, they had all advanced to the Emperor realm. Some of them looked familiar to her and should be outstanding talents in the sect. Although they weren't her direct disciples, they were still the first batch of disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Only 2 or 3 of them from the Emperor realm were unfamiliar to her. These 2 or 3 from the Emperor realm should have been recruited into Ice Heart Valley by Ruo Yun and the others later. There were some cultivator who cultivated alone without any background. They had heaven-defying opportunities and could cultivate to an extremely high level of the martial Tao. Such a cultivator was an outstanding talent welcomed by the great sects because they could cultivate to a very high level without the support of a huge amount of cultivation resources. If they were given a little support, they would have a great chance of advancing to the Emperor realm. For example, Yang Kai. If these people wanted to join the great sects, they only needed to pass some simple tests and inspections before they could join. Of course, even after joining the sect, there would be a long period of observation to ensure that they didn't have any schemes against the sect. Only then would they be entrusted with important tasks. Bing Yun looked at the 2 or 3 unfamiliar girls from the Emperor realm. They should have been recruited into Ice Heart Valley through this method. Since they were standing here at this moment, it showed that their loyalty was not the slightest problem. What about little 3, little 5, and little 9? Bing Yun suddenly asked, as if she had a premonition and her expression was slightly gloomy. And Ruo Yun quickly replied, "Third junior sister went out to look for you shortly after Master left Ice Heart Valley. Her whereabouts are still unknown." Chapter 24-26. Bing Yun's eyes narrowed as she asked, "Is her longevity lamp still there?" And Ruo Yun said, "Yes, so third junior sister is still alive, but we don't know where she is." "That's good," Bing Yun breathed a sigh of relief. And Ruo Yun continued, "Fifth junior sister, she failed to break through to the Emperor realm and died." Bing Yun's tender body trembled slightly when she heard this, but she quickly regained her composure and sighed, "Little 5 is too radical. I knew that her future would not be smooth." And Ruo Yun said with red eyes, "It's my fault as a senior sister for not taking good care of her." Bing Yun shook her head, "It's not your fault." "What about little 9? Is she dead or alive?" And Ruo Yun replied, "Ninth junior sister is in retreat in the valley for 10 years. She said that she will not come out until she breaks through to the Emperor realm." "Very good." Bing Yun smiled slightly. She had been gone for 3,000 years, and 7 of the 9 disciples she took in had already broken through to the Emperor realm. Among them, An Ruo Yun and Sun Yun Xiu did not disappoint her and reached the second-order Emperor realm. One of them died in the World Energy baptism, leaving only the youngest, little 9, who was still in retreat. She could accept such a result. She was probably the only master in the star boundary who could reach such a level. Who else could accept so many disciples who had broken through to the Emperor realm? She really didn't know whether it was her teaching or Ice Heart Valley's nurturing. "Bing Yun, let's leave the small talk for another day," Feng Xian urged in a clear voice, looking extremely impatient. Bing Yun coldly snorted and turned to look at him. "This queen has been gone for 3,000 years. Sect Master Feng has taken good care of my Ice Heart Valley." Her tone was full of sarcasm. Obviously, she was angry that Seeking Passion sect had taken advantage of her absence to bully her sect and force them to marry off their best disciple. Feng Xian said lightly, "You and I are both top sects in the Northern Territory, so we should join forces. I don't think there's anything wrong with it." "Bing Yun, why can't you see past it?" "Is it because I can't see past it, or is it because Sect Master Feng has gone too far?" Bing Yun shouted, "You can be considered as someone from the older generation. You're bullying a few little girl just because you're older. Do you have a sense of accomplishment?" Feng Xian frowned and said, "Bing Yun, you're still so sharp-tongued. This seat won't lower myself to your level. Today, I came here for 2 things. The first is to let my son marry Lady Ziyu. The second is to take back the blood jade Qilin. Bing Yun, if you still care about our past relationship, please fulfill my wish." Frozen Cloud coldly smiled and raised her slender finger. She quickly said, "Then this queen will make things clear to you. First, Ziyu is a disciple of my Ice Heart Valley and will never marry your waste son. You should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Second, I don't care about the blood jade Qilin. If you have the ability, take it. If you don't, get out of Ice Moon City as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll lose face in front of the heroes of the Northern Territory and won't be able to go out in the future." Bing Yun's strong attitude surprised Feng Xian. Hu Yuan and the others were even more horrified. They could faintly feel an oppressive aura enveloping them, making them feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. These 2 masters looked like they were about to fight. Once they really fought, Ice Moon City would definitely be gone. They didn't even know if they could escape unscathed. They were already considering whether or not they should take this opportunity to leave. They didn't want to be the fish in the pond that would be implicated. Feng Xian was silent for a while before he sneered and said sarcastically, "This little brat isn't your illegitimate son, is he? You're actually protecting him like this." As soon as he said this, the faces of Ruo Yun and the others changed. Feng Xian, a master with status, was actually trying to ruin Bing Yun's reputation in front of so many people. He had ulterior motives. In an instant, the women of Ice Heart Valley were all furious. They gritted their teeth and glared at Feng Xian, as if they wanted to bite him to death. To everyone's surprise, Bing Yun didn't show the slightest anger after hearing this. Instead, she looked at Yang Kai deeply and said lightly, "If this queen had such a son, she would have no regrets in this life." Feng Xian was dumbfounded. And Ruo Yun and the others also opened their mouths wide and looked at their master in surprise. One of them was screaming in his heart. What does this mean? Is this a tacit agreement or something? Is this young man really Bing Yun's illegitimate son? Otherwise, why is she not angry at all and even saying such words? For a moment, the way everyone looked at Yang Kai changed. It was as if they were looking at someone who had been branded with Ice Heart Valley's brand. Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead and said to Bing Yun with a bitter face, "Senior, it's inevitable that people will misunderstand your words." Bing Yun pursed her lips and smiled, "I'm just saying, don't take it to heart." She didn't mean to take advantage of Yang Kai, but she knew that Feng Xian was deliberately disgusting her and wanted to mess up her state of mind, so she acted indifferently. "It seems that this little brat has a deep relationship with you." Feng Xian immediately realized that the relationship between Yang Kai and Bing Yun was somewhat unusual. Otherwise, Bing Yun wouldn't have said such words without caring about her reputation. However, even if he really is your illegitimate son, you must hand over the blood jade Qilin today. Otherwise, don't blame this king for being ruthless. Feng Xian shouted and suddenly took a step forward. The entire world shook under his step, as if it was about to submit to him. For no reason, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on Ice Moon City, making people gasp for breath. Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale as he held up the blood jade Qilin and coldly snorted, "This young master is as timid as a mouse. Master Feng Xian, don't scare me. Otherwise, this young master will be nervous and accidentally destroy this thing." Everyone was speechless when they heard this. "Boy, you really dare to lie through your teeth. If you're as timid as a mouse, then no one in this world is brave." As Yang Kai spoke, he secretly circulated his source qi and a slight cracking sound came from the blood jade Qilin. Seeing this, Feng Shi's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "Father, he's really going to destroy the blood jade Qilin." "Stop!" Feng Xian also shouted, "If you dare destroy it, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Yang Kai shouted, "Ayaya, this young master is as timid as a mouse. Master, why are you still scaring me? I'm really scared to death." As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand and the cracking sound suddenly became much more intense. Feng Xian's breathing stagnated as his face turned extremely pale. This blood jade Qilin was actually not a precious treasure, but it was indeed a symbol of the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master's wife. Because every generation of Seeking Passion sect's young sect master had many wives and concubines, only the one holding the blood jade Qilin was the true wife of the young sect master. She would manage the harem for the young sect master, allowing the young sect master to cultivate in peace and not be affected by jealousy over women. If such a symbolic object was destroyed in front of everyone, it would be tantamount to slapping the Seeking Passion sect's face. Seeing that force was not working, Feng Xian could only take a deep breath, restrain his aura, and ask with an ugly expression, "Boy, what do you want?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I've already stated my conditions, Master Feng Xian, why ask when you already know the answer? You dare ask for 1 billion mid-rank source crystals?" Feng Xian angrily said. Although 1 billion source crystals was nothing to the Seeking Passion sect, giving them to Yang Kai for no reason made Feng Xian feel very uncomfortable. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "How much does Master think you can offer?" 100 million at most. Boy, don't push your luck. Feng Xian snorted. Okay, 100 million it is. This young master is a very easygoing person, Yang Kai grinned. This reaction stunned everyone. They didn't expect that Yang Kai would really agree. After all, he had just demanded an exorbitant price and acted so lawlessly. Everyone thought that he would definitely extort the Seeking Passion sect's 1 billion source crystals. Judging from Feng Xian's importance to the Blood Jade Qilin, as long as Yang Kai insisted, he would definitely be able to get his hands on 1 billion source crystals. However, he didn't even try to bargain and compromised. Is he scared? Young people were always hot-blooded, and when they calmed down, they would be scared. A mere third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to extort 100 million source crystals from the Seeking Passion sect master. Perhaps no one would be able to do such a thing in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Senior Bing Yun, I'll have to trouble you to do something, Yang Kai suddenly turned to Bing Yun and said. Bing Yun didn't know what he was going to do, so she asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai held the Blood Jade Qilin in his hand, gestured to it, and said, "Master Feng Xian is only willing to pay 1/10 of the price, so of course, I can only pay 1/10 of the price. Senior, please cut off 1/10 of this thing. We've always been fair in doing business. We don't take advantage of others, but we also won't let others take advantage of us." Bing Yun secretly laughed when she heard this. It wasn't easy for Yang Kai to come up with such a wicked idea. She quietly glared at Feng Xian, flicked her wrist, and a snow-white sword appeared in her hand. She looked like she was really going to cut off 1/10 of the Blood Jade Qilin. Yang Kai looked up at Feng Xian, smiled coldly, and said, "Master, I don't know if you are satisfied with this result." Feng Xian almost vomited blood in anger, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai continued, "If Master can pay 500 million, I'll let Senior Bing Yun cut off half of it. The amount of source crystals depends on whether the Master can afford it or not. I'm very fair. Now, how much do you want?" Feng Xian's blood boiled in his chest, and he almost couldn't breathe. He felt that he had never been so angry in his life, and all of this was thanks to that young man. Hu Yuan and the others were also secretly scared. They thought that this young man was really ruthless. He insisted on 1 billion source crystals and refused to budge. If he really cut off 1/10 or half of the Blood Jade Qilin, would there still be any meaning in its existence? It's just, if he offended the Seeking Passion sect like this, would he still be able to survive in the future? Unless he really was Bing Yun's illegitimate son. Chapter 24-27. Father, the Blood Jade Qilin seal can't be destroyed. Feng Shi exclaimed. Shut up. Feng Xian shouted angrily, glaring at Feng Shi with a face full of resentment. He suddenly realized that there was a huge gap between his son and this young man. Did I spoil him too much in the past? Feng Xian secretly reflected on himself. On the other side, Yang Kai spoke again. It seems that Master Feng can't afford the 1 billion mid-rank source crystals. Ha, just now you said that the Seeking Passion sect is rich and powerful. This young master, a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, wanted to broaden his horizons, but who would have thought? TSK, Senior Bing Yun, since he can't afford it, just kill him. Bing Yun nodded lightly and raised the long sword in his hand high. Feng Xian's face turned ashen as he hurriedly said, Fine, 1 billion it is. It was just 1 billion mid-rank source crystals. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. He had been unwilling to agree before mainly because he didn't want to be led by the nose by Yang Kai. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and it would be outrageous for him to be controlled by Yang Kai in front of so many people. But now, he had no choice but to agree even if he didn't want to. Straightforward, Master Feng is really a straightforward person. This young master admires your character. Yang Kai laughed. As soon as this remark came out, even the indifferent Bingyun broke out in cold sweat, thinking, this brat really dares to say such a thing. Feng Xian's face was cold as he said, this king can give you the 1 billion mid-rank source crystals, but this king has one condition. Yang Kai snorted, Master Feng, are you still dreaming? Do you think you are qualified to bargain with this young master? Give me the source crystals first and we can talk later. Feng Xian looked at him sarcastically and said, why don't you listen to this king's condition first before you flatly refuse? Yang Kai said disdainfully, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. I don't want to hear it. He stretched out a hand towards Feng Xian and shouted, money in one hand and goods in the other. Don't hesitate. Feng Xian suppressed his anger and said indifferently, my son suffered a bit of a loss at your hands last night. Young man, you have to climb back up from where you fell. My son wants to challenge you today. I wonder if little brother has the guts to accept. As if to match his words, Feng Shi took a step forward and looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly. His eyes were full of disdain, and there was no trace of the fear he had last night. Feng Shi didn't think that Yang Kai was that powerful. The reason why he had suffered such a big loss the night before was mainly because Yang Kai had borrowed the power of Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor realm. In fact, he had never fought Yang Kai head-on. As the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master, he had learned the most powerful cultivation methods and secret techniques in the world. He also had a powerful secret artifact in his hand. Among the cultivator in the same realm, no one was his opponent. In a one-on-one fight, Feng Shi was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. The night before, today. Seeking Passion sect had lost all face. If they wanted to recover some lost ground, they could only start with Yang Kai. Feng Xian and Yao Zhua couldn't directly attack Yang Kai. Once they did, Ice Heart Valley's group from the Emperor realm would definitely not sit back and watch. It would be tantamount to directly triggering a war between the two sects. The only possibility was for Feng Shi to challenge Yang Kai and then kill him in front of everyone to restore Seeking Passion sect's face. Feng Shi obviously knew what his father was planning, so even though the father and son hadn't discussed it in advance, he quickly stood up with a provocative look on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and grinned. Young sect master, I'm afraid you're not his biological son. Feng Shi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and shouted angrily, boy, you only know how to talk big. Yang Kai said disdainfully, if you were his biological son, why would Master Feng be so eager to send you to your death? Feng Shi said with a sullen face, you dare to look down on this young master. If you have the ability, let's fight in the arena. The winner will marry Ziyu, and the loser will leave the Northern Territory, never to return. Ziyu frowned slightly and said with dissatisfaction, what does it have to do with me? This Feng Shi is quite interesting. He actually dragged me into this for no reason. It's really infuriating. But when she thought about how Yang Kai didn't hide it the night before and said in front of so many people that she and I have already secretly decided to spend the rest of our lives together, Ziyu immediately understood that he was jealous. However, those words were just an excuse Yang Kai made. After that, the dozen or so martial uncles didn't ask about it again. Obviously, they all knew the whole story, but Feng Shi took it seriously. His IQ was really worrying. Just based on this point, Ziyu couldn't possibly fancy Feng Shi. Hand over the source crystals first. Master Feng won't go back on his word, right? Yang Kai ignored Feng Shi's provocation and turned to Feng Xian and shouted. Feng Xian sneered, took out a space ring he had prepared, and said, the source crystals are all here, but why did little brother change the subject? Are you afraid of my son? If you are, you can apologize. My son has a good upbringing, so he may forgive you. Give me the source crystals first, then I'll talk to you again. Yang Kai urged impatiently. Feng Xian coldly snorted and threw the space ring over with a pained expression. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he was immediately overjoyed. There weren't 1 billion source crystals in this ring, but there were 5 million high-rank source crystals and 500 million mid-rank source crystals, which was exactly 1 billion. It seems that Seeking Passion sect is really rich. They took out 1 billion source crystals just like that. Yang Kai suddenly regretted that he didn't offer a higher price. Looking at Feng Xian's appearance, he should be able to take out more. After confirming that the number of source crystals was correct, Yang Kai threw the blood jade Qilin seal back. Feng Xian didn't even look at it and directly threw it back to Feng Shi, saying lightly, "If you lose it again, you don't need to be the young sect master anymore." Feng Shi's expression changed as he hurriedly said, "Father, Master, rest assured, this son will take good care of it and will never lose it again." Feng Xian nodded lightly and looked at Yang Kai again, asking, "What do you think of my previous proposal?" Yang Kai sneered, "Master, are you really in such a hurry to send your son to the Yellow Springs? It seems that he really isn't your biological son, but that's not surprising. Master has countless wives and concubines, so his energy is limited. It's inevitable that he won't be able to take care of all of them. It's normal for his wives to occasionally go out and steal some wild food." Hu Yuan and the others all had extremely strange expressions on their faces. They all wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. It was extremely difficult for them to hold back their laughter. In this world, who would dare to speak to Feng Xian like this? Wasn't this clearly saying that Feng Xian was being cuckolded? Everyone's understanding of Yang Kai's courage was refreshed once again. They admired him to the extreme, but at the same time, they were also frightened. Because they were really afraid that Yang Kai would completely enrage Feng Xian. An enraged third-order Emperor Realm Master was simply a disaster. "Brat, you're presumptuous." Feng Xian was really furious. No one would be able to remain calm after being spoken to like this. Yang Kai shouted sternly, "What's wrong?" Master Feng Xian was in high spirits when he slandered Senior Bing Yun, but now you're going to turn hostile after being slandered. Master, your temperament isn't good enough. Compared to Senior Bing Yun, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Feng Xian was startled when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure. There was no longer any irritable and angry expression on his face. Instead, he looked calm. Obviously, he had adjusted himself. After being indifferent for a while, he said lightly, "Let's not talk about anything else first. Today, your battle with Shi-Er must be carried out." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Since Master is being so unreasonable and bullying the weak, then this young Master can only reluctantly agree." He really didn't put a trivial Feng Shi in his eyes. Even if Feng Shi really had some kind of trump card, he was confident that he could escape. Thinking so, Yang Kai whispered to Bing Yun, "Will it be okay if I kill him?" Bing Yun frowned. She didn't doubt Yang Kai's words at all. She knew how powerful Yang Kai was. He had even killed Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, so how powerful could Feng Shi be? She pondered for a moment before saying, "It's best if you don't kill him. If you kill Feng Shi in front of everyone, Feng Xian will definitely not let it go. Although my Ice Heart Valley is not afraid of him, once the two sects go to war, countless disciples will die. The gains will not make up for the losses." Understood, Yang Kai nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile as he said, "Then I'll cripple him." Hearing this, Bing Yun glanced at Feng Shi, who was rubbing his hands triumphantly, and a trace of sympathy appeared in her heart. On the other side, everyone had different expressions when they saw that Yang Kai really agreed to Feng Shi's challenge. The women from Ice Heart Valley were worried and anxious. Although they didn't know how powerful Yang Kai was, Feng Shi was still the Seeking Passion sect's young sect master. How could he not have some special skills? Even Ziyu might not be able to escape unscathed if she fought him alone. Could this Yang Kai really do it? On the contrary, Hu Yuan and the others were all excited. They weren't excited because of a battle between two third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. They were all from the Emperor Realm, so what was so interesting about a battle between two Dao Source Realm cultivators? Instead, it was because the conflict between the great forces of Ice Heart Valley could be resolved through this battle. They didn't have to worry about the situation in the entire Northern Territory becoming unstable. This was also what they had hoped to see, so for Kai Yang to agree to this battle, they were still a little grateful. Everyone could see that Yang Kai could completely ignore this battle. Feng Xian was simply too unreasonable, oppressing others with his power. Thinking so, Hu Yuan hurriedly said, "I remember that there is a ready-made arena in the city. If you don't mind, why don't you go there?" Feng Xian nodded lightly and said, "In that case, let's go." Saying so, his body flickered, and his emperor qi surged as he disappeared with Feng Shi. Yao Zhuo glared coldly at Yang Kai with a mocking look on his face as he followed. "Master, if you really can't do it, why don't you let Ziyu go up? Feng Shi definitely won't dare to kill Ziyu. Besides, Ziyu is on par with him, so she may not necessarily be his opponent." Sun Yunxiu was a straightforward person. She said what was on her mind and didn't care about Yang Kai's feelings. She was just short of saying that Yang Kai was definitely not Feng Shi's opponent and would die if he went up. Chapter 24-28. Hearing this, Ziyu nodded, "Ancestral founder, I'm not afraid of him. He's just an embroidered pillow, he doesn't have any powerful abilities." Before Bing Yun could answer, Yang Kai laughed and said, "I appreciate junior sister Yu's kindness, but since he's just an embroidered pillow, there's no need for me to be afraid of him. Big brother, I'll beat him until his mother can't recognize him." Ziyu couldn't help but laugh when she heard his words. Bing Yun said, "Don't underestimate your enemy. I know a little about your abilities, and Feng Shi isn't your opponent. But I remember that when Feng Xian broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm, he also condensed an Emperor Authority bead just like me. If this Emperor Authority bead is in Feng Shi's hands, you must end this battle quickly, don't give him any chance." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He wasn't afraid of Feng Shi's abilities, but he had to be wary of the Emperor Authority bead. He had used the Emperor Authority bead twice, and each time, it was extremely powerful. If Feng Shi really used the Emperor Authority bead, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll remember. But you don't have to worry too much. If he really uses the Emperor Authority bead, I'll take action," Bing Yun added. Yang Kai grinned and said, "With Senior Bing Yun here, this junior can rest assured. Let's go first. If they wait too long, they might slander us again," Bing Yun said and led everyone to the center of Ice Moon City. The commotion here had already alarmed all the cultivator in Ice Moon City. Although many people didn't understand the whole story, everyone knew at this moment. The Seeking Passion sect's young sect master, Feng Shi, was going to compete with an unknown young cultivator in the arena. Almost all the cultivator in Ice Moon City rushed to the arena. By the time Kai Yang, Bing Yun, and the others arrived at the stage, they saw that it was completely surrounded by 3 layers of people on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. This arena looked quite imposing, as if the city lord of Ice Moon City had specially set it up for the cultivator to settle their grudges. There were dozens of large and small barriers on the arena, so the cultivator inside could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to worry about destroying the arena. The arena covered a large area, oval, with a radius of 1,000 feet. It was surrounded by high platforms to make it convenient for people to watch the battle. At this moment, the seats on the high platform were naturally filled, and people were constantly coming from all directions to watch the battle. Feng Shi was already standing in the center of the ring with a faint sneer on his face. His expression was unfathomable. Unparalleled arrogance. After seeing Yang Kai's figure, he stretched out his hand and gestured to Yang Kai, then slowly slid it around his neck, as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. You must be careful. Bing Yun whispered in Yang Kai's ear again. Yang Kai nodded slightly, then his figure flickered and he directly jumped onto the arena. He was 10 feet away from Feng Shi. They looked at each other from a distance. There was a commotion all around. Many people curiously looked at Yang Kai and pointed at him. They didn't know which corner he had come from, daring to meet the seeking passion sex young master in the arena. Some busybodies even spread the news of what had happened in the inn. When they learned that Yang Kai had robbed 100,000 mid-rank source crystals from the seeking passion sex sect master and snatched the vice sect master's space ring the night before, the crowd suddenly boiled over. Most of the cultivator living in Ice Moon City were loyal to Ice Heart Valley, so they naturally didn't like the seeking passion sect. Therefore, when they heard that the seeking passion sect's young master had suffered such a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai, they became excited. They were all in high spirits. The noise and discussion all around converged like a tide and reached Feng Shi's ears, causing his face to turn extremely ugly. His mood inevitably fluctuated a little. Feng Xian, who was quietly watching from the stands, seemed to have noticed this and coldly shouted, if you can't grind this boy's bones to dust today, you will no longer be our young sect master. If you can do this, I promise you can marry Lady Ziyu. When Feng Shi heard this, he immediately became spirited. His face flushed with excitement as he proudly declared, Father, Master, rest assured. This son will not disappoint you. I will use this boy's blood and soul to wash away the shame of our sect and let him know the consequences of offending someone he shouldn't. Very good. Do it without holding back. Feng Xian nodded with satisfaction. Above the ring, Feng Shi's face was gloomy as he coldly looked at Yang Kai and said, Boy, you heard my father's words. If you don't want to suffer in vain, kneel down and kowtow to apologize now. This young master can give you a quick death. Otherwise. Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai, who was not far away, suddenly flickered and disappeared. Feng Shi turned pale with fright and hurriedly used his divine sense to investigate the surroundings, but to his surprise, there was no trace of Yang Kai's aura. This person seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Feng Shi didn't even see how Yang Kai disappeared. Just as Feng Shi was feeling suspicious, an instinctive sense of crisis arose in his heart. Without even thinking about it, Feng Shi let out a roar. As his source chi surged, an oval-shaped light curtain suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, completely enveloping him like a protective shield. This was undoubtedly an extremely high-grade defensive artifact. Moreover, it had no blind spots and was airtight. Feng Shi had just urged the power of his defensive artifact when Yang Kai appeared in front of him like a ghost. With a mocking look on his face, Yang Kai threw a punch at Feng Shi. This punch caused the wind and clouds to surge and the world to shake. Feng Shi's face paled. With a loud bang, the entire ring seemed to shake. Feng Shi felt as if a huge mountain was crashing into him. An unimaginable force was imprinted on his chest, causing his chi and blood to roil in an instant. The pain in his chest was unbearable, and he couldn't help but fly backward. The protective light curtain of the defensive artifact also caved in under the force of this punch, and a series of cracking noises could be heard. Feng Shi's face changed abruptly. He hurriedly looked up and saw that a crack had appeared on his Dao Source grade high-rank defensive artifact. It was a meter-long crack. Feng Shi's face suddenly turned pale. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. This was a Dao Source grade high-rank defensive artifact. Once it was activated, even if he stood still and allowed a cultivator of the same level to attack him, they wouldn't be able to break through his defense within 10 breaths. But what was wrong with this little brat? Just one punch had caused a crack to appear on his artifact. If he was hit by another punch, wouldn't his artifact be destroyed? In the stands, Feng Xian suddenly stood up. His eyes widened as his expression changed drastically. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, he realized that something was wrong. This little brat didn't seem to be an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator. His son was definitely not his opponent. So fast. So strong. Is this little brat still human? Hu Yuan also exclaimed. Young sect master was sent flying with a single punch. Who the hell is this person? Do you think he really is sect master Bing Yun's? You're courting death. Master Feng Xian can say that, but you dare to say it too? The group from the Emperor realm were all knowledgeable. Even though they had just exchanged blows, in everyone's eyes, Feng Shi was no longer Yang Kai's opponent. Whether it was in terms of momentum or strength, Yang Kai had completely suppressed Feng Shi. It was only a matter of time before he won. The people from Ice Heart Valley were also amazed at this moment. Originally, they were worried about Yang Kai, not knowing what the consequences would be if Yang Kai went up, but now, they didn't need to worry about him at all. Even Ziyu couldn't compare to him in terms of strength. They just didn't know if this was all he could do or if he still had strength to spare. The women quietly turned their heads to look at Bing Yun and found that she looked indifferent. She didn't seem to be worried about Yang Kai at all. Only then did they realize that they had been overthinking things. Sun Yunxiu remembered that she had suggested Ziyu go up to replace Yang Kai and couldn't help but blush. You dare to be so long-winded in a life or death battle? Just watch how this young master beats your mouth. On the stage, Yang Kai didn't let his opponent off the hook as he chased after Feng Shi. 5 colored rays of light bloomed on his fists as 5 elements indestructible sword qi leisurely emerged and pulsed around his fists. Unsure if Feng Shi had an emperor authority bead, Yang Kai didn't care about hiding his strength at this moment. He only wanted to end this battle quickly and kill Feng Shi as soon as possible, so he didn't hold back at all. The 5 elements indestructible sword qi lingered around his fist. The 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, making them unpredictable. Yang Kai smashed down again. With his current strength, he didn't even need to use an artifact to deal with a cultivator of the same level. Feng Shi's figure was unstable as he watched Yang Kai's fist smash down. Feeling the terrifying power contained in it, his face suddenly turned pale. He had already felt the terror of Yang Kai's previous punch. Even his defensive artifact had been smashed open, so if this punch were to hit it again, his artifact would definitely be destroyed. If that happened, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Feng Shi wanted to use his trump card, but he helplessly found that his blood and qi were tumbling in his chest and he couldn't summon his source qi. Frightened, he hurriedly shouted, "Father, Master, save me." In less than 10 breaths of time, Feng Shi no longer had the confidence he had before. He was like a stray dog begging for help from his master. In the stands, Feng Xian should have also noticed something was wrong. When Feng Shi shouted those words, he had already taken action, reaching out and grabbing towards Yang Kai. No matter what, he couldn't let his son be killed by Yang Kai in front of so many people. Bing Yun sneered, "Feng Xian, I haven't seen you for 3,000 years, but your skin is still so thick. You have the nerve to intervene in a fight between the younger generation." As she spoke, she lightly struck out a palm towards Feng Xian. "Bing Yun, you really want to be this king's enemy?" Feng Xian was furious, but he had no choice but to withdraw his hand and defend himself. Bing Yun's strength was on par with his, so if he didn't defend himself, he would definitely be injured. If he was injured, the Seeking Passion sect would be in trouble. The two exchanged blows across the air, and the aftermath swept out like a storm, causing countless people to tremble uncontrollably. Some of the weaker ones even fainted. Chapter 24-29. In the arena, Yang Kai was like a ferocious tiger. The power of his 2 punches had destroyed Feng Shi's defensive artifact. On the other hand, Feng Shi staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in a sorry state. Before he could stabilize himself, Yang Kai caught up with him and punched him for the 3rd time. Feng Shi's eyes widened as he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. His face suddenly turned pale. He realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Yang Kai's attacks were endless, and he couldn't resist at all. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his trump card from the beginning. He originally thought that there was no gap in strength between him and Yang Kai. Even if there was a gap, it would be him suppressing his opponent. Yang Kai couldn't possibly be his opponent. But now, it seemed that he was too naive. Feng Shi held his breath as he watched the fist smash down. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as if he had been ambushed. His attacking fist suddenly retracted, and then his figure leaped and retreated. He then looked at the back of his hand with a solemn expression. The aura of death suddenly dispersed, but Feng Shi screamed and shifted his gaze to his arm. The next moment, he understood what had happened and was overjoyed. On the other side, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the back of his hand. Just as he was about to kill Feng Shi, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He thought that he had been ambushed, so he didn't have time to kill Feng Shi. He quickly retreated. It was more important to save his own life. The person who could ambush him without him noticing was definitely a master from the Emperor realm. But what made him feel strange was that Bing Yun didn't seem to notice it either. However, after retreating to investigate, Yang Kai found that things weren't as he thought. The back of his hand was still burning, but there were no traces of a sneak attack. Instead, it was getting hotter. It was as if he had reached his hand into the depths of magma. Just as he was wondering what was going on, Feng Shi suddenly screamed from the opposite side of the stage. He seemed to be in unbearable pain. Yang Kai looked up and saw Feng Shi covering a certain part of his arm with one hand as he gritted his teeth and growled. He was not the only one. Cries of surprise could be heard from the surrounding viewing platforms. What's going on? Yang Kai's expression was solemn. With a blank look on his face, Yang Kai glanced in the direction of Ice Heart Valley's group and found that Ziyu was also holding her arm, her forehead dripping with sweat. However, Yang Kai keenly noticed a problem, and that was that the people who were affected were all young people, and there weren't many of them. There were only about a dozen of them. There were men and women, and all of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. Such a change in the viewing platforms also surprised those from the Emperor realm. They didn't know what was going on with these rising stars. Bing Yun no longer had any intention of entangling with Feng Xian and hurriedly looked at Yang Kai with concern. And Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, and the others gathered around Ziyu and asked about the situation. Before they could ask what was going on, specks of starlight suddenly escaped from the backs of the hands and arms of the dozen or so young people who were affected, like countless fireflies gathering together. They slowly flew up into the sky, looking magnificent. This is... Bing Yun's beautiful eyes narrowed as she seemed to understand something all of a sudden. The masters from the various sects in the Northern Territory were also trembling with excitement, pointing at the specks of starlight with trembling lips. The burning sensation on the back of his hand suddenly disappeared, and when Yang Kai looked at it again, he found that there was a pentagonal mark on the back of his hand. A light flashed in his mind as he whispered, "Star Seal." This pentagonal mark was obviously the star seal of the Shattered Star Sea, a trophy he obtained from the Four Seasons realm. When he entered the Four Seasons realm on behalf of Azure Sun Temple, he obtained a total of 7 star seals. Later, he gave 6 to Azure Sun Temple and kept 1 for himself. After such a long time, this star seal had not moved at all, and Yang Kai almost forgot about it. But he didn't expect that at the critical moment of his life and death battle with Feng Shi, a vision would suddenly appear. The star seal was the voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Only those with star seals were eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea. The Shattered Star Sea was rumored to be the place where the #1 master of the Star Realm, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, fell. Some even said that the inheritance of the heaven-devouring great emperors was hidden there, causing countless masters to scramble for it. Unfortunately, every time the shattered star sea opened, the masters of the emperor realm could not enter. Only the cultivator below the emperor realm could enter. The heaven-devouring great emperor had fallen for tens of thousands of years. Over the past tens of thousands of years, countless sects within the 4 territories of the star realm had sent countless elite disciples into the shattered star sea, hoping to find the inheritance of the heaven-devouring great emperors and figure out the mystery of how he could dominate the star realm and become invincible, but no one succeeded. The secret of the heaven-devouring great emperors seemed to have been buried somewhere in the shattered star sea with his fall. If it was just this temptation alone, it might not have tempted so many cultivator. After all, there was only one heaven-devouring great emperors, and only one inheritance, so how could it be so easy to find? The key was that there were countless remnant stars in the shattered star sea. As long as any cultivator could obtain these star sources, they could better comprehend the world principles and advance to the emperor realm faster. Someone said that 7 out of 10 people from the emperor realm of the star realm had entered the shattered star sea, which showed how much this sealed world could improve a cultivator. For a Tao Source realm cultivator, entering the shattered star sea was equivalent to taking half a step into the door of the emperor realm. This temptation was irresistible to any cultivator. There were also many masters from the emperor realm who had been working hard to find the entrance to the shattered star sea, hoping to enter and take a look. But back then, when the emperors besieged heaven-devouring great emperor, their battle had caused the world to shatter, the universe to shake, and the universe to turn upside down. The shattered star sea had been hidden in a certain space crack, making it impossible for those experts to enter. In that battle, the heaven-devouring great emperors fell, but before he died, he also took several great emperors with him. In other words, the shattered star sea might not only contain the legacy of the heaven-devouring great emperors, but also the inheritances of other great emperors. Even if the inheritances of these great emperors could not be found, it would be good to find the artifacts and space rings that were discarded during the battle. As long as one could find one, that cultivator would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. For various reasons, the shattered star sea received far more attention than any other sealed world in the star realm. It was a grand event that all the elite cultivators from the 4 great territories of the star realm would participate in. Compared to it, the 4 seasons realm was simply too weak. At this time, the star seal suddenly emitted a little starlight, and Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. The shattered star sea is open. In the stands, there was a sudden exclamation. Many cultivators from the emperor realm stood up together with excited expressions. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at Feng Shi, who was standing not far away, and sneered, "Count yourself lucky." If it weren't for the sudden movement of the star seal, Feng Shi would have been seriously injured by him at this moment. Yang Kai didn't know if this guy was fated to die or if he was just lucky enough to escape at such a critical moment. Now that the star seal had reacted, Yang Kai didn't dare to act rashly, lest something went wrong and he couldn't enter the shattered star sea. The games wouldn't make up for the losses. Feng Shi also had a star seal, so he would obviously enter the shattered star sea. In this arena, Yang Kai could only cripple Feng Shi, but he couldn't kill him, so as to avoid triggering a war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect. But if he entered the shattered star sea, he could completely avoid any future troubles, so he didn't have any intention of looking for trouble with Feng Shi at this moment and just stood there quietly. Feng Shi heard him and opened his mouth to refute, but when he met Yang Kai's cold eyes, he couldn't help shrinking his head and swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue. In just a few breaths of time, he had been suppressed by Yang Kai and had no chance to breathe, so how could he dare to provoke him now? Above the arena, Yang Kai looked around and saw more than a dozen people in the stands like him, their arms exuding starlight. Most of these people had someone from the Emperor realm standing next to them, giving them advice. They had undoubtedly followed these people from the Emperor realm to congratulate him, and they were all rising stars of the Northern Territory's great sects. Ziyu was also among them, with Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, and the others around her. Sun Yun Xiu was telling her something very quickly, and Ziyu kept nodding, glancing at Yang Kai from time to time. When their eyes met, Yang Kai gently nodded. Ziyu was undoubtedly a person with a star seal, so she would naturally go to the Shattered Star Sea like him. If they met there, they could cooperate. Yang Kai didn't know much about the Shattered Star Sea. Although he was a registered disciple of Azure Sun Temple and even had the highest level Azure Sun Gold token, he hadn't received much guidance from those from the Emperor realm in Azure Sun Temple, nor had he deliberately asked Wen Zishan and Gao Shueting about the Shattered Star Sea. In this regard, he was inferior to those disciples from the great sects. After entering the Shattered Star Sea, if he met someone he knew, he could ask for a little information or slowly explore on his own. Speaking of which, he knew a lot of people. He knew most of the elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple, as well as the rising stars of the Southern Territory. Basically, he had dealt with them in the Four Seasons realm. This time, those people would definitely enter the Shattered Star Sea. Just as Yang Kai was pondering, Bing Yun's voice suddenly rang in his ears, "The Shattered Star Sea is a great opportunity. Stay alive and come back alive." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Bing Yun obviously wanted to tell him something more, but there was no chance. The next moment, the starlight that escaped from the back of everyone's hands suddenly thickened and gathered above everyone's heads. In the blink of an eye, the starlight directly converged into a starlight gate. Chapter 24:30. As far as the eye could see, it was as if a star field that had shrunk countless times had appeared above everyone's head. It looked extremely mysterious. An unpredictable aura was emitted from the starlight door. Feeling this aura, everyone's spirit was shaken. Shortly after, the starlight door suddenly descended and enveloped the dozen or so people present. A dazzling light bloomed, and everyone couldn't open their eyes. When the light dissipated, the dozen or so people who were originally enveloped by the starlight disappeared. This scene was also happening everywhere in the star boundary at this moment. Thousands of Dao Source Realm cultivators from the four great territories had entered the Shattered Star Sea. In the stands of Ice Moon City, Feng Xian glanced coldly at Bing Yun before standing up and leaving. He didn't say a word of nonsense before leaving. At this moment it was meaningless to say anything. The young people had already entered the Shattered Star Sea, so the marriage between Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley could only wait until Feng Shi and Ziyu returned safely. If even one of them died inside, this marriage would definitely be called off. Bing Yun undoubtedly had no intention of stopping him. Although she was not afraid of Feng Xian, with their strength and identity, every word and action of theirs was closely related. In the cold and empty void, the broken stars were dilapidated and desolate, without the slightest bit of spiritual energy. The starry sky storm destroyed everything in its path, whistling as it came and went. The vast meteorite sea was like a river with no end in sight, spanning between the heaven and earth. It was quiet all around, as if the world had yet to be divided, and the heavens and earth had yet to be opened. Everything was still in chaos. Suddenly, somewhere in the void, a light flashed, and after the light dissipated, Yang Kai strangely appeared. Previously, when he was wrapped in the starlight in the arena, he immediately noticed a fluctuation of space force lingering around him. This feeling was very familiar to him, and he knew that this was the sign of long-distance transmission. It seemed that the reason why the star seal was used as a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea was because it was the connection point for this kind of long-distance transmission. Without a star seal, one couldn't be transmitted to the Shattered Star Sea. As soon as he appeared, he raised his eyes and looked around. He couldn't help but be stunned by what he saw, and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Because everything he saw was so familiar, it gave him the illusion that he had returned to the Hangluo star field. Back when he was in the Hangluo star field, He had traveled to many cultivation stars and traveled back and forth in the star territory many times. He often saw this scene in front of him. The only thing that was different was that the scene in front of him seemed to be even more bleak than some places in Hengluo star field. There was no sign of life. Everywhere he looked, there was only broken ground. Yang Kai even saw a broken cultivation star. This cultivation star was at least a month away from Yang Kai's current location and was no smaller than Shadowed Star, but the left half of this cultivation star had been destroyed by some kind of inexplicable violent force, leaving only half of it intact. There were shattered stars all around. There were actually quite a few of them. Yang Kai's heart shook violently. He didn't know what kind of powerful force was required to do such a thing. But the person who did this was definitely a master on the level of the great emperors. Could this battlefield where many great emperors besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor be the territory of some star? Such a thought suddenly popped into Yang Kai's mind. Otherwise, why would there be a broken cultivation star in the Shattered Star Sea? If this was the case, then this battle was definitely a disaster for this star territory. Perhaps it was because of that battle that this star territory was so bleak and was swallowed by a void crevice that could only open at special times. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face sank. He found it hard to imagine. What would the consequences of that battle have been if it had happened in Hengluo star field? If this was the case, then the scene in front of him was the future of Hengluo star field. There would be no Tong Xian realm, no water moon star, and no shadowed star. There would only be broken stars and a broken battlefield that would never recover. Just as he was contemplating, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that about 1,000 feet away from him, a person had suddenly appeared and was also looking around blankly like him. After seeing this person's face, Yang Kai grinned and laughed. "Young sect master, we are really fated to meet." He didn't know if it was because they were standing together in the arena when the Shattered Star Sea opened, but Feng Shi appeared near him at this moment. However, the other rising stars of the Northern Territory were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai didn't know where they had been teleported to. Previously, his attack had failed because of the star seals phenomenon, so Yang Kai was naturally overjoyed to see him again. While speaking, Yang Kai had already pounced towards Feng Shi. This was the Shattered Star Sea, so there weren't many spectators, including Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo. Even if he killed Feng Shi here, no one would know, and there was no need to worry about triggering a war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? Therefore, Yang Kai went all out in this attack, preparing to kill Feng Shi in one blow. Feng Shi also came back to his senses at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai rushing towards him, he didn't panic in the slightest, nor did he show any intention of dodging or defending. Instead, he stood in place and stared coldly at Yang Kai, sneering, "There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There is no door to hell, so go to hell." Saying so, he raised his hand and threw a bead at Yang Kai. A terrifying might suddenly spread out, and a dense emperor pressure swept out in all directions, causing the starry sky to tremble. Emperor Authority Bead. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. Although Bing Yun had warned him before, and he had been wary of Feng Shi's trump card, the Emperor Authority Bead, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether he had it or not before Feng Shi summoned it. But now, the truth was right in front of him, so Yang Kai couldn't doubt it. Feng Shi really did have an Emperor Authority Bead. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because Feng Shi had scared him in the arena just now, but when they met again, Feng Shi decisively summoned the Emperor Authority Bead. How could Yang Kai dare to face the Emperor Authority Bead condensed by a third-order Emperor Realm Master head-on? After realizing that the situation was bad, Yang Kai quickly turned around, and with the help of space principles, his figure retreated a few thousand meters. Kong, a soul-shaking throbbing enveloped Yang Kai as Feng Xian's phantom suddenly appeared in the empty void. It was gigantic, with its head touching the sky and its feet firmly planted on the ground. Staring blankly at Yang Kai, it leisurely pointed a finger at him. A low chant resounded across 100 kilometers, seeking Passion Finger. As soon as the low chant sounded, Yang Kai felt the aura of death chasing after him from behind. Shocked, he roared, "Dragon form!" Dragon scales suddenly covered his body, and Yang Kai's hands turned into dragon claws. Not only that, Yang Kai also urged his 5 elements indestructible sword chi to condense it on his back as a form of protection. Since an ant is going to die, why bother struggling? Ha 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 ha. Feng Shi stood proudly in the void, watching Yang Kai's fleeing figure, and couldn't help laughing complacently. Although he had sacrificed an Emperor Authority bead, one less trump card, and almost all of his source chi had been drained, as long as he could kill Yang Kai, everything was worth it. Yang Kai dared to steal his woman and made him lose face in the arena of Ice Moon City. Feng Shi already hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. However, he didn't expect to meet this guy as soon as he arrived in the Shattered Star Sea. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity, so how could Feng Shi miss it? He didn't believe that Yang Kai, a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, could survive his father's Emperor Authority bead. Yang Kai had just used his dragon transformation secret technique when a huge force hit his back. He felt his head go numb, and his back felt like it was being torn apart. The pain was unbearable, and his bones creaked. He felt a sweet taste in his throat as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't have time to check his injuries and used his space force to teleport forward again. There was only a fine line between life and death. At this moment, the power of the Emperor Authority bead had yet to fully erupt, but it was already giving him so much pressure. If it fully erupted, Yang Kai estimated that even if he was proficient in the Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to escape. The thick Emperor pressure followed closely behind him, constantly shrouding the surrounding space and sealing it. Yang Kai knew that once he was enveloped, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. Hong long long, violent and continuous sounds kept ringing behind him, but the power of the Emperor Authority bead still followed him like a shadow. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and madly burned his blood essence, increasing his speed significantly. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed several thousand meters. Another muffled sound rang out. The power of the Emperor Authority bead seemed to have only suddenly erupted at this moment. In the direction Yang Kai was escaping, a huge black hole suddenly appeared. Inside this black hole, there was nothing but chaos, causing one's heart to palpitate uneasily. Feng Xian's phantom still stood in the void, staring in the direction Yang Kai had escaped. After a long time, this phantom gradually dissipated. Ha 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 ha, now you're dead. You want to fight with this young master? You're still too inexperienced. Feng Shi thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure and couldn't help laughing out loud. However, this laughter caused his body to weaken and he couldn't help coughing violently. After calming down with great difficulty, Feng Shi glared in the direction of the black hole before turning around and flying off in another direction. In order to summon the Emperor Authority bead, he had almost exhausted all of his source chi, so he had to find a place to recover quickly. Otherwise, if he encountered any danger here, he wouldn't be able to fight back. The Shattered Star Sea was not a safe place. In this damned place, in order to find the inheritances of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, anyone was an enemy. They could kill each other without asking for any reason. On the other side, Yang Kai, who Feng Shi thought was dead for sure, dragged his seriously injured body into the asteroid sea with great difficulty. At this time, Yang Kai's vision was blurred and he seemed to be on the verge of passing out at any moment. Since he started cultivating, he felt that he had never suffered such a serious injury. Chapter 2431. Even though the Emperor Authority bead had only brushed past him, Yang Kai felt as if his back had been torn apart and his internal organs had been displaced. Even without using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai knew that his back was now a bloody mess. If not for his proficiency in the Tao of space and his decisiveness in fleeing, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. Gasping for breath, his face as pale as paper, Yang Kai struggled to shuttle through the asteroid sea for a while before finding a relatively large asteroid to hide in. Summoning the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he entered the sealed world bead. This asteroid sea was in a moving state, and under the influence of an inexplicable force, it was moving in a certain direction towards the depths of this boundless star territory. Yang Kai did not know where it was heading, but at this moment, Yang Kai could not care too much and could only focus on healing his injuries. Near the medicine garden, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, grabbed a handful of healing spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth before circulating his secret art to neutralize the medicinal efficacies. At the same time, he gathered the vitality of the immortal tree for his own use. This time, Fengshi's injuries were not light, but Yang Kai was not too worried. His constitution was extremely strong, and there was also the immortal tree planted in the medicine garden. As long as he did not die on the spot, he would fully recover one day. In order to escape from the Emperor Authority bead, Yang Kai had burned a lot of his blood essence, making his body extremely weak. It would take a long time for him to recover. In the Shattered Star Sea, a storm was brewing as tens of thousands of Tao Source Realm elites from the star boundary poured into this place in search of opportunities and higher heavenly way martial Tao, hoping to break through to the Emperor Realm here. In the asteroid sea, Yang Kai was in seclusion. He was focused on healing. In a flash, a month passed. After a month, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. He did not expect that his healing this time would take so long. This was something that had never happened before. As expected of the Emperor Authority bead condensed by a third-order Emperor Realm Master. While the power of the Seeking Passion finger had injured him, it had also seeped into his body. It was to get rid of this power. Yang Kai had only spent a month's time, otherwise, with his physique and the effects of the immortal tree, he could have completely recovered in a few days. His injuries had already healed without leaving behind any sequelae. His strength had also returned to its peak state. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to leave the sealed world bead. First, he used his spiritual force to scan the outside world and found that it was quiet all around. There was not a single person in sight. After confirming that it was safe, he flipped his hand, and in the next moment, 4 beads of different colors appeared in his palm. These 4 pearls were the spring, summer, autumn, and winter pearls. They were left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. A long time ago, Yang Kai had speculated that collecting all 4 pearls of spring, summer, autumn, and winter would bring him unexpected gains. It was a pity that he never had the chance to see the pearl of winter. However, he did not expect that he would gain something in Ice Heart Valley this time. Fengshi's Emperor Authority bead made him aware of some dangers. With his current strength, he did not need to fear a cultivator of the same level, but he had to be on guard against the trump cards of these cultivators. Fengshi had an Emperor Authority bead, so who could be sure that the enemies he would encounter would not have one? Even if they did not have an Emperor Authority bead, or did they not have any other trump cards? After all, the cultivator who could come to the Shattered Star Sea was an elite of the star boundary. Many of them were the descendants of the powerful the Emperor Realm and the elite disciples of the various top sects. Many of these people could not be underestimated. Underestimating them might cost one's life. Therefore, Yang Kai was eager to improve his strength. He was now in the third-order Tao Source Realm. If he improved further, he would be in the Emperor Realm. However, how could it be so easy to break through in the Emperor Realm? The opportunity was not there yet. Yang Kai did not know when he would be able to peek into the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. Since he could not break through, he could only start with secret techniques. The 4 seasons beads were undoubtedly the best choice. If he could comprehend them thoroughly, he might be able to obtain the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. The great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor were proficient in the principles of time. In his era, he was a top master. If he could obtain his inheritance, it would definitely be of great help to his strength. Therefore, Yang Kai did not hesitate too much. After taking out the 4 seasons beads, he began to comprehend them, hoping to gain some benefits. Strangely enough, when the bead of winter met the bead of summer in Ice Heart Valley's restricted area, there was some resonance between the two, but when these 4 beads were gathered together, there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai did not know how to stimulate the power of the 4 seasons beads, so he could only put them together in the palm of his hand, circulate his secret art and comprehend them quietly. He was not too impatient. On the contrary, his mind was calm. Gradually, he entered an ethereal state. His mind was empty, and his body and mind relaxed, as if he was floating in the clouds. He had completely forgotten where he was and what he was here for. He was completely immersed in this feeling that he could not extricate himself from. Half a month passed, then a month passed, then 2 months passed, the 4 seasons bead still showed no reaction, but Yang Kai was madly absorbing the world energy in the small sealed world bead, making his source chi more vigorous and pure. The realm of the third order Dao source realm was steadily rising, and he was about to reach a peak. On a certain day 3 months later, Kai Yang's mind suddenly shook. A kind of vibration from the depths of his soul startled him. Following that, a scorching hot feeling spread from the palm of his hand. Opening his eyes, he saw 4 colored lights suddenly escape from his palm. Like ribbons, they slowly fluttered up and wrapped around his body. Each of the 4 colored lights gave birth to an extremely special concept and principle strength. The 4 principles resonated with each other and complemented each other. They had the characteristics of the 5 elements. The power of the 4 seasons. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had unintentionally stimulated the power of the 4 seasons beads. Feeling it again, the 4 seasons beads that he was holding in his palm had disappeared, leaving only the 4 colored lights fluttering around him. Yang Kai immediately understood that this was his opportunity. He did not dare to neglect it. He closed his eyes again and immersed himself in comprehending the power of the 4 seasons beads. Unlike the ethereal state of meditation he had been in a few months ago, this time he comprehended with a goal in mind. As soon as he opened his mind, he noticed the 4 extremely special principles of power around him. The spring breeze was pleasant, the summer was hot, the autumn was bleak, and the winter was covered in snow. They seemed to form a strange cycle. The power of the 4 seasons beads constantly overlapped, changing the flowing time Great Emperor. It was endless and continuous. Yang Kai suddenly sank into it and forgot the concept of time. His entire body was already like an outsider that had been exiled by time, and the skin on his face was slowly aging. In the short time for an incense stick to burn, he'd become an extremely old man with grizzled hair, yet at a certain critical point, he'd glowed with vigor and returned to the beautiful days of his youth. This cycle repeated over and over again, and it seemed to be extremely strange. The principles of the 4 seasons were surging, and even the environment around Yang Kai was constantly changing. The herbs planted in the medicine garden also seemed to have experienced the flowing time Great Emperor's reincarnation in a very short period of time, growing wildly. With the exception of the immortal tree and the firmament tree, which were not affected by the principal strength, the other spirit grasses and spirit medicines were growing very well. Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream. In this strange dream, he constantly wandered between the stages of youth and old man. He used his body to remember the feeling of the flowing time Great Emperor, and used his body and mind to experience the concept of time passing by. Gradually, some vague ideas appeared in his mind. He wanted to see these ideas clearly, but there seemed to be a thin film in front of him, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate this thin film. And every time his body reincarnated, these vague ideas became clearer to him. Finally, at that moment, this vague thought turned into a kind of enlightenment. Yang Kai suddenly woke up from the nightmare, his eyes shining like stars. The four-colored light continued to hover around him, fluttering in the air like four ribbons. Yang Kai remained motionless, his expression extremely solemn, his hands quickly forming a mysterious seal, whispering in a low voice, "The flowing time great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." His voice was very slow, but his movements were even slower. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious seal was formed. The next moment, the four-colored light that had been fluttering around him seemed to have received some kind of command, suddenly turning into fluorescent spots and drilling into his vital acupoints. Hong, with Yang Kai as the center, an invisible aura suddenly spread out in all directions with astonishing momentum. After everything stabilized, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise. "It's the time principle. The flowing time great emperor is really amazing, the great emperors. In this world, only the law of time could be on par with the law of space. No matter which of these two principal forces it was, they were extremely obscure existences, difficult to grasp and even more difficult to cultivate." Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space by chance. Along the way, he had encountered some cultivator who had grasped the basics of the Tao of space, but in terms of proficiency, other than himself, it was probably Li Wuyi, whom Mo Shaoqi had once mentioned. Li Wuyi was proficient in the Tao of space and was famous in the entire star boundary, but he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so basically no one dared to find trouble with him. There were still some people who could grasp the basics of the Tao of space, but Yang Kai had never encountered anyone who cultivated the Tao of time. In comparison, the Tao of time seemed to be more difficult to grasp than the Tao of space. But the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors, had cultivated it to an extremely high level. Yang Kai originally thought that the four seasons force was the overlapping of the four seasons, the replacement of the flowing time great emperor, but after comprehending the condensed seal this time, he understood that the flowing time great emperor had already sublimated the four seasons force to the level of the Tao of time, and had a very high level of attainment in it. And thanks to the flowing time great emperor, great emperors, and the power of the four seasons beads, Yang Kai could now be considered to have grasped the basics of the Tao of time. Since ancient times, he might be the only person who could cultivate both the Tao of space and the Tao of time at the same time. Chapter 2432. After silently comprehending his gains this time, Yang Kai slowly stood up. Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi were nearby. He didn't know when they came over. They were probably attracted by the noise he made here, but the two of them were far away and didn't dare to approach. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai stand up, the two women looked at each other and floated over. "Master, what kind of secret technique did you comprehend before? Why did your appearance and body keep changing?" Lu Yan asked nervously. "My appearance changed?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. He thought it was just a dream, but he didn't expect it to be true. No wonder he could comprehend the law of time and condense the secret technique seal of the flowing time great emperor. It turned out that his body had been constantly changing from an old man to a young man. He used the changes in his body to remember the flowing time great emperor and the passage of time. It was reasonable that he could comprehend the law of time. "Well, you look very pitiful when you're old." Hua Qingxi also nodded. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't care. People would always be born, grow old, get sick, and die. This was a cycle. After comprehending the law of time, Yang Kai was very open-minded about it. After pondering for a moment, he said, "That's the secret technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor." Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi's eyes lit up when they heard this. Lu Yan said in surprise, "Master, you've obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor." Although Yang Kai also had the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, that thing couldn't be cultivated by humans. The flowing time great emperor was different. If he could really obtain his inheritance, his future would be smooth sailing. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I also thought that the Four Seasons Pearl hid the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. But that's not the case. That's just a secret technique of the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, but I really did gain a lot. Yang Kai felt that it didn't matter if he didn't obtain the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor. As long as he persevered in cultivation, he could one day reach the height of the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. But before that, he needed to cultivate the law of space to the extreme. Biting off more than one could chew, and Yang Kai understood this truth. How long has it been? Yang Kai suddenly asked again. He had been in the alternate reincarnation of the flowing time Great Emperor before, so he couldn't feel the passage of time at all, so he didn't know how long he had cultivated this time. Almost a year. Hua Qingxi said. Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi had already sensed it since Yang Kai was injured and came in. Calculating the time, it was almost a year. A year. Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that even if it took a little time, it would definitely not be more than 2 to 3 months. But he didn't expect that a full year had passed. In other words, in the first year of the Shattered Star Sea's opening, apart from healing, he had been comprehending the mysteries of the Four Seasons Pearl. He didn't know if this was a waste of time. Yang Kai didn't know how long the Shattered Star Sea would be open. If it was only open for a year, wouldn't he have wasted this opportunity? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face turned black. An inexplicable sense of crisis grew in him. I'll go out and see what's going on here. Yang Kai said, then turned around and rushed out of the sealed world bead. A year passed just like that, but he didn't get any benefits, so Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After leaving the sealed world bead, Yang Kai returned to the huge asteroid and looked around. He found that the surrounding scenery was the same as what he saw when he first came to the Shattered Star Sea, not much different. But Yang Kai was sure that this was not where he first came from. Perhaps he was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. This was because the meteorite sea was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. Only God knew where it would bring him to. With a flicker, Yang Kai flew out of the asteroid sea and summoned his wooden boat. It was said that the Shattered Star Sea was a great opportunity for a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but Yang Kai didn't know where this opportunity was, so he could only walk around and try his luck first. For a few days, he didn't encounter any problems, but he did encounter several star field storms. The star field storms in the Shattered Star Sea were extremely terrifying. Wherever they swept, even the void would collapse. Yang Kai's scalp tingled, and he didn't dare to get involved. He also didn't encounter any cultivator. In this vast star field, it seemed that he was the only living person. This made Yang Kai wonder if the Shattered Star Sea had closed, causing all the cultivators who entered here to leave while he stayed behind. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. On this day, while Yang Kai was flying in the void, he suddenly felt a slight heat on the back of his hand. He raised his brow and looked at the back of his hand. It was the location of his star seal brand. At this moment, this star seal was exuding a faint light, and there was an extremely weak force coming from a certain direction, guiding his star seal. Yang Kai was puzzled, not knowing what this star seal was resonating with. After pondering for a moment, he changed his direction and flew forward, following the source of the force. No matter what was there was always some movement. It was better to go and take a look than to run around like a headless fly. The star field was so vast that even if Yang Kai flew at full speed, it still took him 2 hours to reach it. After 2 hours, a broken cultivation star appeared in front of him. This cultivation star wasn't big, but it wasn't small either, belonging to the mid-range category. Just like the shattered star that Yang Kai had seen when he first entered the Shattered Star Sea, it was mostly broken, with only a small part of the stars still remaining in the void. As far as the eye could see, this tattered cultivation star was devoid of life, and there wasn't the slightest bit of greenery. Even after tens of thousands of years, this cultivation star still seemed to have the terrifying aura of the great emperor's desperate battle of life and death. And the power that was guiding his five-pointed star seal was coming from this shattered star. Yang Kai was surprised, wondering what was so special about this shattered star that it could resonate with his star seal. Controlling the wooden boat, Yang Kai turned into a rainbow and flew towards a certain place on the shattered star. After a short while, Yang Kai came to the surface of the shattered star and stood on the stars to look around. All he could see was a messy landscape with innumerable large and small pits, as dark as an abyss. After arriving here, the five-pointed star seal on the back of his hand became slightly brighter, allowing Yang Kai to immediately confirm that he had found the right place. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai scanned the surroundings and soon raised his brow, revealing a look of joy as he whispered, "Star's star source." He possessed the star's star source of Shadowed Star, and as the star master of Shadowed Star, he was most familiar with the aura of star's star source. On this broken cultivation star, there was still some remnant power of the star's star source. However, Yang Kai didn't know if it was because this place was too damaged, but the star's star source was also broken and incomplete. Star's star source was a good thing for a cultivator in the star boundary. A cultivator with star's star source could better perceive the world principles through it, making it easier for them to break through. However, it was very difficult for a cultivator in the star boundary to obtain star's star source because star's star source could only be born from cultivation stars. There were very few such treasures in the star boundary, and even if there were, they would be taken away by some powerful cultivators. It was very rare for an ordinary cultivator to see them. But here, there was star's star source. Although it was incomplete and broken, it was still a star source. It turned out that the legends were true. In this shattered star sea, there were indeed many broken star's star sources. If a Tao Source Realm cultivator could absorb these star sources for their own use, it would be of great benefit to them when they broke through to the Emperor Realm in the future. Could it be that the star seal resonated with these star sources and led me here? Yang Kai secretly guessed, but no one could confirm it with him, so he didn't know if this guess was correct or not. If this was the case, then the star seal was a guiding light. As long as one followed the direction of the star seal, they would definitely be able to harvest the star source. Just as Kai Yang was guessing, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head towards the sky. He saw that in the sky, two dazzling rays of light had suddenly descended from the sky. A moment later, they landed right near him. The brilliance dissipated, revealing two figures. Both of them were men and seemed to be from the same sect. Because their auras and clothes were somewhat similar, Yang Kai didn't know how they gathered together in this shattered star sea. Both of their cultivations were at the third-order Tao Source Realm, and they were extremely condensed and vigorous. They didn't look like ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivators and were most likely disciples of that great sect. Yang Kai noticed that both of them had a five-pointed star seal on the back of their hands, which was exuding a faint light. It seemed that these two, like him, had been led here by the star seal. At first sight of these two people, Yang Kai wasn't surprised but happy. Because as long as there were still living people here, it meant that he wasn't alone in the shattered star sea. It was just his bad luck that he hadn't met anyone in the past few days. In an instant, Kai Yang looked at the two of them with a face full of excitement. The two didn't know why Yang Kai was so excited, but they both looked arrogant and insufferably arrogant. After glancing at Yang Kai faintly, they didn't put him in their eyes anymore and released their divine senses to check the situation around them. One of them frowned slightly and said, "The source strength here is so thin." "Yeah, it's not as good as the one we met yesterday," the other nodded in agreement. "But it's better than nothing. Many grains of sand make a tower, many a little makes a mickle. We can't let it go just because it's too little." As the man spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai again and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Why don't you get the hell out of here? The other person also sneered and said, the star's source strength here is ours. Boy, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The two of them went back and forth, obviously trying to intimidate him, causing Yang Kai's face to darken. Chapter 24:33. The source strength here was so thin that Yang Kai didn't really care much about it. After all, he already had the complete source strength of Shadowed Star, but these two were acting so arrogantly as soon as they arrived, so Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. After thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't lose his temper and instead cupped his fists and said, "Two friends, I have something I want to ask. I wonder if you can answer me." The man who spoke first glanced sideways at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, "What is it?" Yang Kai said, "Are you attracted here because your star seal has a connection with the source strength here?" The man glanced at Yang Kai in surprise and sneered, "Are you not?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Naturally." It turned out that the star seal could really sense the source strength of stars. Although he had some guesses before, because no one had confirmed it with him, he wasn't too sure. Now, after hearing this man's answer, Yang Kai immediately understood that the star seal on the back of his hand was not just a pass to enter the Shattered Star Sea, but also had other uses. The man said angrily, "Since that is the case, why ask when you already know the answer?" "How ridiculous." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I was just asking casually." "Why are you so angry, friend? Do you know how long the Shattered Star Sea is open and closed?" As soon as this remark came out, the two men both looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, as if they had noticed something. One of them said, "It seems that you know nothing about this place." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten me." He really knew nothing about the Shattered Star Sea. There was nothing to hide about this. Although he could also find out some information by himself, it was not as fast as inquiring from others. Although these two men didn't seem to be easy to deal with, it didn't prevent Yang Kai from probing them for information. The other man laughed and said, "Brother, someone actually came to the Shattered Star Sea without knowing anything. Didn't this guy have a master or elder to teach him?" He looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai said with a cold face, "So what if I don't have a master or an elder? Is it that funny?" That person's smile faded. He said, "It's not that funny. It's just that it's really surprising that someone without a master or elder could come here." "Friend, you haven't answered my question yet," Yang Kai urged. "What's in it for me to answer you?" The other party snorted. Yang Kai said, "How about I give the source energy of this place to you two friends?" He paused for a moment and continued, "I came here first. So long as the two of you can answer my questions, I'll leave right away. You can also take the source energy here. I won't interfere at all." The junior brother said angrily, "Who would dare to snatch the source strength that my brother and junior brother want? Why would we need you to do such a favor?" The brother waved his hand and said, "Friend, since you are so easy to talk to, then it would be impolite for us to refuse." Hearing this, the junior brother curled his lips and looked unhappy. The brother continued, "After the Shattered Star Sea opens, no one knows when it will end, nor is it fixed. According to ancient records, every time the Shattered Star Sea opens, it will last for 2 years. The shortest is 2 years. The longest is 10 years. Moreover, it will end without any warning. Once the secret territory closes, all the cultivator here will be expelled, no matter where you are. Friend, are you satisfied with this answer? It's not a fixed time." Yang Kai was a little surprised, but it was not the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he quickly calmed down. However, according to this person, the Shattered Star Sea would open for at least 2 years. In other words, he had at least 1 year to gain experience here, which was not bad. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thank you. Goodbye." Although he still had a lot of things he did not understand, these two people were not easy to talk to. If he continued to ask, they might not tell the truth. Instead of being misled, it was better to explore on his own or wait until he met an acquaintance to inquire about it. While speaking, Yang Kai turned around and flew into the air. The moment he turned around, the eyes of the senior brother who had previously answered his question suddenly lit up. With a slight flick of his wrist, a jet-black light shot out and arrived behind Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the pitch-black light was about to pierce through Yang Kai's chest, at the critical moment, he suddenly twisted his body and avoided the sneak attack of the pitch-black light by a hair's breadth. The next moment, Yang Kai stood in mid-air, looked down coldly, and said indifferently, "What is the meaning of this?" The brother was shocked and could not help but exclaim, "He dodged it. How is that possible? When he attacked earlier, there was no sign, nor did he reveal the slightest murderous intent." Logically speaking, Yang Kai should not have been able to detect it, but in fact, Yang Kai seemed to have foreseen it and dodged the attack the moment it was about to hit him. This person is not a pushover. The brother thought to himself. His junior brother still looked as if he did not put Yang Kai in his eyes and sneered, "Isn't it obvious what you mean? Why do you like to ask questions that you already know the answer to? You two want to kill me?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said sadly, "I have met you two by chance and have no past grievances. You two have taken a fancy to this place's origin source and I have offered it to you with both hands. I have no intention of competing with you. I am so kind, but you two actually want to kill me. You've made me so sad. The most basic trust between people is gone." The brother's mouth twitched and he said, "If you don't want to die, leave behind your right hand and get out of here." The junior brother also nodded in agreement, "Yes, if you want to live, cut off your right hand. My brother and I will spare your life, otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What do you two want my right hand for? Don't you have your own hands?" The junior brother sneered and said, "Do you think your right hand is very popular? What we want is not your right hand, but the star seal on the back of your hand. We have already entered the shattered star sea, what's the point of snatching my star seal?" Yang Kai still looked puzzled. "You really don't know anything." The junior brother laughed, "My brother and I will be good people to the end today and give you a piece of information for free. In the shattered star sea, snatching other people's star seals is a common thing. As for the reason and benefits, you will understand in the future." The brother said with a calm face, "Friend, since you can avoid my blow, it seems that your skills are extraordinary, but do you think you can beat my brother and I working together? If you don't want to die, cooperate obediently. Otherwise, after killing you, I can still take your star seal." Yang Kai stroked his chin and said lightly, "Your words really make people curious. What benefits can you get by snatching other people's star seals? I'm so curious that I want to kill you too. Kill us?" Hearing this, the junior brother's eyes widened and then he laughed. He pointed at Yang Kai and said to the other brother, "Brother, did you hear what he just said? He actually said that he wants to kill us. Is this boy still dreaming?" The brother coldly snorted, "Since this friend refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then there's no need to be polite with him. Attack together." As soon as these words fell, the junior brother's laughter disappeared and his face became gloomy. The two men circulated their source chi and were about to attack. Yang Kai suddenly formed a seal with both hands and a strange and inexplicable principal strength suddenly surged out and shrouded the brother and junior brother. The two men, who were about to attack, inexplicably shuddered and an instinctive sense of crisis grew in their hearts. As if they heard the call of death, their clothes were instantly soaked in sweat. They wanted to look up and see what kind of magical secret technique Yang Kai had used, but what shocked the two of them was that their thoughts came to a halt at this moment and their bodies couldn't move. Everything around them became incomparably silent, and even time stopped flowing. Everything was frozen at this moment. A low murmur sounded in the ears of the two men, extremely cold, causing their hands and feet to shiver. Flowing time great emperor, withering glory, shuttling dream, flowing time great emperor, shuttling seal. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai slapped his palm towards the two brother and a mysterious seal burst out. Before the two brother and junior brother could react, the seal directly landed on their bodies. Two muffled groans sounded at the same time as the principle of time madly eroded the bodies of the two brother and junior brother, causing their vitality to drain away in a very short time. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the black hair of these two people turned white at an extremely fast speed, and then fell off. Even their skin began to wrinkle, and their originally healthy and strong bodies turned into old men within 10 breaths of time. They staggered and could not stand steadily. Hundreds of thousands of years seemed to have passed by them in an instant, leaving only deep marks on their bodies. The strangest thing was that the two of them maintained a sluggish posture, seemingly unaware of the changes in their bodies, their eyes empty. It wasn't until a certain moment that the two of them suddenly came back to their senses and fell to the ground together. Moss. Brother. The junior brother, who originally looked quite handsome, now looked no different from an old man with half of his neck buried in the ground. His eyes were sunken as he stared in horror at the brother beside him, whose silhouette could still be vaguely seen. Using his toothless mouth, he said vaguely, "How did you become like this?" "Junior brother, you." The brother also had a look of horror on his face as he looked at his junior brother with the same look in his eyes. Only then did the junior martial brother come to his senses and touch his face. He then put his withered hands in front of his eyes and stared at them in a daze for a while before he cried out in alarm. "You! What did you do to us?" The brother raised his head with difficulty and looked towards the sky, his turbid eyes overflowing with horror and despair. He had never seen or even heard of such a strange thing. With just one move, he and his junior brother were beaten to such a state without any ability to fight back. The strength of the young man in front of him was simply something he had never seen before in his life. Chapter 24-34. Yang Kai sneered as he stepped down from the void and sneered, "Two pieces of trash, to be able to die under the divine technique of the flowing time great emperor, you can die without regrets." The flowing time great emperor. Great emperors. The senior brother had obviously heard of the flowing time great emperor's name before, and upon hearing these words, his eyes rolled back in shock as he gasped for breath. However, all he could do was inhale and not exhale, and his head soon tilted to the side as he died. Although this junior brother did not die immediately, he was undoubtedly not much better off. He was on the verge of death, and his aura was extremely weak. At this time, unless he was given an extremely powerful treasure that could restore vitality, such as the immortal source liquid from the immortal tree, he would not be able to survive. A strong sense of remorse flashed through his lifeless eyes. If they had known that Yang Kai was so strong, how could the two of them have provoked this evil star? Soon, the younger brother also died, his eyes wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. With two whooshing sounds, two rays of light suddenly burst out. Yang Kai could clearly see that these two rays of light were the 5-pointed star seals on the backs of the two dead men's hands. He had seen such a scene before. Back in the Four Seasons realm, he had killed a person with a star seal, and after that person died, his star seal had also flown out like this. After the two 5-pointed star seals flew out, they did not fly too far away and instead seemed to be attracted by something, circling around Yang Kai a few times before suddenly rushing into the back of his hand. Yang Kai only felt a slight heat on the back of his hand, and when he looked again, the 5-pointed star seal on the back of his hand seemed to have changed a little, becoming more obvious. He was slightly surprised. He did not know why the star seals of the two dead men had merged with his star seal. Just as he was feeling bewildered and uncertain. The 5-pointed star seal on the back of his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and then burst apart, turning into specks of starlight. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Previously, when the two brothers wanted to snatch his star seal, he thought that snatching someone else's star seal would bring him great benefits, but the current situation caught him a little off guard. His star seal had actually exploded after fusing with someone else's star seal. What should he do? Although he had already entered the Shattered Star Sea, the significance of star seal certificates no longer existed. However, he could still sense the location of source strength. Without a star seal, how could he search for source strength in this vast shattered star sea? If he had known this earlier, of course, he would have never fused with his star seal. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The shattered starlight imprinted itself on the back of Yang Kai's hand again, and after a scorching pain, a brand new star seal appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. After the 5-pointed star seal on the back of his hand exploded, the starlight gathered again and formed a 6-pointed star seal. Yang Kai was stunned by the ups and downs of his mood in such a short period of time. He silently sensed for a moment and found that after the 6-pointed star seal appeared, the connection between it and the broken origin of this broken star was strengthened. It was more obvious than the previous 5-pointed star seal. Could it be that the higher the grade of the star seal, the stronger the star seal? The easier it is to sense the origin energy? A bold guess suddenly popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Although he couldn't find anyone to verify this guess, from his own experience, it was absolutely credible. Yang Kai recalled the 7 star seals he had obtained in the Four Seasons realm. Among those star seals, there were triangular star seals, prismatic star seals, and pentagonal star seals. When he was in the Four Seasons realm, he had heard Princess Lan Sun of Star Soul Palace say that the higher the grade of the star seal, the easier it would be to obtain benefits in the Shattered Star Sea. The higher-ups of the Azure Sun Temple seemed to have mentioned this before. However, no one had explained it to him in detail. Now that he thought about it, the easier it was to obtain benefits. The higher the grade of the star seal, the easier it was to sense the origin energy from a farther place and point the direction and location of the cultivator. Now that his star seal had been upgraded to a 6-pointed star seal, it was definitely more useful than a 5-pointed star seal. Lan Sun also said that above the 6-pointed star seal, there were 7-pointed star seals, 8-pointed star seals, and even the most advanced 9-pointed star seal. But as far as Yang Kai knew, the most advanced star seal obtained by the cultivator in the Four Seasons realm was only a 5-pointed star seal. He had wondered before how a higher-grade star seal could appear, but now it seemed that those higher-grade star seals were not obtained naturally, but were upgraded step by step. Killing enemies, obtaining star seals from others, and fusing them with oneself, once a certain critical point was reached, the star seal would explode and recombine, upgrading to the next grade. His 6-pointed star seal was the best proof of this. The 2 people he had just killed had 5-pointed star seals, and he also had a 5-pointed star seal. The 3 5-pointed star seals fused together and upgraded to a 6-pointed star seal. In other words, if he could get 2 more 6-pointed star seals, he could upgrade to a 7-pointed star seal, and so on. Sooner or later, he would be able to get the highest grade, a 9-pointed star seal. Once he had a 9-pointed star seal, he could sense the origin energy of stars at a very distant location, and there was no need to search aimlessly. This experience suddenly allowed Yang Kai to understand many mysteries about the Shattered Star Sea and star seals. No wonder those 2 wanted to snatch his star seal. It turned out that there was such a reason behind it. Yang Kai suddenly realized. However, if he wanted to upgrade his star seal to a 9-pointed star seal, it would definitely not be an easy task. Just the number of people he would need to snatch his star seal from was unknown. Yang Kai was not a bloodthirsty person who liked to stir up trouble, so he did not have too many demands in his heart. A 6-pointed star seal could also be used, so why should he pursue the highest grade, a 9-pointed star seal? After standing in place and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai put away his thoughts and bent down to pick up the space rings of the two people. Seemingly because of his touch, the corpses of the two people suddenly disintegrated, turning into dust that scattered on the ground. Yang Kai was secretly shocked when he saw this. He had just comprehended the divine technique of the flowing time great emperor some time ago. Although he knew that the power of this divine technique was definitely not small, because he had never used it before, he did not have much confidence in it. Today, he was just testing it out. He did not expect that with just one move, the two cultivator of the same level would be corrupted by the principles of time without being able to fight back. It seemed that the power of this divine technique was still above his expectations. It was indeed worthy of the divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It was not surprising that it could have such power. Moreover, as Yang Kai's strength improved in the future and his comprehension of this divine technique deepened, its power would continue to increase. In the future, it would definitely become his trump card, just like the space divine technique. Sweeping the two people's space rings slightly with his divine sense, Yang Kai could not help but snort coldly because he found that there were many things in the two people's space rings that did not belong to them at first glance, including some belonging to women. These two had obviously done a lot of killing and robbing. Perhaps during the year that the Shattered Star Sea had been open, they had been working together to kill enemies and rob other people's things and star seals. It was no wonder that both of them had 5-pointed star seals. Their star seals had probably been upgraded. Who knew how many people had suffered at their hands? Yang Kai casually threw the two space rings into the sealed world bead and had his embodiment tidy up the things inside for him. He was the only one left here. Although the source strength of this shattered star was relatively dilapidated, it was still source strength, so Yang Kai naturally had no reason to let it go. After thinking about it, he waved his hand, and the next moment, Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as Sister Hua appeared, she looked around and her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Then, she shouted excitedly, "Young Master Yang, is this the Shattered Star Sea? Sister Hua is really knowledgeable. This is indeed the Shattered Star Sea." Yang Kai smiled slightly, paying close attention to Hua Qingxi's movements as he spoke. Hua Qingxi said in a trembling voice, "It's really the Shattered Star Sea. This is the place that a Tao Source Realm cultivator yearns for the most. If you can get an opportunity here, breaking through to the Emperor Realm is absolutely not a problem." While speaking, she looked at Yang Kai strangely and said, "Why are you staring at me so nervously?" Yang Kai said, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you feel like you're being expelled?" Hua Qingxi was stunned, but soon understood what Yang Kai meant. She smiled slightly and said, "Since you brought me in, then whether I have a star seal or not, I can continue to stay here. Are you afraid that I will be sent out because I don't have a star seal?" Yang Kai nodded. Hua Qingxi waved her hand and said, "That won't happen. You can rest assured about this. Many cultivators who came to the Shattered Star Sea for life experience have their star seals snatched away, but they can still stay here." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai suddenly slapped his head and scolded himself for being so stupid. If he wanted to inquire about the Shattered Star Sea, couldn't he just ask Hua Qingxi? She was a disciple of Star Soul Palace, so she definitely knew more than others. He hadn't released Sister Hua during this time and had forgotten about her. However, after confirming that they could stay in the Shattered Star Sea even without a star seal, Yang Kai waved his hand and released Lu Yen and Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi rarely left the sealed world bead, except for breaking through a great realm. This time, when she saw Yang Kai call her out, she couldn't help but look at him curiously, wondering what Yang Kai wanted to do. This is the Shattered Star Sea, a grand event that all the elite cultivator in the entire star boundary will participate in. It is also a great opportunity. Sister Hua, tell us what we need to pay attention to here. Hua Qingxi nodded. After sorting out her thoughts, she told them all the information she knew. Yang Kai had already speculated most of the information she said, including the upgrade and specific uses of star seals. However, Hua Qingxi gave a more complete explanation. According to her, when the level of a star seal was high, not only could one sense the location of source strength from a longer distance, they could even sense the location of other low-level star seals. Chapter 2435. In other words, the owner of a high-level star seal could detect the hiding place of a low-level star seal from a long distance. If the level of the star seal was not as good as the others, no matter what kind of mysterious secret technique they used, they would still be found. This characteristic of the star seal made the shattered star see a bloody scene every time it opened. In order to upgrade their star seal, many cultivators were not stingy with killing. This characteristic of the star seal was quite heaven-defying, which made Yang Kai's face turn solemn. He didn't particularly care about the level of his star seal before. In his opinion, as long as he had enough star seals, there was no need to pursue too many. But now, after listening to Hua Qingxi, Yang Kai understood that if he wanted to ensure his own safety, the level of his star seal must be high enough. Otherwise, it was very likely that his location would be discovered. This characteristic in disguise promoted the killing and plundering between cultivator. All the cultivator in the shattered star sea, whether they were willing or not, had to find ways to improve their star seal level. These are the uses of the star seal, but I have heard of another legend. Hua Qingxi's face suddenly turned solemn as she spoke. Zhang Ruo, she asked nervously, what? Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai and said, legend has it that if you can get the highest level 9-pointed star seal, you can find the inheritance of the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. Really? Yang Kai asked with a look of astonishment. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. This legend has been circulating since the existence of the shattered star sea. No one can verify whether it is true or not because no one has ever been able to upgrade their star seal to the highest level. Naturally, there is no way to prove this point. He paused for a moment. After pausing for a moment, she continued, but this shouldn't be very attractive to you, young Master Yang. The embodiment cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle method, which was the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, so Yang Kai naturally didn't need to pursue this. It's not that attractive to me, but it's different for others. Yang Kai's expression turned serious. He suddenly discovered that in this shattered star sea, the star seal was simply a double-edged sword and the source of all evil blood. It was of great help to the cultivator here. However, because of its various characteristics, it also led to bloody killings between cultivator. If there was no such thing as a star seal, the chances of the cultivator clashing here would be much lower. Of course, not everyone wants to search for the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. In this shattered star sea, there are some good things left behind by the other great emperors, which are what we cultivators yearn for. I heard that in the shattered star sea 5,000 years ago, someone found the everlasting green lotus of the great emperors and inherited the mantle of the great emperors of blue lotus. What happened to that person now? Lu Yen asked faintly. Hua Qingxi said, the top sect in the Eastern Territory, Blue Lotus Palace, was founded by that person. That person is also the palace master of Blue Lotus Palace. That person is quite lucky. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. Luck is an opportunity. Which one of us cultivators doesn't rely on opportunities? Hua Qingxi said faintly. Yang Kai agreed wholeheartedly. Any cultivator who could cultivate to the Tao Source realm would need great opportunities. If one's opportunities were deep enough, they would be able to go one step further and pry into the mysteries of the Emperor realm. If one's opportunities were not enough, then they could only linger in the Tao Source realm for the rest of their lives. Okay. Let's not talk about this for now. There is some broken source strength here. Let's refine it together, Yang Kai said. Originally, the source strength of stars should be hidden somewhere inside a cultivation star, and it would take a lot of effort just to find it, but now that this cultivation star had been shattered, the broken source strength had dissipated, so there was no need to search for it at all. They just needed to refine and absorb it. Hua Qingxi and the others nodded and found a place to sit down cross-legged. They silently circulated their secret arts. Yang Kai did the same. Although he didn't care much about the source strength here, what that person said before was right. Many a little makes a mickle, and many grains of sand make a tower. When a quantitative change reached a certain level, it would always lead to a qualitative change. Source strength was a very special kind of power. Refining and absorbing it would not improve a cultivator's strength, but it could bring great benefits to any cultivator. Especially for Hua Qingxi and the others, they had never refined a source strength before. If they could gain something in the Shattered Star Sea this time, it would definitely be helpful in advancing to the Emperor realm. Time passed slowly. The four of them were scattered not far away, meditating and interfering with each other. After half a day, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He found that the efficiency of refining and absorbing source strength this way was simply too low. The four of them worked together for half a day, but not much source strength had been absorbed here. If they continued like this, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to completely refine the source strength here. If it took this long for 4 people, wouldn't it take 1 to 2 months for one person to refine it? This was too troublesome. He quietly observed Hua Qingxi and the others and found that they were the same as him. Only Zhang Ruoxi seemed to be refining and absorbing source strength faster. He didn't know if it was related to her bloodline, but there was a limit to how fast she could refine and absorb source strength. What if I throw my embodiment out and let it use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to refine this source strength? The characteristic of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique was that it devoured everything in the world, and the source strength here was definitely no exception. Thinking about it, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. The embodiment had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, but he also had another secret technique, one that could be used to refine the source strength of stars. The star refining art. He obtained this secret technique when the Emperor Garden on Shadowed Star opened. Logically speaking, it was a yang inflammation secret technique. Yang Kai was able to refine the source strength of stars on Shadowed Star and become its star master because of this star refining art. Later, he taught the star refining art to his little senior sister, Xia Ningchang, and Xia Ningchang also successfully refined the source strength of Tongxian realm stars. From this, it could be seen that the star refining art was definitely a secret technique specifically used to refine the source strength of stars. Isn't it just right to use it here? Yang Kai's mood suddenly became excited, and he no longer hesitated, immediately displaying the star refining art. At first, his surroundings were still untouched, but as time passed, the broken source strength around him was like a cat that smelled blood, rushing towards him to refine and absorb it. After a while, specks of starlight appeared around his body, as if he was surrounded by a large number of fireflies. These specks of starlight contained rich source strength, which was the manifestation of the source strength. Yang Kai's body also became a bottomless pit, not rejecting anything, opening his body and mind to accept the countless specks of starlight. For a moment, the scene was spectacular and extremely dazzling. Hua Qingxi and the others were all alarmed and opened their eyes to look at Yang Kai, their faces full of shock. After Yang Kai's actions, even Zhang Ruoxi couldn't absorb any more source strength. All the source strength was absorbed by Yang Kai, and no one could obtain any benefits. After an unknown amount of time, the starlight around Yang Kai gradually thinned and then disappeared. Realizing that there was no longer any trace of source strength in this place, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes with a satisfied look on his face. The 3 pairs of beautiful eyes on the opposite side all stared at him with grief, as if Yang Kai had abandoned them after taking advantage of them. Yang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said embarrassedly, "I did an experiment, and I didn't expect the results to be so good. Although he had been refining the source strength of stars before, he had some understanding of what was going on around him. He also knew why Hua Qingxi and the others were looking at him strangely. Hua Qingxi asked, "Young Master Yang, what kind of secret art did you use? It only took you half a day to absorb all the source strength here." "Star refining art." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Come, I'll teach you. This secret technique is simply tailor-made for this place." Hearing this, the three women's eyes lit up and they quickly came in front of him, sat down cross-legged, and looked at him seriously. Yang Kai immediately began to teach them without holding anything back. The three women listened attentively, and their comprehension was very good. After 2 days, they had thoroughly understood the secret technique. After they had fully grasped the star refining art, Yang Kai set off again and flew towards the cold and empty star field. With the star refining art, he felt that he could make up for the previous year's time. After all, the time it took for others to refine the source strength of stars was incomparable to the time it took for him to do so. His efficiency was much higher than others. 5 days later, Yang Kai found another cultivation star with a fragmented source strength through his star seal. Flying down with Hua Qingxi and the others, Yang Kai absorbed all the source strength here in less than half a day. This was the first time Hua Qingxi and the others had absorbed source strength so efficiently, so they were still a little unsatisfied. For the next month, Yang Kai continued to search and explore the star field and found stars' source strength several times. This month's exploration allowed Yang Kai to deeply experience the wonders of star seals. Often, from a very far distance, Yang Kai could sense the existence of others. Presumably, those people had lower star seals than him, so they couldn't hide their auras. Yang Kai didn't look for trouble with those people and instead focused on searching for source strength. After a month, the 4 of them had a good harvest. On this day, after absorbing the source strength of a cultivation star, Hua Qingxi suddenly walked up to Yang Kai, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and asked, "What's the matter, Sister Hua?" Hua Qingxi said, "Young Master Yang, I want to act alone." Yang Kai was taken aback and frowned. "Is it because the source strength divided among 4 people is too little?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, "Why would I think so? It's just." She turned her head and glanced at the dark void, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. "I can feel that this shattered star sea is a place for me to be reborn. There is an opportunity waiting for me somewhere. I want to take a look." Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard this. Hua Qingxi was now a master at the peak of the Tao Source realm, only 1 step away from advancing to the Emperor realm. For her to have such a feeling at this critical juncture, it was very likely that there really was an opportunity waiting for her. A sudden flash of inspiration in a cultivator's heart was often more effective than 10 or 20 years of secluded cultivation. Chapter 2436. Considering all this, Yang Kai didn't plan to stop her. Perhaps if he let Hua Qingxi act alone, she would have an unexpected harvest. Moreover, Hua Qingxi's strength was extraordinary, and she had a 5-colored spear Emperor artifact. This Emperor artifact was a treasure owned by a master like Yao Changjun and had long been refined by her, so its power was boundless. An ordinary cultivator shouldn't be her opponent. What Hua Qingxi lacked now was a star seal. Without a star seal, she couldn't sense the location of source energy and could only search for it aimlessly. "Take this with you." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and handed her a space ring. Hua Qingxi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She immediately exclaimed, "So many source crystals." There was nothing else in this space ring. It was basically filled with source crystals. Although she didn't count them, there were at least 2 million to 3 million, including many high-rank source crystals. In addition to source crystals, there were also various spirit pills personally refined by Yang Kai. If you can really break through the shackles here and advance to the Emperor realm, source crystals are indispensable. The world energy in the shattered star sea is very thin, so don't refuse, Yang Kai said solemnly. Hua Qingxi clutched the space ring and nodded gently, feeling moved. Thank you, young Master Yang. You are the best person in the world to me. Although she was forced to follow Yang Kai in the beginning and was even suspected of being locked in the sealed world bead by Yang Kai hadn't done anything harmful to her over the past few years. Not only that, she also obtained an extraordinary treasure pill from Yang Kai, which was something that others could only dream of, laying a solid foundation for her future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. She also obtained a 5-colored spear emperor artifact from Yang Kai. Now, Yang Kai had given her between 2 million and 3 million source crystals. In this world, who could treat her so well and give her so many good things? Whether it was the extraordinary treasure pills or the 5-colored spear, they were all treasures that could cause countless masters to fight over them. Even her master in Star Soul Palace could not do this. Hua Qingxi was really touched. If he could really advance to the Emperor realm in the future. She needed to thank Yang Kai the most. Previously, when she had mentioned her opportunity, she had thought that meeting Kai Yang was a great opportunity in her life. Wasn't that a great opportunity? Sister Hua, you're too kind. Yang Kai smiled. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, "Don't move." As he spoke, he suddenly extended his hand and tapped Hua Qingxi's forehead. Although Hua Qingxi didn't know what he was going to do, she didn't have the slightest intention of guarding against him. She just stood there straight. After a while, Yang Kai tapped her forehead with his finger. In the next moment, Hua Qingxi's tender body trembled. Suddenly, she felt as if an invisible shackle had been lifted and her whole body relaxed. She instantly understood what Yang Kai had done. He had actually removed the soul brand from her knowledge sea. When she was imprisoned in the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, she was forced to open her knowledge sea. Yang Kai had branded her soul brand. Since then, she could no longer resist Yang Kai and could only obey his orders. But now, Yang Kai had taken the initiative to remove the brand. In other words, she was now free and was no longer bound by Yang Kai. Young Master Yang, you. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at him in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since I want to break through to the Emperor realm, I naturally can't be disturbed in the slightest." Hua Qingxi pursed her red lips and suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed to the sky. "Young Master Yang, you can rest assured. Sister Hua will never reveal any of your secrets in this life. If I violate this oath, I will become the demon race and die." She knew too many of Yang Kai's secrets, whether it was the sealed world bead, the various cards Yang Kai had, or the immortal tree and firmament tree planted in the medicine garden. If these secrets were leaked, Yang Kai would definitely not be able to establish himself in the star boundary in the future. No matter where he went, he would be besieged. She took the initiative to make this great heart demon oath so that Yang Kai wouldn't have to worry about her leaking his secrets. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have removed the brand for you. Sister Hua, you can go now. Be careful." Hua Qingxi nodded and asked, "If the shattered star sea closes, where should I find you?" "If you want to find me, go to the Thousand Leaves sect." "I will go to the Thousand Leaves sect one day." Chi Yu, Aio, and the others were in the Thousand Leaves sect, so no matter what, Yang Kai would go there again. "Okay, then I'll wait for you there." Hua Qingxi nodded and stepped forward again. After exchanging a few words with Lu Yen and Zhang Ruoxi, she leaped forward and flew towards the star field, soon disappearing from sight. Looking in the direction she left, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Over the past few years, Hua Qingxi had helped him a lot. He didn't have any malicious intentions when he imprisoned Hua Qingxi back then. It was just that Hua Qingxi had seen some of his secrets. He had planned to release her freedom after he advanced to the Emperor realm, but now, he had just brought it forward a little. After spending so much time together, Yang Kai felt that Hua Qingxi's character was trustworthy, so even if Hua Qingxi hadn't made the Great Heart Oath, he wasn't worried about anything. "Sir." A weak call came from the side. Yang Kai felt someone tugging at his sleeve and turned his head to look, only to see Zhang Ruoxi looking at him expectantly. He asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Sir, I. Zhang Ruoxi stammered, unable to finish the word "I" for a long time. Yang Kai frowned. "You don't want to act alone, do you?" He saw Zhang Ruoxi's eager look, so he suddenly had this guess. What he didn't expect was that Zhang Ruoxi actually nodded. Yang Kai was shocked. "Are you sure?" Zhang Ruoxi bit her red lips lightly, took a deep breath, and seemed to summon up her courage. "Since leaving the Zhang family, Ruoxi has been cultivating under Sir's wings. Although I have made some achievements, old ancestor once said that flowers that don't experience wind and rain can't grow. Ruoxi doesn't want to always be a burden to Sir. I also want to become stronger, so I want to try." Yang Kai said with a serious face, "Do you know how dangerous this place is?" Zhang Ruoxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Yang Kai continued, "Then do you know what kind of people enter this place? You are naturally kind and have a pure personality. You have never seen the intrigue of the world. Are you sure you can survive here?" "Ruoxi will try her best." Yang Kai looked at her in a daze. It seemed that this was the first time he had seen another side of Zhang Ruoxi. This seemingly weak girl seemed to have a strong side. "Master, I'll go with her." Lu Yen suddenly interjected, "If Ruoxi and I go together, we can take care of each other. Besides, I also have Xiao Bai, so there shouldn't be any danger here." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Lu Yen. Seeing her nod at him, he said, "Is there a problem with Lu Yen going with you?" Zhang Ruoxi said happily, "It's best to have Sister Lu Yen with me." Yang Kai said with a sad look, "Since your wings have hardened, then fly." When he took Zhang Ruoxi with him, this little girl was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. But over the years, she had grown to the Dao Source realm. If the Zhang family knew about this, they would be overjoyed. The Zhang family had not produced a Dao Source realm master for many years. Now, the most powerful Zhang family old ancestor was only a second-order origin king. This kind of strength was nothing to be proud of. If Zhang Ruoxi acted alone, Yang Kai would be a little worried. She was probably just like Hua Qingxi because she wanted to be strong, but she was only a first-order Dao Source realm cultivator after all. Even if she had some special bloodline power, her cultivation was still quite low, and she had no fighting experience. If she really encountered danger, she probably wouldn't be able to resolve it. But if Lu Yen went with her, there would be no problem. Not to mention that Lu Yen had a heaven-grade puppet like Xiao Bai. Lu Yan's own strength was also top-notch in the Dao Source realm. Not to mention, she also had the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Although Zhang Ruoxi's strength was lower, she had the Pink Cloud's Phoenix Robe. As long as the two were careful, there should be no danger. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Zhang Ruoxi waved her hand in panic. "Sir, you misunderstood. Ruoxi didn't mean that." Lu Yen said, "Don't mind it. Master was just saying it casually." Yang Kai handed a space ring to Lu Yen and said, "Take these things with you. They are the same as Sister Hua's. If the Shattered Star Sea closes one day and we can't be together, go to Thousand Leaves Sect and wait." Lu Yen took the space ring and nodded, "I will remember." "Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and suddenly knelt in front of Yang Kai, prostrating herself on the ground. "Ruoxi will always remember Sir's kindness and will never forget it. Sir, you must be safe by yourself. Ruoxi will be filial to you in the future. Get up. It's not like we are parting forever. We will meet again." Yang Kai bent down and helped her up. "Let's go." Lu Yen said and took Zhang Ruoxi's little hand, pushing her with his source qi and flying towards the star field. After a while, the two women disappeared. They're all gone. Yang Kai stood in place and murmured, feeling inexplicably melancholy. Although he had been alone all these years, because the small sealed world was still somewhat lively, he didn't feel too lonely. Now that Hua Qingxi, Lu Yen, and Zhang Ruoxi had all left, he felt a little uncomfortable, as if something was missing. However, he also knew that although it was safe for everyone to gather together, the harvest was also small. Now that he had passed on the star refining art to them, they would definitely gain more if they split up and acted separately. Perhaps this was part of the reason why they wanted to leave. They didn't want to drag him down and share his benefits. Just as Yang Kai was feeling disappointed, he suddenly realized that the embodiment was calling him. He quickly broke the barrier of the sealed world bead and connected with the embodiment. You don't want to act alone, do you? Although the embodiment sentience was formed by a wisp of his soul clone, with the continuous improvement of the embodiment strength and the fusion of the soul clone and the embodiment was now a special existence. It couldn't be regarded as Yang Kai's embodiment. It had its own thoughts and ideas. Of course, if the two were willing, their minds could be linked and they could know what the other was thinking without communicating. Chapter 2437. The embodiment laughed and said, with my size, how can it be convenient for me to move around alone? Yang Kai snorted, at least you have some self-awareness. The embodiment said, I saw that you were lonely, so I wanted to chat with you. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. What's the difference between this and me talking to myself? That being said, Kai Yang quickly sorted out his mood, the slight trace of disappointment and frustration he originally felt disappearing without a trace. There's one thing I haven't told you, the embodiment suddenly said in a serious tone. What is it? Yang Kai asked. The embodiment said, I feel that my cultivation seems to have reached a bottleneck. Yang Kai said, on the path of cultivation, bottlenecks and shackles are often encountered. It's not your first day of cultivation, this is common sense. Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly realized that something was wrong. The embodiment also continued, but logically speaking, there shouldn't be any bottlenecks for a cultivation method like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. You have studied this cultivation method, so you should understand. Yang Kai nodded. Back then, after Wu Mengshan taught him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's cultivation method, he did study it carefully. At that time, he felt that this cultivation method was too heaven-defying. There was nothing in the world that could not be devoured by it as long as there was spiritual energy. Moreover, there would not be any bottlenecks in cultivation, so he did not dare to cultivate it. But now, the embodiment had encountered a bottleneck, which was undoubtedly extremely abnormal. I have a feeling that this bottleneck can't be broken through by cultivation and opportunity. Could it be that the cultivation method that Wu Mengshan taught you back then was not complete? Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's cultivation method that Wu Mengshan taught him back then was not complete, then, the situation that the embodiment encountered could be explained reasonably. It was just that Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Why did Wu Mengshan teach him this cultivation method? If it was to repay Yang Kai for saving his life, then the price was too high. This cultivation method was known as the #1 cultivation method in the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor relied on this cultivation method to ascend to the throne of the star boundary's masters. Even the masters of the Emperor realm coveted this cultivation method very much. Now that he thought about it, there were many doubts about what happened back then. After this trip to the Shattered Star Sea, let's go to the Blue Feather sect and ask Wu Mengshan. Yang Kai first, he made a decision. In the past, he was afraid of Wu Mengshan. Firstly, the other party's background was not small. Wu Mengshan was the descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, so he always had some trump cards in his hands. Secondly, it was because Yang Kai's strength was inferior to the other parties. But the situation was no longer the same as before. Among the cultivator of the same level, Yang Kai did not need to be afraid of anyone. Even if Wu Mengshan really broke through to the Emperor realm over the years, Yang Kai had the confidence to fight him. In the star field, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth. It had been nearly a month since he separated from Hua Qingxi and the others. During this time, his harvest was a so-so. He relied on the six-pointed star seal. Yang Kai could sense some source strength fluctuations every few days. All the power of origin that he encountered was refined by him and his avatar. The embodiment also had star's source strength. The reason why its body was so huge was that it had fused with a floating continent. The floating continent had long given birth to source strength, so it was naturally fused with it. He did not gain much source strength, but he encountered more than a dozen people who were looking for trouble. Because of the special function of the star seal, the cultivator and the shattered star sea often fought as soon as they met. Yang Kai naturally showed no mercy to these people and killed them all. However, the six-pointed star seal showed no signs of upgrading, just a little brighter. On this day, Yang Kai once again sensed a trace of source strength fluctuations. Echoing with the six-pointed star seal on the back of his hand, he immediately changed direction and rushed towards the source of the source strength fluctuations. Before he reached the place, Yang Kai sensed two slightly different power fluctuations. He was very familiar with this kind of fluctuation, which was obviously a reaction between star seals. In other words, two people should have already arrived at the source of the source strength. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but he did not change direction and accelerated forward. Soon, he came to a huge meteorite. This meteorite was at least several thousand meters in radius. It lay in the star field, motionless, and its surface was flat and smooth. This meteorite was obviously a part of a cultivation star that had been shattered. Such things could be found everywhere in the shattered star sea, and there were simply too many to count. What surprised Yang Kai was that the source strength he sensed before was coming from this meteorite. In other words, this meteorite contained the source strength of a broken star, and it was not too thin. This was strange. The broken sources he had encountered before were all from some broken cultivation stars. This was the first time he had encountered a meteorite with source strength. At this moment, there were already two people on this meteorite, a man and a woman, both of whom were second-order Dao source realm cultivators. This man and woman seemed to be fighting each other for the source strength here. It was unknown how long they had been fighting. When Yang Kai arrived here, both of them were panting and their auras were unstable. They were undoubtedly arrows at the end of their flight. The man on the left was wearing clothes that Yang Kai was familiar with. He was about 30 years old and had a fierce look on his face. The woman on the right had a graceful figure and a sharp and thin face. She gave off a sharp and unkind feeling. Moreover, the aura she gave off was extremely uncomfortable and cold. This kind of cold was different from the cold brought about by the ice attribute secret arts cultivated by the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. It was a cold that made people instinctively reject it, as if it did not belong to this world. The two of them were fighting fiercely when Yang Kai suddenly appeared, startling them. They jumped back and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. After sweeping Yang Kai with their divine senses and discovering that he was a third-order Dao source realm cultivator, the expressions of the man and woman suddenly became solemn. They were only second-order cultivators and could be considered evenly matched, but if they were to face Yang Kai in their current state, they definitely had no chance of winning. Yang Kai glanced at the two of them indifferently, his eyes moving to the back of their hands. He found that both of them had 5-pointed star seals. He did not know if they had obtained them from killing people or if they had already obtained them. However, with Yang Kai's understanding of star seals, there were not many 5-pointed star seals that were naturally formed. Most of them were triangular and prismatic star seals. For these two to have 5-pointed star seals, they must have killed many people in the Shattered Star Sea. Neither of them are good people. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Seeing Yang Kai standing there without saying a word, the two of them felt a mountain-like pressure. The woman seemed to be unable to bear such silence and suddenly squeezed out a smile and nodded to Yang Kai in a friendly manner. But before she could say anything, the other man cupped his fists and interrupted her. "Friend, this one is Guan Chi, a disciple of the Eastern Territories Seeking Passion sect." "How should I address this friend?" "Seeking Passion sect?" Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of realization appearing on his face. He had been wondering why the other party's clothes looked familiar, but it turned out that he was a disciple of the Seeking Passion sect. Thinking of the Seeking Passion sect, Yang Kai thought of Feng Shi and Feng Xian. Both of them were shameless guys. The old one liked to bully the young while the young one liked to bully the weak. When Yang Kai first entered the Shattered Star Sea, he suffered a big loss at Feng Shi's hands. That Emperor authority bead almost cost him half his life, so he naturally did not have a good impression of the Seeking Passion sect. Seeing Yang Kai's reaction, Guan Chi raised his brow and asked, "Friend, are you also from the Eastern Territory?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "It's none of your business whether I'm from the Eastern Territory or not." His words were so rude that Guan Chi felt a little embarrassed. Although he was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, which was lower than Yang Kai's, he was an elite disciple of the Seeking Passion sect. Being able to enter the Shattered Star Sea already showed that his aptitude was extraordinary. If it were outside, he wouldn't need to put the third-order Dao Source Realm in his eyes. As long as he reported his name, there would be countless people from the third-order Dao Source Realm who would want to kneel before him. But now, he had just fought a great battle and his strength was less than half of his peak. Yang Kai didn't seem to be easy to talk to, so he didn't dare to provoke him. He could only swallow his anger and suppress his anger. On the other side, seeing that Yang Kai didn't give Guan Chi any face, the woman's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. She was really afraid that Yang Kai and Guan Chi knew each other, or that he had some kind of relationship with the Seeking Passion sect in the Eastern Territory. If that was the case, she could only run away immediately. The current situation was undoubtedly what she wanted to see, so she laughed out loud and said, "Seeking Passion sect, who do you think you are? How dare you show up in the Shattered Star Sea? You really don't know how long your face is." First, he was choked by Yang Kai, and now, he was mocked by this woman. Guan Chi's face suddenly turned ugly. The woman ignored him and instead bowed to Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai with watery eyes and said softly, "Junior sister, Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect's disciple, Yu Ying, greets this big brother." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Netherworld sect." Yu Ying froze for a moment, not knowing why Yang Kai had such a big reaction, so she asked cautiously, "This big brother seems to have heard of our Netherworld sect?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement before nodding with a smile, "I've heard of it, of course I've heard of it. The Netherworld sect's name resounds like thunder, so how could I not have heard of it?" On the other side, when Guan Chi heard Yang Kai's words, his nose almost crooked from anger. Previously, when he reported that he was a disciple of the Seeking Passion sect, Yang Kai only said, "It's none of your business." Now, when this woman reported that she was from the Netherworld sect, he actually said something like, "resounding like thunder." The difference between before and after was simply too big. Looking at the entire star boundary, the Netherworld sect and the Seeking Passion sect were both top sects and leaders in their respective territories, so their status should be equal. However, Yang Kai's completely different reaction made Guan Chi feel deeply insulted. For a moment, he was so angry that he couldn't wait to rush forward and kill this shameless couple. Chapter 2438. In Guan Chi's opinion, Yang Kai was definitely the kind of guy who was lustful as if his life depended on it. When he saw a beautiful woman, his legs would go soft. Him currying favor with this woman in front of him was definitely because he had taken a fancy to her beauty. This woman was also not a good person. When they first met here, she had flirted with him, wanting him to give her the star source here, but after he refused, they had started fighting. Now, she had turned around and started throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai. She was simply shameless to the extreme, without any integrity or sense of shame. Ewing smiled and asked, "Does this brother have some kind of relationship with my netherworld sect?" Although she seemed to be asking casually, it showed how meticulous her thoughts were. Because she knew that she could not trust anyone in this shattered star sea. Yang Kai's words were like thunder to her ears, so how could she believe that this person had no malice towards her? She needed to find out more before she could be sure that the other party would not make things difficult for her. Otherwise, she really would not be a match for someone from the third-order Tao Source realm. Naturally, there is a relationship. Yang Kai smiled slightly, seeing through Yu Ying's careful thoughts. He pondered for a moment and said, "I come from the territory of Great Desolate Star, I don't know if you have heard of me." Yu Ying heard this and her beautiful eyes could not help but light up as she exclaimed, "Great Desolate Star territory?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "Since this junior sister has heard of Great Desolate Star territory, you should be very familiar with brother Yin Lusheng, right? Yin Lusheng came from Great Desolate Star territory, and like Lu Xianyun, the two of them were overlords of Great Desolate Star territory." Yang Kai did not expect that he would actually meet someone from the Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect in this shattered star sea. Or rather, he did think about it. He just did not expect things to be so simple. Before he set off from Thousand Leaves sect, he wanted to go to Eastern Territory's Netherworld sect to find Yin Lusheng and inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. Unfortunately, life was not as it seemed. Before he reached the Eastern Territory, he was swept into the solitary void-sealed world and then teleported to the Northern Territory, ruining his plans. At this time, he suddenly met someone from Netherworld sect. Yang Kai was naturally pleasantly surprised. He didn't know if Yin Lusheng had come to the Shattered Star Sea. If he was here, Yang Kai felt that he could inquire about Yin Lusheng's whereabouts from Yu Ying. If he wanted to find Xiao Xiao, he could only start with Yin Lusheng. For a moment, the way Yang Kai looked at Yu Ying changed. His eyes were full of passion. Yu Ying obviously noticed this and showed a shy expression at the right time. She whispered, "Brother Yin, he's very good to me." "Brother?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He asked in surprise. It had only been 6 or 7 years since Yin Lusheng came to the star boundary from the Great Desolate Star's territory. Even if he had joined the Netherworld sect in the Eastern Territory, he shouldn't have been promoted to someone else's brother so quickly. This Yu Ying was a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, and she called Yin Lusheng brother. Didn't that mean that Yin Lusheng's cultivation was higher than Yu Ying's? Naturally, it's brother. Yu Ying pursed her lips and smiled, "Although brother Yin hasn't been in our sect for long, his aptitude is outstanding. Our sect's master personally accepted him. Not long before the Shattered Star Sea opened, he was promoted to the third-order Tao Source Realm." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. Yin Lusheng was promoted to the third-order Tao Source Realm. How long had it been? Yang Kai thought that his cultivation speed was fast enough, but Yin Lusheng wasn't bad either. He was basically on par with Yang Kai. Compared to the current cultivation of Aio, Chiyu, and the others, Yin Lusheng's progress was simply terrifying. Yu Ying smiled and said, "Brother Yin is a star master who came from the territory of a lower star. He is also a disciple of our sect master and has a lot of cultivation resources. But even so, it's a miracle that he was promoted to the third-order Tao Source Realm in such a short time. When he joined our sect, junior sister was also in the first-order Tao Source Realm, but now, haha." As she spoke, her expression was slightly gloomy, as if she was ashamed of her inferiority compared to Yin Lusheng's progress. Brother Yin's aptitude is extraordinary, and he is the person I admire the most in my life. Now that I learned that he has been promoted to the third-order Dao Source realm, it's really a cause for celebration. Yang Kai suppressed the disgust in his heart and flattered. Ying also seemed to have eliminated the suspicion and vigilance in her heart, because the fact that he could mention the territory of the Great Desolate Star and Yin Lusheng already showed that the relationship between Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng was not shallow. Otherwise, he would never know such secret information. Isn't this brother also in the third-order Dao Source realm? Junior sister sees that you are not inferior to Brother Yin at all, Ying said with a smile. I dare not compare myself to Brother Yin. I was able to cultivate to this point because I had an extraordinary opportunity. If I cultivated down to earth, how could I compare to Brother Yin's heaven-defying aptitude? Back when I was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, I received a lot of guidance and grace from him, and it was because of him that I came to this star boundary. I planned to join your noble sect with him, but unfortunately, the Starlight Corridor collapsed and I was teleported to the Southern Territory, so I never had the opportunity to pay my respects to your noble sect. You were going to join our sect? Ying looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, why haven't I heard Brother Yin mention this before? Listening to her tone, it seemed that she was very familiar with Yin Lusheng. Yang Kai smiled and said, Brother Yin probably thought I was dead. After all, I was seriously injured at that time, but it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did I not die, but I also obtained a great opportunity. So that's how it is. Ying didn't doubt anything and nodded. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic and asked, by the way, is Brother Yin also in the Shattered Star Sea now? He is. Our sect sent 12 people this time, so Brother Yin naturally has a spot, Ying replied. Great! Yang Kai shouted excitedly, all these years, I have always wanted to go to the Eastern Territory to find Brother Yin, but the journey is too far, so I didn't expect to meet junior sister Yu in this Shattered Star Sea. Don't you think this is fate? Ying giggled and said, it is junior sister's blessing to meet brother here. By the way, how should I address you, brother? Feng De, my name is Feng De. Yang Kai replied. Feng De indeed existed. He was a bald man who, like Lu Xianyun, followed Yin Lusheng in the Starlight Corridor, but was later killed by Yang Kai. However, since Yang Kai wanted to pretend to be someone from the Great Desolate Star's territory, he might as well use his name. Yang Kai wondered what kind of expression Yin Lusheng would have when he heard that Feng De had come back from the dead. Greetings, Brother Feng. After chatting with Yang Kai, Ying was no longer so cautious and instead became familiar with him. Her eyes turned slightly as she asked, Brother Feng, are you still interested in joining our sect? Or does brother already have a sect? Yang Kai said, what sect? I did join a small sect before, but it was later destroyed, and since then, I have been alone. Saying so, he looked at Ying expectantly and said, I really want to join your noble sect, but unfortunately, I can't see Brother Yin, and no one can introduce me to him, so I dare not take the liberty to ask. Ying smiled and said, this matter is easy to handle. After this matter is over, I will take you to Brother Yin and the others. When you see Brother Yin, you can tell him yourself, I believe he will not refuse you. Really? Yang Kai asked with joy. Why would junior sister lie to you? Ying smiled faintly and leaned her tender body slightly towards Yang Kai. A rich fragrance wafted from her body as she said meaningfully, Senior Brother Feng, when you join our sect in the future, please take care of this little sister. Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of fascination and nodded repeatedly, if I can really join your noble sect, junior sister you will be my great benefactor. This Feng will not treat you as an outsider. Ying giggled and said, then, I will thank Brother Feng in advance. The two of them chatted enthusiastically, and Bian Guanqi's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. When Yang Kai said that he was from the Grand Desolation Star Field, he had already realized that something was wrong. Later, This pair of adulterous man and woman became more and more excited as they talked, like a tortoise looking at a mung bean, giving him a sense of crisis. At this moment, the two of them were calling each other brother and sister. Obviously, they were about to become a family, causing Guan Qi to panic. He might not be able to defeat Yuing alone, but with Yang Kai here, he had absolutely no chance of winning. Moreover, judging from Yang Kai's previous attitude, he didn't seem to have a good impression of the Seeking Passion sect. What benefit could he, a Seeking Passion sect disciple, get in front of him? Guan Qi wanted to escape, but he didn't dare to act rashly, lest he arouse the killing intent of these two. But if he didn't leave at this time, what could he do? Thinking of this, Guan Qi gritted his teeth, cupped his fists, and said, "You two take your time, this Guan will take his leave first." Saying so, his figure flickered and he was about to retreat. Yuing, who was talking to Yang Kai with a smile on her face, suddenly showed a cold expression and screamed, "Where do you think you're going?" As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and a gloomy ghost claw shot towards Guan Qi. This ghost claw exuded an extremely evil aura and was extremely cold. Guan Qi's face changed and he raised his hand, sending out countless fist shadows. With a series of rumbling sounds, the two exchanged a single blow, but they were evenly matched. However, Guan Qi was blocked by Yuing, so he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. "Brother Feng." Yuing suddenly called out to Yang Kai in a coquettish manner, shaking his arm and stomping her feet as she said, "This person is bullying me, why don't you do something about it?" Yang Kai felt goosebumps all over his body and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Suppressing the disgust in his heart, he coldly snorted and said, "Boy, you dare bully junior sister you must be tired of living." Although he didn't like Seeking Passion sex people, he had no enmity with this Guan Qi, so there was no reason for him to kill him as soon as they met. What's more, he didn't like being used as a tool. Yuing obviously wanted to borrow his strength to deal with Guan Qi, which made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. Therefore, although he had a fierce look on his face, he didn't have the slightest murderous intent. Guan Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Feng, I was the first to discover this source Qi, but this young lady wanted to snatch it from me. I had a disagreement with her, so we fought. Now that she is not injured, this Guan doesn't want this source Qi. I just want to leave. I hope this friend can help me." Chapter 2439. Who stole it from you? It was obviously you who lusted after me and tried to seduce me with this origin source. After being rejected, you flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to force yourself on me. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise, you would have succeeded. Yuing cried out in grievance. As she spoke, she tightened her clothes, as if Guan Qi had really done something to her. Guan Qi stared at Yuing and said in disbelief, "Woman, do you have any shame?" Yu Ying's pretty face sank and became extremely gloomy as she shouted, "You dare call me shameless?" Guan Qi retorted angrily, "I was the one who discovered this origin source first. It's fine if you want to steal it, but why do you have to accuse me?" The two suddenly quarreled endlessly, both saying that they discovered the origin source first and that the other wanted to snatch it. Both of them had their own version of events and had no evidence, so there was no way to prove that what they said was true. Yang Kai stood on the side with an indifferent expression while sneering in his heart. If his guess was right, the origin source here should have been discovered by Guan Qi first, and Yuing was here to snatch it. The reason was very simple. Since Guan Qi could come to the Shattered Star Sea, it meant that his aptitude was very good in the Seeking Passion sect and he could be considered an elite disciple. Since he was an elite, he must have cultivated the Seeking Passion Supreme technique. The Seeking Passion sect's cultivation method required one to enter the Tao through emotions. Although it made the elite disciples somewhat promiscuous and each of them had countless wives and concubines, it was precisely because of the characteristics of the Seeking Passion Supreme technique that they would never use force on a woman. When they wanted to obtain a woman, they would inevitably make themselves fall in love with her. Yu Ying's claim that Guan Qi was lustful was clearly nonsense. If Yang Kai hadn't dealt with the seeking passion sex people in the Northern Territory, he wouldn't have known about this. But then again, these two were not good people. It was just a dog-eat-dog situation. The two quarreled for a while before Ewing suddenly shook Yang Kai's arm and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Feng, this person is bullying me. You have to uphold justice for me." Looking at her appearance, she really wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to intimidate others. Yang Kai didn't want to continue watching the show. He coldly snorted and looked at Guan Qi. "Brat, you've offended junior sister Yu. We can't just let this go." Guan Qi gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "What do you want? I have no enmity with you in the past. Friend, don't go too far." His appearance was neither servile nor overbearing, which made Kai Yang somewhat surprised. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai sneered, "Fortunately, junior sister Yu isn't injured. Otherwise, this phone will take your life." Hearing this, Guan Qi relaxed. Listening to Yang Kai's words, it seemed that he did not intend to make things too difficult for him. This made him extremely surprised in his heart. He did not know what Yang Kai was up to in this damned place. If he, a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, really wanted to kill him, he definitely wouldn't have the strength to fight back, and when the time came, he would have died in vain. "Who says I'm not injured? My heart is aching. If you don't believe me, brother, feel it," Ewing coquettishly said from the side. As she spoke, she pushed her chest in front of Yang Kai, as if she was ready for him to do whatever he wanted. Yang Kai's face darkened. "There are outsiders here," Ewing giggled and said, "Brother Feng, you're really interesting." She thought that Yang Kai was thin-skinned and would be too embarrassed to have any excessive contact with her in front of others. Yang Kai immediately changed the topic. He looked at Guan Qi and shouted, "How about this? Leave something behind and I'll let you go." "What?" Guan Qi's expression changed as he asked in surprise. If Yang Kai's request wasn't too excessive, he might agree. However, if it was too excessive, he would definitely not let Yang Kai get what he wanted even if he had to fight to the death. "Leave your space ring as compensation for my junior sister Yu," Yang Kai said coldly. Ewing was originally a little unhappy because Yang Kai said he would let Guan Qi go, but when she heard this, she immediately smiled and looked towards Yang Kai gratefully. Guan Qi was silent for a moment, seemingly knowing that he was now a fish on a chopping board and could not resist, so he could only reluctantly take off the space ring on his hand and toss it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and swept it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing particularly important inside, he handed it back to Ewing. "Can this Guan leave now?" Guan Qi asked worriedly. "Scram!" Yang Kai shouted. Guan Qi glared hatefully at Yang Kai and Ewing, as if he wanted to imprint the appearance and brand of this adulterous pair into the depths of his mind. Suddenly, he urged his secret technique and fled at an extremely fast speed. "Brother Feng, if you act now, you will definitely be able to catch him off guard." Ewing suddenly whispered into Yang Kai's ear while secretly circulating her source qi, seemingly preparing to act at a moment's notice. "This woman is really vicious." Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Even now, she still did not intend to let Guan Qi go and insisted on taking his life. If it weren't for her lack of confidence, she would have already taken action. If she wanted to kill Guan Qi, she would have to rely on Yang Kai's strength. However, to her disappointment, even after Guan Qi had disappeared, Yang Kai still had no intention of taking action. This made her feel a little dissatisfied, causing her brow to furrow slightly as she secretly felt that this brother Fengde was a little too soft-hearted. Guan Qi had a 5-pointed star seal in his hand. If she could kill him and snatch his star seal, her own star seal could be upgraded. Having missed such a great opportunity, Yu Ying's joy of obtaining Guan Qi's space ring was greatly diluted. Seeking passion sex people are not to be trifled with. He may have some trump cards up his sleeve. If we force him into a corner and force him to use his trump card, we may not be able to escape unscathed, Yang Kai explained lightly. In fact, he just didn't want to be used by Ying. If he had encountered Guan Qi alone, perhaps the result would have been different. That's right. Ying nodded in agreement and smiled. Brother Feng, you are indeed thoughtful. After a pause, she said, Brother Feng, this ring, although Yang Kai had just mentioned that this ring was to compensate her for her loss, this ring was snatched by Yang Kai after all. At this time, she had to ask Yang Kai's opinion. Junior sister, just put it away. Consider it a gift from me to you, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ying was overjoyed and quickly put away the ring while saying, Brother Feng, you are so kind. Yang Kai smiled and said, Brother, you are just borrowing my flower to present Buddha, don't mind it. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said, By the way, I haven't seen Brother Yin for several years. Why don't we go find him now? Deep in his heart, he couldn't wait to find Yin Lusheng and ask him about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't have deliberately tried to please Ying and endured her temper. Finding Brother Yin is not that simple. Although our netherworld sex disciples have all cultivated a set of secret techniques before coming here and can sense each other from very far away, in this vast shattered star sea, we may not be able to see each other until it closes. However, Brother Feng can rest assured that even if we can't find Brother Yin here, when you come to my netherworld sect in the future, you only need to mention Junior Sister's name and Junior Sister will definitely welcome you in. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. If they couldn't find Yin Lusheng, what was he doing with Ying? Ying said again, but it's not like we don't have a chance. This is still the periphery of the shattered star sea. Brother Yin and the others must be going inside, so we just need to go deeper and have a chance to sense their location. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Yang Kai hurriedly said. Ying glanced at him and said, Oh, Brother Feng, you are really impatient. Finding Brother Yin is important, but we can't miss the source chi here. Yang Kai patted his head and said, Right, I almost forgot. Thanks to Junior Sister Yu for reminding me. Ying pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. Brother Feng is really cute, Yang Kai said, how about this? You and I will find a place to refine the source chi here. After we're done, we'll go find Brother Yin. Okay. At that moment, the two split up and each found a safe place to sit cross-legged and refine the source chi. The source chi here was quite good. If it were two ordinary Tao Source Realm Masters refining it, it would take at least a month to completely absorb it. If it was only one person, it would take 2 months. This was why the Shattered Star Sea lasted for a long time every time it opened. Because refining source chi was too time-consuming, and if the duration was too short, the people who came in basically wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Yang Kai was anxious to find Yin Lusheng, so he directly urged the star refining art. In an instant, the source chi on this meteorite gathered towards him continuously, turning into specks of starlight around his body and merging into his body through his limbs and bones. In just 2 days, the origin energy on the meteorite had been completely refined. And this was the result of Yang Kai restraining himself. If he had gone all out, it would have taken him less than half a day to absorb all the source chi. 90% of the source chi here had been refined by Yang Kai, so Ying naturally obtained very little. 2 days later, when the two met again, Ying looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and asked, Brother Feng, why is the source chi here gone so quickly? I don't know. Yang Kai pretended to be stupid. In any case, Ying didn't see him circulating the star refining art. Ying said, I could feel that the source chi was converging towards Brother Feng's location. Brother, your refining speed is much faster than mine. Speaking of this, she seemed to think of something and her expression changed as she whispered, Brother Feng, are you also a star master? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he nodded and said, "Yes, I am also a star master in the territory of the Great Desolate Star." When Ying heard this, she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand as she looked at Yang Kai with excitement, as if she had seen a treasure that would make her heart pound. She whispered, "Senior brother Feng is also a star master." Chapter 2440. Yu Ying's surprised look made Yang Kai feel very strange. "What's wrong with that?" Yu Ying said excitedly, "I heard that a star master cultivator has great convenience in this shattered star sea, and the speed at which they can refine source strength is far faster than ordinary people. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is true. The speed at which they can refine source strength is much faster than the legends." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Does a star master have such convenience?" "Brother Feng, you didn't know?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Since I came here, I have been refining the source strength of stars like this. I thought it was the same for everyone." "How could it be the same?" Yu Ying cried, "If this junior sister were to refine the source strength here, it would take at least 2 months. So long." Yang Kai looked surprised. Yu Ying looked at Yang Kai with scorching eyes and said, "Brother Feng, do you know how powerful you are? It seems that Brother Yin should be the same." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Yin is stronger than me, so naturally he is more powerful." Saying so, Yang Kai sneered in his heart. Although Yin Lusheng was also a star master, and perhaps had some special conveniences, without the star refining art, it was impossible for him to refine source strength so quickly. At most, he would be a little faster than others. The star refining art was the biggest convenience in the shattered star sea. Brother Feng really has a promising future. Yu Ying looked at Yang Kai with a fiery gaze. Although she knew that Yang Kai, like Yin Lusheng, had come from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, his aptitude was definitely not bad. He would have great achievements in the future, but now that she learned that he was a star master, Yu Ying immediately understood that this Feng De in front of her was the second Yin Lusheng. If such a person was recruited into the Netherworld sect by her, her status would also rise, and she would definitely be greatly appreciated by the higher-ups of the sect. When this brother Feng reached a certain level of cultivation in the future, who would dare to provoke him? In a split second, Yu Ying made a decision. She secretly made up her mind that she must find an opportunity to capture this brother Feng's body and mind and make him work for her. "Junior sister Yu is overpraising me. Since the source here is gone, let's set off." Yang Kai was still worried about Yin Lusheng, so how could he have the time to chat with her? Yu Ying nodded and said, "All right." As she spoke, she suddenly threw out her hand. A small flying shuttle artifact appeared in front of Yang Kai. This artifact looked extremely exquisite, and the energy fluctuations it gave off weren't weak either. It was actually a Dao Source grade high-rank flying artifact, the same grade as Yang Kai's wooden boat. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He thought to himself, as expected of an elite disciple from a large sect. Yu Ying, a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, was actually able to take out such a treasure so casually. It was obviously not common. "Brother Feng, do you want to come in too?" Yu Ying threw a coquettish glance at Yang Kai, showing a shy look at the right time as she whispered, "The road to the star is long. If we go together, we won't be lonely." Yang Kai's scalp went numb and he shuddered. He didn't want to be in the same room with this woman, but it would be inappropriate to refuse at this time, so after pondering for a moment, he could only bite the bullet and say, that would be for the best. Yu Ying smiled and said, "Brother Feng, please come in." Saying so, she opened the door of the flying shuttle. The two entered one by one. After entering, Yang Kai discovered that the flying shuttle was quite spacious. The space inside this flying shuttle artifact wasn't too big. In addition to the control room, there was only one bedroom, but the interior had been decorated extremely luxuriously by Yu Ying. As soon as Yang Kai stepped inside, an extravagant fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. He didn't know how many people this woman had invited into this flying shuttle, but in any case, Yang Kai didn't like such an environment. Ewing had a shy look on her face, and her eyes were full of desire, as if she was looking forward to something good. Yang Kai didn't wait for her to say anything and said, "Junior sister Yu, I have been fighting a lot of people recently and have consumed a lot of my strength, so I need to borrow junior sister's secret room to recover for a while. I will come back in a few days to replace you." After saying so, Yang Kai immediately walked into the only bedroom, closed the door, and sat down cross-legged. Ewing stood there in a daze, not knowing what to think. After a long time, she snorted and turned to control the flying shuttle. In the following days, Yang Kai could be said to be cautious and extremely difficult. Ewing always thought of ways to tease him, harass him, and annoy him. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to use Yu Ying's power to find Yin Lusheng, he would have already slapped this shameless woman to death. Anyway, judging from their previous interactions, this Ewing wasn't a good person. Yang Kai spent most of his time in seclusion in the secret room, and except for when he and Ewing took turns controlling the flying shuttle, Ewing couldn't find an opportunity to do anything too excessive to him. Along the way, they would occasionally find some shattered stars or meteorites containing source strength, so the two naturally wouldn't miss them. Every time he refined source strength, Yang Kai always operated the star refining art with all his strength, causing Ewing to get little benefit. Because of this, Ewing couldn't help but have some opinions about Yang Kai. She always felt that this man wasn't generous enough. Whenever he encountered something good, he would grab it clean, not wanting to leave anything for her. However, Ewing didn't dare to give Yang Kai any face. First, Yang Kai's cultivation was higher than hers, and second, she was looking forward to introducing Yang Kai to her Netherworld sect in the future so that she could obtain Yang Kai's care and protection. Therefore, although she was extremely dissatisfied in her heart, she didn't say anything in front of Yang Kai, only cursing him in private. What she didn't know was that although Yang Kai was in seclusion, his divine sense had always been paying attention to her movements, so he knew her situation like the back of his hand and increasingly understood this woman's evil nature. On this day, while Yang Kai was in seclusion, he suddenly opened his eyes as he sensed some star seal fluctuations rapidly approaching. The presence of star seal fluctuations meant that a cultivator was approaching, but he didn't know the specific number because he could only sense the existence of a cultivator whose star seal was lower than his. If the star seal was the same or higher than his, he couldn't sense it. After thinking about it, Yang Kai sent Ewing a secret sound transmission, "Junior sister Yu, someone is approaching." Ewing was bored as she controlled the flying shuttle forward, but when she heard this, she immediately asked in surprise, "Where? How many people are there?" Looking at her ignorant appearance, it was obvious that she didn't notice anything, which meant that the star seal level of the approaching people should be the same as hers, 5-pointed star seals, so she couldn't sense it. "To the east, I don't know how many people there are, but there are at least 3. Because Yang Kai could only sense the fluctuations of 3 star seals, he was certain that there were 3 people. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment before continuing, "The other party's speed has increased, so they should be coming for us." Ewing was shocked when she heard this, and just as she was about to speed up and leave this place, a flash of light appeared in her field of vision. The flash of light was like lightning, rushing to a place not far from the flying shuttle in a very short time and stopping quietly. Immediately afterward, 5 figures suddenly appeared there. Yang Kai was secretly taken aback because he could only sense the fluctuations of 3 star seals, but now 5 people had appeared. In other words, 2 of them had at least 6-pointed star seals. After seeing the 5 people, Yu Ying's pretty face suddenly turned pale and she gulped nervously, seemingly very afraid of them. At this time, it was too late to run away. If she acted rashly, it might cause a chain reaction. Moreover, looking at the posture of the 5 people, it seemed that they were targeting them. She didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. For a moment, Ewing felt uneasy. Who are these people? Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside her and asked. Yu Ying's pretty face turned slightly pale as she replied, "They are people from Brahma Holy Land." Brahma Holy Land is also a great sect in the Eastern Territory, and its strength and status are on par with our sect. Yang Kai asked, "Is the relationship between your two sects not very good?" Yu Ying replied with a wry smile, "It's not that bad. Anyway, there is some friction between the disciples of every great sect." Yang Kai nodded lightly and pointed to two of them, "Those two should be very powerful." Yu Ying glanced at him in surprise and said, "Those two are holy sons of Brahma Holy Land. Naturally, they are extremely powerful. In our sect, only a few brothers can compete with them." Holy sons. Yang Kai raised his brow. "I don't know what they are doing here. Brother Feng, don't say anything, I will deal with them," Yu Ying said with some unease. She was afraid that Yang Kai would offend them. If that happened, it would really be difficult for them to escape this time. "Got it," Yang Kai nodded. At this moment, one of the 5 people on the opposite side suddenly shouted, "You inside, get out." Yu Ying's mouth was stuffed with bitterness, and although she was unwilling, she had no choice but to open the door of the shuttle and walk out. Yang Kai followed closely behind. At this time, it was meaningless to hide. The other party's divine sense was constantly sweeping this place, so they must have already discovered him. After walking out of the shuttle, Yu Ying politely cupped her fists and said softly, "Yu Ying greets brothers Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian." The two people named Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian should be the two holy sons of Brahma Holy Land. They were also the people Yu Ying was afraid of. Both of them were peak Dao Source Realm cultivators and looked extremely powerful. As for the remaining 3, they were only second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so Yu Ying was not too afraid of them. Zhang Hao, who had a rough appearance, narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Yu Ying. "I was wondering who it was, so it was you." There was no trace of politeness in his words, calling Yu Ying by her name in front of her face. Obviously, he knew how fickle Yu Ying was. After all, they were all disciples of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, so they had some understanding of each other. Yu Ying's licentious behavior was extremely famous in the entire Eastern Territory. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai meaningfully and said sarcastically, "How long has it been since we last met? Yu Ying, you are really an eye-opener." Chapter 2441. Yu Ying bit her red lips and said pitifully, "Brothers, why are you being so sarcastic as soon as we meet? What has this junior sister done to offend you? There's nothing going on between me and this senior martial brother Feng. You two senior martial brothers shouldn't ruin my reputation." While speaking, she glanced at Yang Kai with some worry, as if she was afraid that he would know about her past. "Nothing to do with you." Zhang Xian's eyes bulged as he froze on the spot. The other 4 people from Brahma Holy Land also looked as if they had seen a ghost. After a while, the 5 of them suddenly burst into laughter. Their laughter was arrogant, unbridled, and full of ridicule. Suddenly, the laughter stopped and Zhang Hao said with a cold face, "This is the funniest joke I have ever heard." Zhang Xian also said, "A man who can share a room with you, Yu Ying, and yet remain pure and innocent, I'm afraid he hasn't been born yet, right?" Yu Ying's face turned green and red. Even if she was lascivious by nature, being spoken to like this in front of others, she still felt a little embarrassed. She glanced at Yang Kai and explained, "Brother Feng, don't listen to their nonsense, this junior sister is not that kind of person." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know." He sneered in his heart. He had already figured out what kind of nature this woman had, yet at this time, she still pretended to be innocent and tried to explain this to him. He didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing Yang Kai's indifferent attitude, Yu Ying was a little annoyed and secretly blamed these people from Brahma Holy Land for meddling in other people's business, but now that her strength was inferior to theirs, she didn't dare to get angry. She could only look at them pitifully and say, brothers, did you deliberately stop junior sister to humiliate her? If that is the case, then you have succeeded. Junior sister, farewell. Want to leave? Did you ask me? Zhang Hao shouted. What do you brothers want to do? Yu Ying's heart was beating like a drum. Zhang Hao and this group of people obviously didn't come here to chat. Zhang Xian looked at Yu Ying coldly and snorted, cheap maid, let me ask you, where is my junior brother Deng Yong now? Yu Ying's expression changed slightly when she heard this. However, he quickly hid it and said with a forced smile, Brother Zhang Xian's question is strange. Don't you know where Deng Yong is? Why did he ask junior sister? I've never seen him before. You still dare to lie. Zhang Hao's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, junior brother Deng Yong clearly died at your hands. Yu Ying said in fear, Brother Zhang Hao, why would you think that? Deng Yong and I have no enmity in the past. Even if I really met him, I wouldn't kill him. What's more, Deng Yong's strength is higher than mine. Even if junior sister has the heart, she is powerless. Brother Zhang Hao, please don't slander me. You still want to quibble. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. He glared at Yu Ying with fiery eyes and snorted coldly, since you're so stubborn, then I'll let you die with a clear understanding. Junior brother Deng Yong's soul-dispersing seal is clearly imprinted on your body. We also sensed the soul-dispersing seal and followed you here. Now, what else do you have to say? Yu Ying's face suddenly paled. Zhang Xian said, originally, we were wondering who killed Deng Yong. But we didn't expect it to be you, a lowly slave. Deng Yong was stronger than you. It's not surprising that he died at your hands. After all, he was a lecher. Zhang Hao continued, although Deng Yong was obsessed and deserved to die, he was still a Holy Land's disciple. Yu Ying, a life for a life, take your own life. The two of them spoke one after another, directly announcing the date of Yu Ying's death. Yu Ying's beautiful face was already pale, and her delicate body was trembling. At this time, Yang Kai had noticed a very hidden soul brand on her body, presumably left behind by Deng Yong before he died. It was ridiculous that Yu Ying hadn't noticed it until now, leading to her being caught red-handed by the people from Brahma Holy Land. Now, she couldn't defend herself even if she wanted to. Yang Kai had been wondering why the 5 people from Brahma Holy Land had come straight to block his and Yu Ying's path, but now it seemed that it was the soul-dispersing seal. He didn't know when Yu Ying killed Deng Yong, but it must have been done within the past year. Yang Kai was secretly annoyed. He followed Yu Ying because he wanted her to take him to find Yin Lusheng, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen halfway. He couldn't just ignore it. If he ignored it, Yu Ying would die, and all his efforts would go down the drain. So whether he was willing or not, he had to save Yu Ying. Why haven't you done it yet? Zhang Hao saw Yu Ying still not committing suicide and couldn't help but shout, think about it clearly, if we do, you won't be able to die even if you want to. Yu Ying's face turned even paler. Gritting her teeth, she took a step back and shouted, this is my sex brother Fengde, if you have anything to say it to him. This woman, as soon as she saw that the situation wasn't looking good, had directly pushed Yang Kai out, clearly intending to use him as a shield, not even bothering to hide her intentions. Fengde. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yang Kai indifferently, where did this trash come from? I've never heard of him. In the entire Netherworld sect, the Dao Source Realm Masters who could compete with the Holy Sons were all famous, so he had never heard of this Fengde. Since he had never heard of him, it meant that he was just an ordinary disciple, and ordinary disciples were not enough in front of the 2 Holy Sons. Little brat, you want to stand up for that cheap slut? Think about it clearly. Zhang Xian looked at Yang Kai and sneered. Yang Kai's face was sullen, and he took advantage of the situation to vent his anger, since junior sister Yu calls me brother, this Feng naturally can't just sit back and watch. If you want to kill her, you'll have to go through this Feng first. Yu Ying, who was hiding behind him, heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. She did not expect that Yang Kai would have such backbone and responsibility. After all, he was not a disciple of the Netherworld sect at all, and she had just met him by chance. Even if he wanted to escape at this time, it would be understandable, but he did not do so. This guy is really stupid. Ewing thought to herself. But if Fengde was involved for a while, she might be able to take the opportunity to escape. As for whether Fengde lived or died, she did not care. Her own life was the most important thing. It's a pity. I was hoping to introduce him to the Netherworld sect, but he doesn't have this blessing at all. Ewing secretly made plans in her heart, and at the same time, she was ready to escape at any time. Although her posture was very hidden, how could it escape Yang Kai's observation? He sneered in his heart. Ewing, this woman was really insidious and vicious. If he was really Fengde, he would have been sold by her. Unfortunately, she had her own schemes, but so did he. Good, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Hao had a rough appearance and a fiery temper. Undoubtedly, he had been successfully angered by Yang Kai. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and a sledgehammer suddenly appeared in his palm. The sledgehammer was pulsing with energy, exuding a fierce aura. Zhang Hao raised the sledgehammer high and smashed it in the direction of Yang Kai and Ewing. In an instant, the surrounding space froze, as if the void was about to collapse. A huge hammer shadow suddenly appeared and covered a large area, enveloping Yang Kai and Ewing. Although this move was powerful, Yang Kai really didn't put it in his eyes. If he wanted to, he could even kill these 5 from Brahma Holy Land. However, he did not want to expose his heaven-defying strength, especially in front of Ewing. So, he pretended that his expression changed greatly, but he did not use any secret techniques or artifacts. He just waved his fists, and in an instant, fist shadows filled the sky as he madly rushed towards the hammer shadow. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk the void trembled as a fierce battle broke out. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and was forced back 10 meters, looking like he was about to collapse. Taking advantage of this retreat, Yang Kai's figure leapt and fled into the depths of the void without looking back. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shout, "Junior sister you, run quickly." At this time, Ewing had already used a secret technique and turned into a wisp of blue smoke, escaping into the distance like a gust of wind. Looking at her appearance, it seemed that she had run away the moment Yang Kai and Zhang Hao started fighting. She had no intention of helping Yang Kai at all. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, she hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, you should also follow. If you are caught, you will die." Her escape secret technique was very strange. It seemed to burn her source chi, and although the consumption was terrifying, her speed was extremely fast. Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence and burning it. Only then did he manage to catch up with Yu Ying's speed. Zhang Hao and the others were left standing in place, dumbfounded. Just now, Yang Kai had displayed a brave and fearless attitude, so they thought they had encountered a tough nut to crack, but unexpectedly, after just one exchange, Yang Kai had been shaken by Zhang Hao to the point of spitting blood. Now, he was even burning his blood essence to escape. "This guy is also an embroidered pillow," Zhang Xian said with a mocking expression. "Humph, fortunately he ran quickly, otherwise he would have died without a burial place," Zhang Hao said unhappily, putting away his giant hammer artifact and waving his hand, "Chase, no matter what, we must kill them and avenge junior brother Deng Yong." The others nodded and followed closely behind the 2 holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, in hot pursuit. Although Yu Ying and that guy called Fengde had used a secret technique and burned their blood essence to run very fast, whether it was using a secret technique or burning their blood essence, they couldn't maintain it for too long. Once the time limit was up, they would definitely weaken. When that time came, it would be even easier to kill them. On the other side, Yang Kai and Yu Ying, who were flying through the void, didn't dare to look back. Yang Kai seemed to be in a difficult position burning his blood essence, but in fact, everything was under his control. That bit of blood essence was nothing to him. After flying for a while, Yang Kai shouted, "Junior sister, you have a scattered soul seal on your body. Quickly find a way to get rid of it, otherwise we won't be able to escape." This woman was really stupid. The two holy sons had mentioned this before, but even now, she still hadn't thought of getting rid of the seal. If it weren't for him being involved, Yang Kai wouldn't have bothered to remind her. Chapter 2442. After being reminded by Yang Kai, Ying felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. She quickly began to undress, stripping herself naked in just a moment, leaving only a set of close-fitting clothes on her body. Unfortunately, those clothes were also as thin as a cicada's wings and were almost transparent. Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines and he couldn't help asking, "Junior sister, what are you doing?" Ying said, "I can't sense where the seal is at all. I hope it's on my clothes." Yang Kai was speechless. "It's on your shoulder, focus your divine sense and sense it." This scattered soul seal was indeed well hidden. If it weren't for Yang Kai's extraordinary spiritual energy, he likely wouldn't have been able to detect it so easily. Now that Yang Kai had instructed her, Ying quickly gathered her divine sense and probed her shoulder. A moment later, her face lit up with joy. Apparently, she had found something. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but as the two of them fled, Yang Kai could feel the scattered soul seal slowly fade away before finally disappearing. It wasn't until this time that Ying breathed a sigh of relief and took out a new set of clothes from her space ring. Now that the scattered soul seal was gone, as long as the two of them ran a little faster and got rid of the people from Brahma Holy Land behind them, they would be safe. After calming down, Ying said, "I must thank Brother Feng for what happened just now." Yang Kai said indifferently, "You're welcome." Seemingly feeling his indifference, Ying couldn't help feeling a little sad. She wondered if this Brother Feng would vent his anger on her because of what happened just now. After all, what she had just done was indeed a bit too much. If it were anyone else, they would be angry. After running like this for another half an hour, Ying's face was pale. She was out of breath. Although her secret technique was easy to use, the consumption was not small. It was not easy for her to persist until now. Seeing her slow down, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat and said, "Come on, I'll take you with me." Ying nodded after hearing this. He directly jumped onto the wooden boat and sat down cross-legged. While stuffing recovery spirit pills into his mouth, he took out a communication artifact and constantly sent messages into it. It seemed that he wanted to contact the disciples of the Netherworld sect. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai secretly looked forward to Ying contacting Yin Lusheng. The people of Brahma Holy Land seemed to have been left behind. Yang Kai released his divine sense. He didn't sense their auras either. One day later, Ying's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she exclaimed in a low voice, "Brother Feng, I've found someone from my sect." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Who?" Ying said, "It's Brother Zhong Jinyong. I don't know if you've heard of him before." It wasn't Yin Lusheng. Yang Kai could not help but feel a little disappointed. But he still replied, "I don't know much about the situation in your Eastern Territory, and I've never been to the Eastern Territory, so I haven't heard of Brother Zhong's name." Ying smiled and said, "Brother Zhong is ranked in the top 3 of the Tao Source realm in my sect. With his protection, we don't have to be afraid of the people of Brahma Holy Land. Let's go find him now." "Good, point the way." Yang Kai nodded. Although Ying didn't contact Yin Lusheng, Yang Kai felt that it was not impossible to inquire about Yin Lusheng from Zhong Jinyong. Maybe this Zhong Jinyong knew something. Immediately, under Ying's instructions, Yang Kai changed direction and rushed towards a certain place. An hour later, a figure standing in the void entered Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai controlled the wooden boat to fly in front of this person, but before he could stop, Ying rushed over and shouted, "Brother Zhong! Junior sister Yu!" Zhong Zhenyong smiled at Ying, raised his eyes, and glanced at Yang Kai lightly. "Is this the brother Feng you mentioned, junior sister Yu?" He knew the surname of Yang Kai's impersonator, so it seemed that Ying had already told him about Yang Kai before coming here. Ying nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Zhong, junior sister was able to arrive here safely thanks to Brother Feng's blessing." Zhong Zhenyong was handsome and had an amiable demeanor. He didn't put on too much airs. Hearing this, he swept his eyes over Yang Kai and said, "I heard junior sister you say that you and junior brother Ian came from the territory of Great Desolate Star, and you are a star master." Yang Kai cupped his fists politely and said, "This Feng indeed came from the territory of Great Desolate Star like brother Ian and is also a star master. I haven't seen brother Ian for many years and have missed you greatly, so I took the liberty to come here with junior sister you. I hope brother Zhong can forgive me." Zhong Zhenyong laughed and said, "It's fine, since you intend to join our Netherworld sect, you may become brother and junior brother in the future, so there is no need to be so polite." Ying said, "Brother Zhong, this is not the place to talk. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian of Brahma Holy Land were chasing after me and brother Feng. I don't know if they are still chasing after us. Let's talk as we walk." Zhang Hao, Zhang Xian. Zhong Zhenyong's eyes turned cold when he heard this, and he said coldly, "They dare to chase after you? What do they want?" Ying said embarrassedly, "Junior sister accidentally killed Deng Yong." Zhong Zhenyong looked at her angrily and said, "He died of yang deprivation, right? How many times have I told you, don't improve your strength like this, it's easy to have an unstable foundation. Sooner or later, something big will happen. All right, all right." Ying saw Zhong Zhenyong expose her scandal in front of Yang Kai and quickly interrupted him and said coquettishly, "Let's go quickly. It was thanks to Brother Feng that I was safe and sound. Brother Feng is my savior. Then you have to treat him better in the future." Zhong Zhenyong smiled slightly. It seemed that because Ying had told Yang Kai a lot, Zhong Zhenyong's attitude towards Yang Kai was quite good, and he obviously wanted to befriend him. Under Ying's urging, the three immediately set off. Zhong Zhenyong seemed to have a goal in mind and led the way without saying a word, while Yang Kai and Ying could only follow behind. After flying for a while, Ying couldn't help asking, "Brother Zhong, where are we going?" "We're going to find the others, they seem to have found a very interesting place." "Interesting?" Ying's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, and she asked, "What's so interesting about it?" "You'll know when we get there." Zhong Zhenyong kept her in suspense and didn't explain. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Is brother Ian also there?" Zhong Zhenyong replied, "I'm not sure. I also received a message from my fellow sect members and was about to rush over, but I didn't expect to receive a message from junior sister Yu halfway, so I stopped and waited for you." While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai and smiled, "Brother Feng and junior brother Ian have a very good relationship, for you to remember him so much." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he realized that he was too eager, but he still said without changing his expression, "I received a lot of kindness from brother Ian in the territory of the Great Desolate Star in my early years, but I never had a chance to repay him, so I naturally miss him." Knowing how to repay kindness, Brother Feng is also a person who values friendship. "My Netherworld sect welcomes people like you." Zhong Zhenyong laughed. Yang Kai said, "It is this Feng's honor to join the Netherworld sect, but I don't know how high the threshold of your noble sect is." Zhong Zhenyong patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you won't have any problems. Then I'll count on Brother Zhong's auspicious words." The three of them chatted as they moved forward. 2 days later, a huge dark red stars suddenly appeared in front of them. When they saw these stars, whether it was Zhong Zhenyong, Ying, or Yang Kai, they were all shocked. Because since entering the shattered star sea, the cultivation stars they had encountered were all broken. They had never encountered a complete cultivation star, but at this moment, such a cultivation star had appeared in their field of vision. The star was enormous, and it lay across the starry sky for countless tens of thousands of years. When looked at from afar, it was like an enormous eye that was coldly watching the movements in the surroundings, and it caused others to shudder with fear and feel an indescribable pressure for no reason. Not only that, but this cultivation star also seemed to be exuding a terrifying amount of heat, causing the surrounding void to distort. Around these stars, there were countless black holes of various sizes, and if one's line of sight fell into these black holes, they would be completely swallowed up. Brother Zhong. Yu Ying's pretty face paled slightly as she leaned a little closer to Zhong Zhenyong and asked, "Is this the interesting place you mentioned before?" Zhong Zhenyong grinned and said, "Exactly." Yang Kai was moved and said, "What rich source strength, and, it seems to be somewhat different from ordinary source strength." Zhong Zhenyong nodded and said, "Because it is a fire attribute source, not a source strength of stars. If a cultivator who cultivates a fire attribute secret art or secret technique obtains the source strength here, they will definitely soar to the sky." Fire attribute source. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly thought of Lu Yen. This thing would be of great use to Lu Yen. It was just that he hadn't seen Lu Yen since they separated a few days ago, so he didn't know if she had noticed the fire attribute source here. However, he still had Zhang Ruoxi with him. This cultivation star seemed to be full of dangers. Even if Lu Yen sensed the fire attribute source here, she and Zhang Ruoxi might not necessarily enter. After all, Zhang Ruoxi's strength was still too low. Instead, he could go find the fire attribute source and leave it to Lu Yen. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind and became interested in these strange stars. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Immediately afterward, a tyrannical force rushed toward him. His expression changed slightly as he saw a huge ghost claw coming at his heart. He had seen this ghost claw once before. It was the secret technique Yu Ying used in her battle with Guan Qi the last time he met her. It was a symbol of the Netherworld sect. In an instant, Yang Kai understood who was attacking him. The distance was too close, and the other party's sneak attack came without warning. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been helpless, but Yang Kai had the Tao of space. How could he be so easily hit? At the critical moment, he directly used the Nihility secret technique, and his body suddenly became illusory. The white ghost claw directly penetrated Yang Kai's body and hit into the depths of the void, quickly disappearing. Yang Kai's body became solid again, and he looked at Zhong Zhenyong with a cold expression. Chapter 2443. Brother Zhong, what are you doing? Only now did Yu Ying realize what had happened and stared at Zhong Zhenyong in astonishment, not knowing why he had suddenly attacked Yang Kai. After all, Zhong Zhenyong's attitude towards Yang Kai had been quite good the entire time, even chatting and laughing with him, so why had Zhong Zhenyong suddenly become hostile? Yu Ying could not understand this at all. That's right, Brother Zhong, what are you doing? Yang Kai stared coldly at Zhong Zhenyong and said with a gloomy expression, "What did this Feng do to offend you? Why are you trying to kill me?" This Feng. Zhong Zhenyong raised his eyebrows, laughed, and said in a low voice, "Brother Feng, this Zhong will only ask you one question. If you answer it well, this Zhong will apologize for what happened just now. If you can't answer it, hee." Yang Kai slowly narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Zhong, just ask." Zhong Zhenyong's expression became serious as he shouted, "Brother Feng, which sect did you come from on Great Desolate Star? How did you meet Junior Brother Yin?" Hearing this, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. Zhong Zhenyong paid close attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression, not wanting to miss a single detail. Yu Ying stood to the side, looking at this and that. Even if she was stupid, she realized that something was wrong and could not help but frown, quietly circulating her source qi as she stared vigilantly at Yang Kai. After a short while, Yang Kai looked up at Zhong Zhenyong and said, "Brother Zhong, these are 2 questions, right? You didn't keep your word." Zhong Zhenyong was stunned for a moment before angrily saying, "It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 questions, just answer them." Yang Kai grinned and looked at Zhong Zhenyong thoughtfully. "Brother Zhong, it seems you know something." This person had suddenly launched a sneak attack on him. Obviously, he had obtained some information about him. He knew that this Fengde was a fake. "Brother Zhong, what's going on?" Yuing asked with an ugly expression. Zhong Zhenyong snorted and pointed at Yang Kai. "Junior sister you, this guy called Fengde who has been following you around is a fake." "Fake?" Yuing was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "The real Fengde is already dead." "Dead?" Yuing couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He muttered, "How could this be? If Fengde was dead, then how did this person know so much about Senior Marshal Brother Yin? What was the relationship between this person and Brother Yin? Why did he pretend to be Fengde to get close to Brother Yin?" Thinking of how she had been with Yang Kai for so long without knowing his true identity, Yuing couldn't help shuddering. The real Fengde died in the Starlight Corridor. Junior Brother Yin saw it with his own eyes, so it can't be fake. And the person in front of you has some grudges with Junior Brother Yin. Zhong Zhenyong sneered and looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. "Am I right, Brother Yang?" He placed great emphasis on the words Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his brow. He said in surprise, "Oh. You even know my surname? It seems that the one who sent you the message should be Yin Lusheng." While speaking, his eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the strange dark red stars. Although Zhong Zhenyong didn't mention where Yin Lusheng was now, Yang Kai was 90% sure that Yin Lusheng was among the stars. Otherwise, Zhong Zhenyong wouldn't have been able to contact him. And then ask for his information. Yes. Zhong Zhenyong didn't deny it. These things were indeed told to me by Junior Brother Yin. No matter what grudges you have with Junior Brother Yin, you won't have a chance to take revenge on him. Saying so, a fierce and greedy look appeared on Zhong Zhenyong's face as he stared at Yang Kai like a hungry wolf staring at a piece of fat meat. "Who are you? Why did you lie to me?" Yuing was furious, her beautiful eyes spitting flames as she glared at Yang Kai with a murderous look on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her and coldly said, "You're really a heartless woman. This young master saved your life before, but now you're asking for it. Now you dare to show murderous intent towards this young master, it's really sad." Yuing shouted back, "So what, you dared to lie to me, you deserve to die." She turned her head and said to Zhong Zhenyong, "Brother Zhong, this person has a complete star source. If you can obtain it, it will be of great benefit to you." Zhong Zhenyong licked his lips and said excitedly, "I naturally know about this." In the Netherworld sect, although he believed that his current strength was not much worse than Yin Lusheng's, with Yin Lusheng's terrifying rate of progress, it was only a matter of time before Yin Lusheng surpassed him. The biggest reason for Yin Lusheng's rapid progress was that he was a star master and had a complete star source. This was an opportunity that no cultivator could ask for. But now, another cultivator with a complete star source was in front of him. This star source was different from the shattered star source. If he could obtain it, the benefits it would bring to him would be unimaginable. He wouldn't have to worry about being surpassed by Yin Lusheng in the future. Since everyone had a complete star source, it would be a competition of hard work and persistence. In this regard, Zhong Zhenyong was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Is Yin Lusheng really on the star now?" Zhong Zhenyong coldly snorted and said, "What's the point of asking someone who is about to die?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Since I've found Yin Lusheng, there's no need to keep you alive." Zhong Zhenyong was startled when he heard this and shouted angrily, "Boy, you're the first one who dares to say this in front of this Zhong. Netherworld Purgatory banner, die quickly." As soon as his words fell, he suddenly stretched out his hand and summoned a black banner. From the black banner, a burst of ghostly wails and howls rang out, setting off gusts of cold wind that seemed capable of freezing one's soul. When the netherworld purgatory banner unfurled, the yin qi rolling around it condensed into a tangible form and wrapped around Yang Kai like the yellow springs. Seeing Zhong Zhenyong use his trump card as soon as he came up, Yu Ying's pretty face changed and she hurriedly retreated to avoid being affected. Good stuff. It should be a good gift for Guizhu. Yang Kai looked at the netherworld purgatory banner and couldn't help but light up. This strange artifact was somewhat similar to Guizhu's 10,000 soul banner and should be of the same origin, but the grade of this netherworld purgatory banner was much higher than Guizhu's 10,000 soul banner. Yang Kai even felt a faint emperor pressure from it. In other words, this artifact should have been personally refined by a master from the Emperor realm and had some embryonic form of an Emperor artifact, but it was not fully formed yet. However, as long as Zhong Zhenyong advanced to the Emperor realm, he could use his Emperor aura to nourish this netherworld purgatory banner, and it would become an Emperor artifact sooner or later. As expected of one of the top 3 disciples of a great sect, the moment he made a move, it was extremely extraordinary. The bursts of ghostly wails and howls were like demonic sounds, full of magical power, enough to affect the mind of any hostile cultivator. Zhong Zhenyong was so aggressive that he obviously intended to kill Yang Kai as soon as he attacked, not giving him any chance to fight back. The complete source of stars was simply too attractive to him. Yang Kai waited solemnly, raised his hand slightly, and quickly formed a series of hand seals. After a few complicated movements, an inexplicable power suddenly spread out in all directions, and the mysterious power of principles dissipated in the void, bursting out in all directions. Zhong Zhenyong's eyes bulged as he suddenly felt that something was wrong, because at this moment, he suddenly felt that his thoughts and movements had slowed down, and even everything around him seemed to have stopped. The only thing that didn't stop was the guy who had pretended to be Fengde. What kind of divine technique is this? Zhong Zhenyong's face changed drastically as a chill suddenly appeared in his heart. Although Yang Kai's hand seals had not been fully formed, Zhong Zhenyong already felt that something was wrong. This guy surnamed Yang was not to be trifled with. From the unseen world, a murmur entered his ears, shaking his soul. Flowing time great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly appeared, and at this critical moment, Zhong Zhenyong bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. With this spurt of blood essence, the strange stillness around him was finally broken, and everything suddenly came to life. But when he looked up, a huge hand seal had already appeared in front of him, making it impossible for him to avoid it. Hong, with a muffled bang, Zhong Zhenyong immediately froze in place. He didn't feel the impact he had imagined, nor did he notice any trace of injury on his body, but to his amazement, he discovered that a strange force had invaded his body, and his vitality and lifespan were flowing away at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was as if hundreds of thousands of years of the flowing time great emperor had passed through his body. Brother Zhong! Ying screamed, her eyes widening as she stared at Zhong Zhenyong in disbelief, a look of horror on her face, as if she had just witnessed a terrible scene. Zhong Zhenyong also seemed to realize something, slightly raising his withered hand, looking at it for a moment before asking in a trembling voice, You, what did you do to me? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, raised his hand, and sent a moon blade towards him. If it was Zhong Zhenyong at his peak, he might have been able to avoid this blow, but at this moment, he was a doddering old man with 90% of his vitality drained away, so there was no way for him to react. The pitch-black moon blade was like a huge blade as it passed through Zhong Zhenyong's body, directly splitting him in half. Yu Ying's face suddenly turned pale. Dead, brother Zhong Zhenyong was dead, and he had died in such a muddle-headed way. Brother Zhong, who was ranked in the top 3 in the sect and could be regarded as a young talent in the Eastern Territory and even the entire star boundary, had been killed by a cultivator of the same level in the blink of an eye. If this kind of thing had not happened right under her nose, Ewing would never have believed it. But the facts were right in front of her, so she couldn't doubt anything. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai had been hiding his strength all this time. Previously, when he fought Zhang Hao of Brahma Holy Land, he even spat out a mouthful of blood. That was undoubtedly just an act. It was ridiculous that she naively thought that Yang Kai was really not Zhang Hao's opponent. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.